died of overdoses when she was young, and she was placed in 6 different foster care homes. Too many kids who fit that profile. Each added more weight to Dawson's shoulders. What else can you tell me about the body? Not much to say until I get my test results back, Dr. Malone said. Ball's now in our court, Dawson said. Outside, Margot kept pace with him, matching him stride for stride. What are the chances that she's not Sandra Taylor? Anything's possible. But if I had to bet the mortgage, I'd say it's her. But important not to jump to conclusions. No one in the neighborhood remembers a girl fitting the victim's description, Margot said. I also spoke to the high school, and no one really remembers her. He glanced at her. You've been busy. You have a problem with me being proactive? She asked. No. Then what's eating you? He shrugged. I don't know how to take this. Us. Us? She laughed. Take it as it comes, my good man. We're cops, professionals, and what happens off hours is no one's damn business. Tell that to HR. Her keys jangled in her hand. I won't if you won't. Red Hot Chili Peppers' Under the Bridge played in the bar as Dawson settled on the stool. Retro but appropriate. He was in a foul mood. He'd not expected to see Margot Larson today or that she'd be assigned to the Jane Doe case. Shit. He'd been playing with fire, and now was feeling the heat. He wasn't surprised she was sharp. Not many officers would have taken a sledgehammer to a wall on the rumor there was a body behind it. She asked good questions, took the bull by the horns, but shit. What were the chances? Pretty damn good, you dumb son of a bitch, he muttered. He called a cop buddy in Northern Virginia and asked about Margot. There'd been a long pause, and descriptors like ballbuster, steamroller, don't ever fuck that, like grabbing a tiger by the tail, rattled over the line. Shit. He was having trouble shaking the frustration and impotence that enveloped him now. Eventually, he'd find a way to ball up the bad shit and bury it deep, with the other atrocities that came with the job. But for now, the details of the autopsy and screwing Margot were too raw and fresh. He took a long sip of beer. The bartender set a basket of shelled peanuts in front of him. It was their nightly ritual. He was good for 3 beers and a large basket of peanuts. Something about the crack of the shell that was satisfying. He angled a peanut between his index finger and thumb. Crack. He'd told Margot to meet him here tomorrow night. Funny, he'd been so full of himself. But she'd been a random stranger. Now she was a ball-busting steamroller and his partner on this case. The irony of their hookup wasn't lost on him. At this point, it would do little to hurt his career, but if Margot wanted to grow her own, she'd learn quickly he wasn't the guy to help. He could barely help himself these days. Dawson still couldn't picture Margot in this dark, shabby place that suited him so well. He snapped a shell, and another. The pile of shells grew. In an hour, he'd be back at the office piecing together all the leads accumulated in the Taylor case. A whiff of perfume caught his attention. Not the cheaper scents that he associated with this place. Expensive. Nice. Margot. She took a seat beside him. He didn't look in her direction. He wasn't anxious to let her know just how glad he was to see her. Thought we said Tuesday night. Do you turn into a pumpkin on Mondays? She took a sip of his beer, seeming to savor the cold, salty flavor. I have a few tidbits about Sandra Taylor, but that can wait for an hour. Ready to go? He forced himself to remain still. You in a rush? Well, we could braid each other's hair and nurse this beer longer. That coaxed a smile. Point taken. He cleared out his tab and, aware a few fellow cops were watching, followed her out of the bar. Let him gossip. And if he lost his job over it, fine. Life moved on. They crossed the street to the hotel and then the lobby. He punched the elevator and rode it to the 5th floor where his room was located. Neither spoke as they moved toward his door. As he opened it, she checked messages on her phone. The bright light in the bathroom was enough to highlight a pile of dirty clothes, pizza boxes, takeout containers in the trash cans, and stacked styrofoam coffee cups. Tiffany's scrapbook sat next to a laptop on the round table by the window. The beds were made, and fresh dry cleaning hung in the closets. A football game played on the television screen because the sound of voices created the illusion someone was waiting for him. He closed the door behind him and then secured his weapon in the bedside table drawer. She let her purse drop to the dresser and kicked off her shoes. When he faced her, she was unbuttoning her blouse. Keeping distance between them was now a challenge. "You're that sure of me?" She paused and raised a brow. "We ruled out hair braiding. Want to discuss feelings or the case?" She unfastened another button, drawing his gaze to her full cleavage. His throat tightened. "No." "Good." She shrugged off her jacket, revealing a black lace bra that skimmed full breasts. She unfastened the zipper on her pants and shimmied out of them. It was Christmas morning for him, and judging by the way she smiled at him, she knew it. "What do you want me to do?" she asked. He allowed his gaze to linger on her body for several beats. This close to her, his skin rippled. The helpless outside chaos faded, and for this moment, he savored a sense of control. He closed the distance between them and skimmed the top of her lacy bra. "Lie on the bed." "How did you know I'd be there tonight?" Dawson asked. Staring at the ceiling, he casually stroked Margot's thigh. She drew in a deep breath and released it slowly. "Where else would you have been after a tough day?" "Point taken. But why me?" "Figured you'd help me blow off steam. When I attend the autopsy of a young girl, I get on edge." Dawson was a grinder. He'd never make chief. Now he was with a woman who'd just let him know he was a means to an end. "You knew I'd be handy. Ready." "And you were?" "Yeah, I suppose so." Surprised by the rush of bitterness, he shifted the conversation. "This isn't your first murder investigation." "They never get easy for me. And the more I asked around about Sandra Taylor, the angrier I got. No one cared she'd vanished." "What did you learn about her?" "I knocked on doors near her foster home this afternoon. A few had vague memories of her. I'm trying to track down a couple of the kids she fostered with, but so far, dead ends." "Anybody mention Tanner Reed?" "No." He ran his hand down her leg, liking the muscled curves, and then as much to convince himself, someone will remember her. Ever the optimist. Her gaze skimmed his hotel room. "Why are you still here? Don't you think it's time to get a big boy apartment?" "Wasn't ready to jump into the next life until the door closed on the last." His fingers rubbed over the rough edges of a burn scar on her leg. "How'd you get this?" Rather than explain, she rolled on her side, facing him so that he had a clear view of her breasts. "Long story." He traced the scar, mentally cataloging its dimensions. "I'm in no rush." "You were frowning when I entered the bar tonight. Upset that I'm on the case with you?" "Call that shock. The frown is linked to the visit to the medical examiner. Never a fun time." "It's not. Only my second autopsy." "Tell me about the first one." Not a request, but an order, and she didn't hesitate to comply. "A young girl was killed by her trafficker. He beat her to death." He followed the rise and fall of her chest. "Did you get a conviction?" "Involuntary manslaughter." The words dripped with bitterness. "Hoping the system is tougher on guys like that here." "Even if we identify Sandra Taylor's killer, getting justice now is going to be tough." "It would be nice to prove it." Dawson's mind drifted back to the high school picture of the young, still smiling girl. Sandra Taylor, deserved justice. "You have a reputation as a ball-buster." She laughed. "I know. By the way, what's the deal with the scrapbook on the table? Secret hobby?"
"Belongs to Tiffany Patterson. Her roommate gave it to me."
Tiffany Patterson, the girl Tanner tried and failed to kidnap?
"That's good memory."
Been reading up on the case. She sat up and pressed her back to the headboard. "I learned you're the cop that shot and killed Tanner."
Dawson tightened his jaw. The scene still could play back in his head when he least expected it. If he'd been a second slower. "He drew on me. Didn't get a shot off before I fired and killed him."
"He wanted to die."
"Tanner knew he'd spend the rest of his life in prison. I'm sorry I'm the one that gave him the easy way out."
"There's nothing easy about firing a weapon at someone."
"Yeah."
"Mind if I look at the scrapbook?"
"Have at it."
She rose and moved across the room, her stride confident, unashamed. She carried the scrapbook back to the bed, sat on the edge, and turned the pages. Her run-in with Tanner certainly made an impression.
Her claim to fame.
She's been in contact with Scarlett Crosby. These days she's looking for money so she can score,
Margot said. "She'll press anyone if she's desperate enough," Dawson said.
She closed the scrapbook and set it back on the table. As she stood there, she opened his case file, flipping through pages of notes and then the photographs taken of the items found on Taylor's body. She held up the picture snapped of the bracelet. "Interesting."
"What's that?"
"Why would Sandra Taylor have a bracelet with the letters SC?
"Let me see."
She walked back to the bed and handed him the image. SC. Scarlett Crosby. Dawson traced the photo, irritated with himself that he'd missed this detail.
"If this was Scarlett's bracelet..."
"Then you have a solid link between the girls, or proof that Tanner took Scarlett's bracelet and put it with Sandra's body. His version of an inside joke."
"Fuck, I missed it."
"Don't beat yourself up. Sandra is lucky to have you. Scarlett Crosby was fortunate you intercepted Tanner's van so quickly."
"Lucky?"
"Most don't give a shit about girls like that." A practical statement riddled with practiced traces of empathy. "You'll piece all this together." He'd never discussed cases with his ex because he wanted to keep the job from tainting her life, but Margot wasn't the kind of woman who needed coddling. Margot lay beside him, trailing her fingers over his belly and around his dick, which twitched to life instantly. Whatever this was between them, it was temporary at best. Too bad. He could get used to Margot. When he and his wife had sex, it had been quick and practical in the latter years. A scratched itch. No talking. But Margot was in no rush. She was content to linger, listen, and her achingly intimate touch stripped the last of his reservations. Suppressed doubts bubbled to the surface.
"I'm not sure I'm that smart."
She straddled his groin. His erection hardened in anticipation as she guided it inside her.
"Is this my pep talk?" he asked.
"Is it working?" He gripped her hips.
"Maybe a little."
Her lips curled into a sly smile. "Do you feel out of control?" His breath caught in his throat. "I do." Margot studied him as if she'd seen him 1,000 times before. "Where are your handcuffs?"
His voice was so rough he almost didn't recognize it.
"On my belt buckle." She climbed off him, leaving him feeling exposed. She moved to his pants, grabbed the cuffs from his belt, and returned to the bed, links dangling from her fingers. "Do you want my hands in the front or the back?" On the job, he always savored the snap of the cuffs as they locked around wrists. In those moments when he knew the threat was neutralized and he had control, relief flooded him. But the cuffs had never made their way to the bedroom.
"The back."
She snapped one silver cuff around her wrist and then clasped her hands behind her back. He reached around and locked the second cuff. He tightened it until he knew it pressed into her skin. She winced.
"Too tight?" he asked.
No.
She rose and hovered over his erection. With her arms pinned behind her, her breasts jutted out more. He guided himself inside her.
What next?
She asked. Ride me. His whispered words were rough, raw. Desire and orgasms were only a temporary fix. Once the glow faded, the darkness came back, but that problem existed in the future. Right now, he had a beautiful woman riding him. He ran his fingers up her flat belly and squeezed her breasts. The outside world fell away. If life had taught him anything, it was to take one problem at a time. Let them all gang up on you at once, and they'd eat you alive.
Chapter 23. Scarlet. Monday, July 15th, 2024. 8:30 p.m. I arrived at the gym near closing time. I liked the evenings because the place was quiet. Most were either in the showers or enjoying a summer evening. I had a full hour until the place closed. Plenty of time to climb. I set my bag by the wall, changed into climbing shoes, and doused my hands with chalk. Looking up at the jutting rocks, I identified the spot that had nearly cost me big time the other day. I'd scaled these rocks 100 times before and never fallen. However, that was then. Now it was quiet, and I would not be lulled into looking back. If there was a Della lookalike lurking around, she wasn't here now. I'd been obsessing about her today, but on the wall, I didn't have the brain space to think about her. Later, she'd return to my thoughts, but for now, it was just me and the wall. Without a belayer, I'd be arrow-focused. No, it wasn't safe, but it was an effective way to keep my mind in the moment. I worked my fingers into the groove of the first stone. The initial 20 feet were easygoing. My feet found footholds effortlessly, and my hands slid into the ruts I knew very well. I continued the climb upward, anticipating the more difficult holds and slippery footings. My fingers ached as I pinched the rocks and hauled myself up another few inches. How many times in Tanner's basement had I dreamed of climbing to freedom? My fingers cramped around a rock, forcing me to pause and loosen my hold. Against the wall, my breathing was fast. Sweat trickled down my back as I pushed closer to the hot lights. When I'd stared at Tanner's basement ceiling, I memorized all the cracks, learned the pattern of the pipes that leaked, and trailed the paths taken by the bugs. That ceiling had become its own world. I'd spent hours pushing past it, climbing up, ripping away insulation and breaking through the living room floor I'd never seen. I would imagine dashing to the front door, twisting the knob and stepping into the hot sun. And then I'd run until my lungs and legs burned. The lights above me hummed, popped, drawing my attention back to the present. I finished the last 10 feet and scraped my fingers against the acoustic tiles. The trip down was always risky. The stones were out of my field of vision, and I had to rely on my memory. Slowly, I inched down, gripping and digging toes into plastic rock. When I reached the floor, a rush of adrenaline flooded me. I'd escaped again. This feeling was a temporary fix. It would get me through the evening, but it wouldn't last. Peace, harmony, love. None of it ever lingered. I supposed there were people who lived in a state of bliss, but I wasn't one of them. "You move like a pro." The familiar male voice had me turning to find Luke Kane. He was wearing a faded Naval Academy t-shirt, shorts, and athletic shoes. "Thanks. When did you get here?" His gaze steadied on me, warmth settling in the curve of his smile. "I was on my way out of the weight room when I looked up, and saw this crazy woman climbing to the top without a spotter. And you thought I know that woman." He chuckled as a flicker of awe shimmered in his dark eyes. "You do this often?" 5 or 6 days a week. Reminds me to keep my mind in the moment. He seemed to file the detail away with all the other facts he had amassed on my story. "Did it work tonight?" "Well. Real well." "I'm sorry I haven't texted. Big case prep." "I get it. We all have busy lives." "I'd like to go out again." I rubbed my chalked hands together, watching as the remains of the white powder floated to the floor. "I assumed you'd wised up and moved on." "I won't lie. I've put some thought into it." "And yet you just happened to be here randomly?" "Nothing random about it. I remembered you said you climbed in the evenings. I took a chance." "You could have texted." "I hate texts." His deep tone added traces of humor to the confession. "Nothing beats face-to-face conversation." Very stalker-like. There was nothing desperate or angry about him, like there had been about Tanner once the mask dropped. Tanner had needed to control, hurt, and conquer. Was the man behind Luke's mask the same charming guy? Strategic. He jammed his thumb toward the locker room. "I was going to shower and grab a burger. Care to join?" I'd bought food earlier in the day, thinking I might find Tiffany, but I hadn't, so I still had plenty in the refrigerator waiting for me. "I could eat. Let me change." "Meet you here in 15. "Deal." I moved into the dressing room and dumped my gear by the last shower on the left. It was the farthest stall from the door, which I liked. Also, its water pressure was the best. I showered, taking time to wash my hair and shave my legs. Not sure why I felt like both were necessary to share a burger with a guy, but I did. After swapping my climbing clothes for jeans and a blouse from my bag, I slipped on sandals. I combed my hair, ran a dryer over it quickly, and headed out of the changing room. I found Luke by the front desk, talking to the attendant, Marty. The gym closed in 5 minutes, and normally Marty, in a rush to get home to watch basketball replays, got pissy when clients lingered. But he was laughing as Luke talked. I didn't think I'd ever seen Marty smile. When Luke's gaze shifted to me, Marty turned, shrugging. "The fearless climber. You're going to give me a heart attack." "I've signed all the waivers," I said. "You're in the clear." "I don't like mopping up blood," Marty said. "I've done it before and it isn't pretty." This strange newfound directness was endearing. "That's why I'm careful." "That's what the last guy said," Marty grumbled. And then, splat. "Ready?" Luke asked. "I am." "Same time tomorrow?" Marty asked. "Most likely," I said. The air outside was cooler thanks to an afternoon rain shower, but it was still heavy with humidity. "Where do you have in mind?" "The burger place 5 blocks away. Likely safer if we drive." "Okay." "I can drive us both." He was offering it up to me, leaving the final decision in my hands. I rarely rode in a car with anyone other than the judge, but the endorphin high from the climb still lingered, and I was feeling optimistic. "Okay. You drive." "I'll bring you back to your car when we return." I walked from my place. "Brave woman." The doors unlocked, and I sat in the front seat with my backpack wedged between my legs. Sitting forward, as if ready to spring free, I slid on the seatbelt. When Luke sat behind the wheel, the car felt very small and cramped. He hit the auto lock. I flinched only a little. He clicked the lock off. Thanks.
No big deal.
If Luke took note of my shifting energy, he pretended not to notice.
You ever been to AB's Burgers?
Driven by, but never stopped.
You'll love it.
He frowned.
Didn't think to ask. You eat meat?
I do.
Okay.
The ride in the car was smooth, and I barely noticed the rough road the city never got around to paving. That close, I noticed little things about him. The way his rolled-up sleeves hovered just above his thick wrists, how his fingers gripped the steering wheel, relaxed but ready to jump into action, and the silver shimmering in the damp hair brushed back from his face. What attracted you to this neighborhood? I asked.
I know the area. I know the local dealers, the cops, and the dive bars. I grew up on these streets.
I would think a defense attorney would want to go uptown and start fresh.
Maybe. Eventually. One major life change at a time.
You seem fearless to me. He laughed.
I'm putting one foot in front of the other like every other slob in this world.
Is there a story there?
Not really. I just like it better here.
Fair enough. He glanced at me.
You're the first person who's accepted that answer without suggesting I'm making a mistake.
Why would it be a mistake to stay here? I live here. We only get one life. Do what you love.
You haven't pressed for many details. Most dates want my full CV.
I laughed. Not my style. And I tend toward silence and stony stares, rigid crossed arms.
You weren't rigid on that wall. Your body flowed.
But everywhere else I'm tense. That teased a smile. And to his credit, he didn't try to sell me on being comfortable with him. He didn't tell me I could trust him, or that I shouldn't worry. He parked in front of a dive of a burger place that I'd never been in because it looked so sketchy. What prompted you to try AB's? I asked.
Hunger. It was 1 a.m. and I'd just finished working. It was open. First bite and I was in love.
I rose out of the car and waited for him to come around. He moved one step ahead, opened the door, and waited for me to pass. The space was small, with just 4 red booths. Behind the narrow counter stood an older guy with thick gray hair and a mustache. There was no marquee displaying all the selections, just a few laminated menus on the counter.
How's it going, Charlie?
Luke asked. Charlie nodded.
Hanging tough, counselor. The usual? You know me too well. Scarlett?
I glanced at the menu. There were only 12 items, and they were all basic. Nothing fancy here. I'll have whatever you're having.
Make it 2, Charlie.
Charlie called out the order to a cook, and then filled 2 soda cups with cola.
Burgers on the way.
Luke took the booth farthest from the door and sat in the seat facing the exit. As I settled, a couple of guys walked in, laughing and shoving each other. They were drunk, but then this place was designed to feed late-night drinkers. One of the men glanced back and leered at me. It was a feeling I'd never gotten comfortable with, but could manage. I scooted closer to the inside of the booth. Luke's jaw pulsed.
How long have you been in this area?
8 years, I said. At the time, places like this were cheap and what I could afford.
And the prints sell well?
They do. I sipped my soda, grateful for the sugar and carbonation. I've started a new series. I'll be making 50 prints. Each day is a new color. Today was the second color.
Let me guess. Green.
I glanced at my hands. I thought I did a good job of cleaning up.
There's a speck of green on your neck.
My hand rose to my neck. Hazard of the business.
Do you enjoy it? Working for yourself, I mean.
I do. I relaxed a little.
And for fun, you climb walls and risk your life.
I also paint and run. The days are full.
Sounds pretty solo.
It's good. Charlie brought our burger orders as the two intoxicated men sat in a booth. I could feel their gazes on me, but I kept my focus on the food.
Enjoy, Luke. Loaded you both up with extra fries. Thanks, Charlie.
Charlie looked at me.
He's a good one. Best defense attorney in town.
I smiled. Good to know.
I know you, right?
Charlie said. I shrugged. Do you?
You own the art studio. I read the article in the paper. You painted a mural or something.
I'd never met Charlie, and realizing he knew me wasn't a great feeling. That's me. Charlie's eyes narrowed.
Where else do I know you?
I have one of those faces, I said. Luke cleared his throat.
Thanks, Charlie. Got it. Enjoy.
Charlie walked back to the counter. He's currently putting the pieces together, I said. Old articles on the internet never die.
You didn't give an interview. At least I didn't find one. Tiffany Patterson received the most airtime.
But articles were written, and Tiffany seemed to like the attention. Reporters called me dozens of times, but I never spoke to any one of them. I still don't answer unfamiliar numbers. My business number was widely published, so it wasn't hard to find me. But voicemail screened my calls. I also make it a point to know what's being said about me. A 50-50 chance someone doesn't believe me.
Really? What don't they believe?
He asked. That I was Tanner's victim. Some think I was his accomplice.
How do they square that peg?
He worked a construction project near my mother's house. I did flirt with him once. I did willingly follow Della to his van. I did try to lure Tiffany into the same van. Those facts can sway anyone, including a few cops against me. My chest still tightened when I thought about someone questioning my story. The drunks laughed, and the short one looked toward me and winked. I curled my fingers into a fist.
I see him,
Luke said.
He's not going to bother you.
I looked up to find Luke staring at me. Hints of steel mingled with an odd kind of softness. I'm fine. Sometimes guys just stare. I bit into my burger. Another Tanner lesson. eat when food was presented. The days of deprivation were always still too close. "It's good," I said. He wiped his hands carefully with a paper napkin. "I like Charlie. He became a client, and, long story short, I'm glad to give him the business." "Support small business. We must look out for each other." "I think we did it," he said easily. "What's that?" He glanced at his watch. "If you count the time that you were climbing the wall, I think we've almost broken your date night record." I grinned. We already set that record. And it's now broken. The differences between us were noisy and rowdy. We weren't an us, but I saw possibilities. I'm on a streak. Carnal desire nodded with control. He'd not made one move to touch me or uttered any suggestion that was remotely sexual. Poor guy was trying to figure out what to do with me. I set down my burger, struggling to get my arms around my own blurring emotions. I liked him, wanted more, but I still didn't know how to define it. When anyone knows my history, they treat me as if they're expecting me to shatter or freak out. You've already freaked out, so we can check that box. A smile tugged my lips. All the more reason to wonder how I'll react in the future, right? He balled up the napkin. Never a dull moment. I chuckled, but I worried that I would see another Della and lose it. That's a positive outlook. How does it feel to be in uncharted waters? Unwieldy and choppy as the waves in my print. I can't promise how fast I can move. I have zero experience in this world. You seem to be doing okay, he said. That's not what I mean. I know what you mean. One step at a time. I didn't want to panic when he touched me in the bedroom, or when I woke up screaming from a nightmare while he slept beside me. For him, I wanted to be a little normal. I asked for curly fries, the drunk shouted to Charlie. And I told you I don't have any, Charlie said. Luke tossed his crumpled napkin beside his almost eaten burger. My nerves tightened, and inwardly I winced, preparing for the violence that always came with resistance. Luke rose slowly. Pal, hit the road. The man looked toward him. Who the fuck are you? Luke's mild expression melted instantly. I'm the guy that's going to crush you. The man sneered, but the quiet intensity in Luke's tone caused him to pause for a moment. Try. Luke moved forward a step. Are you sure? A man can't hold down a job if he has 2 broken kneecaps and a crushed eye socket. How are you going to do that? The man growled. Luke's gaze didn't flicker or waver. I can show you. Charlie chuckled. This is going to be good. The drunk glanced at Charlie. I want curly fries. Leave, Luke said, counting to 5. The man swayed, his eyes narrowing. He was intoxicated enough to strip away what few safeguards he had in place, but not so lost that he couldn't imagine what broken knees and eye sockets would mean. He flipped his plate on the floor and stalked out of the restaurant. Charlie knelt and cleaned up the mess. Thanks, Luke.
That'll be the last time I serve him. Good plan. Dinner is on the house, Charlie said. Thanks.
Luke sat back down across from me and fished 3 20s from his pocket. He carefully stacked the neat bills and set the salt shaker on them as his gaze rose to meet mine.
You look pale.
I drew in a breath. What can I say? It was a little jarring.
It was all bluster.
How do you know that? How did anyone know what another person was capable of? How did I really know what Luke wanted?
I make my living reading people.
And you knew he wouldn't fight?
His t-shirt tells me he works for an HVAC company. Hard to do the work with broken knees, and paying the medical deductible will hurt.
I doubt his brain is as logical as yours.
We've all got the lizard brain. That primitive part of us that boils all decisions down to survival. He can't survive without his knees.
His unshakable confidence was enviable. What if he'd called your bluff? Luke picked up a fry and bit into it.
I don't speculate on might-have-beens. He didn't. End of story.
What if he's outside? What if I lose my shit one day and disappointment darkens your gaze when you look at me? His head cocked.
Do you always borrow trouble?
I smiled. The burden of potential overdue library fines is incredible. He chuckled.
No reason to worry.
Should I write that down?
Yes.
Duly noted.
Ready to get out of here?
Luke asked.
I can drive you back to your apartment.
Thank you. I slid out of the booth, and he followed behind me until we reached the door. He opened it, took the lead, and held the door. Despite his casual comments, he seemed very aware of his surroundings. So was I. But then, hypervigilance was how I rolled. Back in his car, I relaxed into the leather seat. This time, when he slid behind the wheel, only a little nervous tension rippled through me.
What's your address?
He asked. Again, panic. Stupid. My business was listed online. I rattled off the address. He plugged it into his phone and drove. I could have directed you.
That would have also worked.
When he pulled in front of my building, he looked up, studying the structure.
It's a warehouse.
Home sweet home, with plenty of space to work.
And you live here?
There's a small space in the back that's mine. Not fancy, but it works. The front is for art. His gaze settled on me.
Drama aside, I had fun.
I did too.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. I said honestly.
Would you be open to a kiss?
A question. A choice. I was in the driver's seat. Beyond kisses from young boyfriends in my early teens, this kind of experience was somewhat warped.
It doesn't have to be complicated,
He said. It's been a while.
How long?
That jostled loose a laugh. Middle school? He didn't seem shocked or disappointed.
I've got a move or two I can teach you. Nothing complex.
I moistened my lips. Okay. He leaned toward me, but paused.
Close your eyes.
Why?
Close your eyes.
Heartbeat kicking, I lowered my lids. I felt his face nearing, and then the gentle touch on the center of my lips, and then the left and right sides. It felt good, stirred feelings. Tanner had been obsessed with me enjoying sex. Della had told me to show him affection, to kiss him like I meant it. She had told me to tell him that I loved him. And to my shame, I'd played the part of the whore so he would relax and trust me. One of my therapists pointed out that I wasn't a bad person because of it. I'd survived, and I needed to be proud of that. I leaned into Luke's next kiss, and when he raised a hand to my chin, I didn't flinch. His face hovered close to mine.
Not bad.
I was all stumbling adrenaline. Thank you. That was nice.
We can do it again sometime.
I could feel my brows furrowing, knowing what was supposed to come next.
Don't look so worried. We'll take this at your pace.
You'll become impatient with me.
Let me worry about that.
My therapist had also said to trust my instincts. If I felt fear, honor it. If I felt attraction, embrace it. He'd also said there would be transition people in my life. Men who showed me how to finish a date or gave me my first real kiss. Those interactions weren't meant to last, he'd said. More likely than not, that person would leave my life as quickly as they appeared. Okay. Chapter 24. Scarlet. Tuesday, July 16th, 2024. 12:30 p.m. I was finishing up the third color in my current piece. Blue, green, and now black. Not an ink black, but a brownish, darkish tint that reminded me of the color of aging blood. I'd traded texts with Luke, but no new date on the calendar. That suited me. I liked the time to process my reactions to him. As I wiped my hands, I walked to the window and tipped my face toward the sun. When I opened my eyes, I noticed someone sitting in the entryway of the apartment building across the street. Her eyes were closed, and she leaned against the wall, a curtain of red hair covering her face. She looked thin and strung out. Was that Tiffany? I stepped outside, locking the door behind me. I approached her slowly, knowing anyone coming off drugs could be easily startled. Tiffany? At first, she didn't move. Her body was still. But when she looked up at me, I recognized her very pale face. Tiffany. The woman's eyes blinked, and her stare was blank and lost before it slowly focused. Scarlet. I nodded and knelt in front of her. It's been a few weeks. Has it? That's right. You were at Jeremy's. What are you doing here? I came to see you. I smiled. Why? I wanted to warn you, she whispered. About what? I need to warn you about Tanner. Tanner. Hearing his name was jarring, and she knew that. He's dead, Tiffany. No, he's not. He's alive. He's been texting me. And he's back for you.
Her confusion was unnerving.
You're playing me, Tiffany. I'm not.
She stared directly into my eyes.
I swear.
The drugs could make someone believe anything.
What do you want? To warn you.
Tanner is dead, I whispered. She shook her head as tears welled in her gaze.
He's not.
I'd dreamed for years that Tanner's cold hands could reach out from the underworld and grab me. How many times had I woken up screaming and brushing away imaginary fingers?
Tiffany, what have you been taking? I don't know. I don't care. I need money. I need to get out of town.
I'm not giving you money. Let me help you. I moved closer and carefully laid my hand on her arm. She tensed. Let me help you stand.
I can stand by myself.
She tried to rise but lost her balance and tipped back. A second attempt brought her to her knees, and then she staggered to her feet. She leaned against the wall.
I need money.
Why didn't you text me back? I asked.
I lost track of time.
She didn't lose track of time when she wanted money from me. I'd stopped giving her cash. But maybe this was a new ploy to stoke fears and guilt. She must have sensed I'd never absolved myself of my sins against her. Tiffany stumbled. I took her elbow and steadied her. I owed her something, but what? I wasn't sure. She pulled free.
How do I know you're not trying to hurt me?
You don't? She blinked and rubbed her red nose with her fingers.
I shouldn't have come here.
Why did you? I'd spent the last decade wallowing in Tanner's wreckage. I'd climbed free of most of the debris, but Tiffany hadn't. I want to help you.
Why?
I owe you. She sniffed.
Then give me money.
I told you months ago, no more money. Tiffany scowled.
I'll buy food.
No, you won't. If you need a meal, knock on my door. I'll feed you.
I need cash, not a stupid sandwich.
I'm not giving you money.
Bitch.
I raised my hands in surrender. I'm not giving you money. Slowly, I turned and walked across the street. As I opened my front door, I half expected to see Tiffany following me. But when I looked back, I saw someone pause in front of Tiffany. The woman was nicely dressed, blonde hair, large sunglasses. She handed Tiffany money, which she quickly pocketed. Enough for her next hit. Damn. Gold bracelets winked from the woman's wrists as she started walking. Recognition flickered. Was she the woman from the gym? And the one who'd passed by the restaurant the other night? My latest Della doppelganger? I trotted across the street, dodging a delivery truck, and rounded the corner. The woman was pressing a car remote, and the lights of a dark sedan blinked. I hurried toward her. Excuse me, ma'am! I wanted her to pause, glance in my direction, and give me a good look at her face. The woman hesitated, her hand on the driver's side door. When she turned, she was smiling, but large, dark sunglasses shaded most of her face. Yes? I desperately searched her features for any signs of Della. The angle of the chin and the cheekbones were similar, but this woman was at least 30 pounds lighter than Della. The glasses and blonde hair made it difficult to superimpose the two faces. I'm Scarlett. I live around the corner in the warehouse. The woman smiled. I'm Margot. I just moved into the Belmont building. Across the street from me. The lights I'd seen on yesterday. Did you take the top unit? I did. Your apartment has a view of my place. I guess that makes us roommates, she said, grinning. We should get a drink sometime. Be nice to get to know my neighbors. That would be great. Margot handed me her phone. Text yourself from my number. Heart striking my breastbone, I typed. There you go. As I handed Margot's phone back to her, my phone pinged with a text. Now you have my number. Terrific. My brain continued to process details, but I couldn't assemble all the puzzle pieces into Della. That girl you gave money to. The homeless girl. She shows up when she's out of money and needs a hit. I give her food, but never money anymore. The woman stilled and grimaced. And I just gave her money. It's a natural reaction, but she's not going to use it well. She'll spend it on drugs. She shook her head. Clearly I'm tired. I should know better. It's an easy mistake to make. I'll remember. No more money for the redhead. Thanks. Let's grab a drink tonight. You can give me the rundown of the area. I hesitated, remembering most offerings of a drink or lunch never happened. Sure. Text me a place. About 7? Perfect. Nice to meet you, Scarlett. You too, Della. Her smile froze. My name is Margot. Sorry, that's right. You remind me of someone I knew once. Hopefully she was a fantastic person. My stomach tightened. She was. Is. Even white teeth flashed. See you soon, Scarlett. She vanished into the sedan, and I watched as she drove east. Margot. Not Della. Margot. Not Della. I hadn't screamed, reached for my phone and called 911. Sure, I'd called her Della, but on Scarlett's unbalanced scale, it registered low. I hurried toward the Belmont and pressed the intercom button. Yes? The static male voice sounded annoyed. It had to be Dave. I just met Margot, and I've already forgotten her last name. I can't give out resident information. Come on, Dave, it's Scarlett from across the street. You need to stop feeding Tiffany. She's ruining the look of the building. I know. I'm trying to help her out. Margot just gave her cash. I thought that was so sweet. I hoped my emphasis on sweet didn't sound too fake. You do-gooders are going to be the death of me. The groaning complaint had an endearing quality. He complained about Tiffany, but he'd never chased her off. Dave? What's Margot's last name? Larson. Margot Larson. She's in the unit that overlooks my place, right? Yeah. When did she move in? Signed the lease 2 days ago. She's got a move-in scheduled for next Friday. And for the record, she's a cop. A cop? That was very unexpected. A detective or investigator. Okay. Thanks. I walked back toward my place and punched the code into the lock. Inside, I secured the doors, and at the window stared up at the Belmont's top unit. Super weird that my latest Della double lived across the street and had a bird's-eye view into my place. She'd called us roommates, like Della and I had been in that basement. But Margot was a cop, which didn't jibe with any scenario I'd ever written for Della. Still, it felt a little like we were cellmates again.
Chapter 25. Dawson. Tuesday, July 16, 2024, 1:30 p.m. Dawson had identified the convenience store where the burner phone used to call in Sandra Taylor's body had been purchased. It was a small place, located in the east end of Norfolk, did a lot of neighborhood transactions, and the security cameras weren't working. The buyer had bought 5 phones on a busy Friday night. Whoever picked this place had made a smart move. Only one of the 5 phones had been activated. Dawson wondered when or if the other phones would be activated as he parked in front of Jeremy Dillon's house and paused to stare at the crumbling brick, tilting front porch and broken windows. Jeremy was Tiffany Patterson's drug dealer, and he had operated out of this house for almost a year. Jeremy kept a low profile but was known to the cops in the area. As the pattern went, there'd be a police raid, and Jeremy would make bail and set up shop somewhere else. The guy had 9 lives, surviving 5 or 6 stints in prison, drive-by shootings, and countless up-and-coming drug dealers who wanted to take over his business. This area had once been a decent working-class neighborhood, but the economy and rising crime had driven out those families. Areas like this reminded him how fast life could go sideways. A dark sedan pulled in behind his, and in the rearview mirror he watched Margot get out of her vehicle. Dark slacks and a sleeveless blouse skimmed her fit figure. Boots and a detective's badge clipped to her waistband finished the look. Dawson got out of his car, adjusted his sunglasses, and did his best to look at ease even as tension rippled through him. His right hand rested close to his weapon. "Have any trouble finding this place?" "No, I have a stunning sense of direction." "I don't doubt it." "Why are we here?" Margot asked. "The call that led you to take a sledgehammer to that wall came from here." "Interesting." "Jeremy Dillon isn't the public servant type, but he or someone familiar with this place made the call from this location." "Who do you know who hangs out here?" she asked. "Tiffany Patterson." "Ah, Tiffany. Linked to Tanner Reed, Scarlett Crosby, and, by a few degrees of separation, Sandra Taylor." As they approached the porch, he spotted a young man sitting on a rusted glider. He wore threadbare jeans, a white shirt that rode up on his big belly, and no shoes. His eyes were closed and his mouth agape. Dawson recognized him. Marco. He'd been in and out of the system since he was 14. Dawson had busted him a few times himself. He pressed his fingertips to the man's cool skin. A heart thumped faintly. "I hear someone calling for help," Margot said. "Me too. Even if he hadn't heard anything, no one could prove otherwise." Fingers tightening around the grip of his weapon, Dawson waited for Margot to position herself to the right of the door before he opened it. The inside was dimly lit, and the air was thick with smoke and the scent of unwashed bodies. There was an old stained cloth plaid couch in the center of the room and a couple of metal chairs. 3 people sat on the floor, all thin, heavily lidded eyes, bodies limp. When Dawson had first joined the force, he'd thought he could make a difference in so many lives, and he'd done some good, but he'd since learned there were too many lost souls. "Jeremy is always in the kitchen," he said. "It's his office." "Heart of the house, right?" Margot asked. Dawson crossed the thin green carpet and rounded a corner. Jeremy was sitting at the kitchen table with one of his lieutenants leaning against an avocado green stove. Jeremy, a large man with a thinning goatee, grinned when he saw Dawson and then Margot. "Been a while, Detective. Heard you had a rough time of it this winter. We all got shit, right?" He'd told Margot more about himself than he had most, but there were still plenty of secrets. Jeremy whistled. Some more than others. You still have the edge? I hear getting benched for a few months rattled you. You can press and find out, Dawson said. Jeremy smirked, shaking his head. Not today. Maybe some other time. There were no drugs on the table, but Jeremy always kept the space in front of him clean. The drugs were either in the refrigerator or the oven. Place the order, pay, and the goods materialized. What could I do for you, Detective? Jeremy asked. Remember Tiffany Patterson? Late 20s, bright red hair? I might. Why are you asking? I'm trying to find her. She might have information on a case I'm working. There was no code of conduct that dictated truth or full stories. What kind of case? Jeremy asked. She's an addict, Dawson said. The usual. When's the last time she was here? It's been a few weeks, I think. I don't keep up with my clients. When she was here, did she linger? Margot asked. Jeremy splayed his fingers to admire several gold rings. She knows some of the guys. She hangs around sometimes to chat folks up. She loves to talk. Does she have clients that come and go from here? Margot asked. I'm not her daddy. Can you give me names of her regulars? Dawson asked. She don't work for me. You know what happens in your house and block, Jeremy, Dawson said carefully. You always have. Was she acting differently? She's always strung tight, but yeah, she might have been more on edge lately. But I didn't mess at her business. As long as she has cash, I don't care. You sleep with her? Margot asked. Jeremy shifted his gaze to her, allowing it to slide over her body. I'll take that as a yes. Margot took a slight step forward. You a mind reader? Jeremy asked. I know body language well, she said easily. Yours is screaming that you slept with her, and you might know more about her than you're saying. He tugged at his pants and sat a little straighter. What if I did? It was consensual. I'm not saying it wasn't, she said. She's a pretty woman. Held it together considering. But if she were connected to a murder, that might implicate you as well. What's she saying about me? Jeremy demanded. Shrugging, Dawson let the lie roll off his tongue. She's made some suggestions that you have a temper. He laughed. Now that's a lie. I love everybody. Enemies are bad for business. Dawson opened his phone and found a picture of Sandra Taylor. You remember her? Jeremy sighed and looked at the picture. No. Dawson swiped to Scarlett Crosby's image. What about her? Jeremy yawned and then looked at the picture. Recognition flickered. Her I do know. Came looking for Tiffany a couple of weeks ago. Dawson flipped through his notes on the 911 call. July 2? That's exactly right, Jeremy said. That's a hell of a memory, Margot said. I can barely remember yesterday, let alone 2 weeks ago. I remember the date because it was my birthday. I'm about to blow out the candles when I hear two bitches going at it in the backyard. Nothing worse than hearing a chick fight. What were they fighting about? Dawson asked. Scarlett wanted Tiffany to leave. Tiffany refused. Started screaming that Scarlett wanted to kidnap her. She thought she was going to finish the job the basement guy started a long time ago. Tanner Reed? That him? Jeremy asked. That's right, Dawson said. Yeah, she thought basement guy had sent Scarlett to get her. Tanner Reed is dead. Tell that to Tiffany. When she's really messed up, she sees that fucker. Why's she so rattled? Margot asked. She was never kidnapped. She knew the guy before all the shit went down. Used to come in the diner and he liked to flirt with her. She said once or twice she thought he was hot and would have gone out with him if his girlfriend weren't hovering so close. Girlfriend. Dawson flipped pages. Lynn Yates. I don't know. Ask Tiffany. I will if I can find her, Dawson said. Jeremy reached in his pocket and pulled out a packet of cigarettes and lit up. Good luck getting a straight answer out of her.
If anyone else talks about Tiffany, you'll let me know, right? Dawson asked. Yeah, sure. I like to maintain a good relationship with the police. A rail-thin guy with shoulder-length hair came into the kitchen, and Dawson shifted to the right, his hand tightening on the grip of his weapon. Steps behind the man was a pale, red-headed woman. When she looked up, Dawson almost laughed. He'd take lucky over smart any day of the week. Tiffany Pattison. "Speak of the devil," Margot said. Tiffany tensed and stepped back. "Leave me alone." As she ran toward the front door, he dashed after her and grabbed her arm. "Hold up, Tiffany." She whirled around, her eyes wide. "Leave me alone." "I'm a cop." He tightened his fingers. She twisted her arm, trying to free herself from his grip. "You're hurting me." He relaxed his fingers, but didn't release her as he guided her outside to the front lawn. "Do you visit Jeremy a lot, Tiffany?" "No." Dawson cleared his throat. "I'll arrest you and pull your record. Save me the time and the paperwork." She scratched the side of her head. "I haven't been here for a while. I was settling a bill with Jeremy." Dawson shook his head. "I want to ask you a few questions about Scarlett Crosby." "Ask her," she said, nodding to Margot. "She met her today." Dawson looked at Margot, who showed no signs of stress. "That true?" "I did meet Scarlett. She lives across the street from my new apartment. She scolded me for giving Tiffany money, said she'd use it on drugs. Small world." "What was Tiffany doing at Scarlett's?" Dawson asked. "Trolling for dollars, I imagine," Margot said. Tiffany jerked. "Leave me alone!" Annoyance snapped through Dawson. "Answer a few questions and I will." Margot smiled. "We'll be gone in no time if you just cooperate." "Fine, what?" "What do you know about Sandra Taylor?" Dawson asked. Tiffany's eyes narrowed. "Who?" He deliberately softened his tone. "You went to high school with her. She was a year behind you. She also worked at Mike's." She shook her head. "High school was 1,000,000 years ago." He pulled up a picture of Sandra on his phone. "This is from the yearbook." Tiffany studied the picture. "Yeah, she wanted to be a cheerleader." "Doesn't say that in the yearbook." How many other dreams had Sandy had that died with her? "She told me that when we were in between shifts. She had big dreams or some shit like that, and I don't know what happened to her," Tiffany said. "Why do you care?" "I think she was Tanner Reed's first victim," Dawson said. "I think he killed her." Tiffany's face paled as she shook her head. "I don't know about that." "If you hung out with her during your breaks at Mike's, you must have liked her," Margot said. "That was a long time ago." "Did she think Tanner was cute?" Margot asked. "We all did." "Didn't he have a girlfriend?" Margot asked. "Yeah, sour-faced bitch." Tiffany's eyes blinked very slowly, and Dawson knew whatever she'd taken was kicking in. He reached for his cuffs. "What are you doing?" Tiffany asked. He clasped a cuff on one wrist. "You're intoxicated, and we are in public." He read her the Miranda rights. "I'm not high." "I disagree." "You're a cop, not a social worker." Tiffany tried to pull free. He held her arm, amazed that she had a strong pull. "In this moment, I feel more like a social worker. When you sober up, we'll talk again." "Is this a shakedown? What do I have to do to get out of this?" "Nothing." "You want to know more about Scarlett?" she challenged. "She's been my new best friend for the last couple of years." "How did something like that happen?" Margot asked. "She feels bad, and I let her. She used to give me money, now she just gives me food." He walked Tiffany toward his car and opened the back seat door. "You been playing her?" "Sure, we all need an angle." "When she showed up here 2 weeks ago, what'd she want?" "Got on my ass about getting high." "She make any calls?" Margot asked. "I don't know. Maybe." "What does maybe mean?" Dawson asked. "I don't know. She could have made a call. There was a lot going on."
calling from a location like this was smart. With no cameras, a good defense attorney could argue that any number of people could have placed the call. Okay. Tiffany leaned toward Dawson, bloodshot eyes wide with drugs and fear. Scarlett's got a portrait in her warehouse. It's weird. What's it a portrait of? Some girl? Bizarre. Dark curly hair, pale skin. Sounded like Scarlett's description of Della. Did Scarlett say who it was? No. Why were you at her place? Margot asked. I needed money. Thanks for that, by the way. He put his hand on Tiffany's head and guided her into the back seat. He'd be doing paperwork for an hour. We'll talk tomorrow. I'll wait until you sober up. When he tried to close the door, she balked. I don't want to be put in a box. You'll be in a holding cell. I don't want to be locked up. Dawson closed the door and looked at Margot. Sounds like you were busy today. I was measuring for curtains at my new place, Margot quipped, which happens to be right across from Scarlett Crosby. Didn't realize Scarlett Crosby lived in a no-go zone. She doesn't, but it's usually not that small of a world. I'm having drinks with her tonight, she said. Have any questions you want me to ask? Could any of Margot's conversations with Scarlett be used in court one day? A good lawyer would get them thrown out, citing entrapment. But he didn't care. He wanted answers. You move fast. A brow arched. You just noticed? Keep me posted on the conversation. Of course. Trust with a partner took time, and he and Margot didn't have much history. She'd slid into his personal life and his work world so easily, and if life had taught him anything, it was to be suspicious of easy.
Chapter 26. Scarlett. Tuesday, July 16th, 2024. 6:45 p.m. As I washed the murky black ink from my hands, a restless urge passed through my body. My thoughts kept returning to Margot. She'd texted me 2 hours ago. Drinks at my place tonight? Sure. A glance up toward her apartment told me the lights were on, and I saw Margot pass in front of the window. I showered and changed into clean jeans, a black graphic t-shirt, and sandals. I didn't have a bottle of wine or anything to bring, so I set out across the street, waved to the front desk attendant, and entered the building. Hey, I said. Me again. I'm meeting Margot Larson. 5th floor, apartment 512. Thanks. How's it going? Can't complain. You talked to that redhead? No. He grunted. When you do, tell her not to sit on my front doorstep. It's not a great look. I'll do my best. Tiffany flaked often, and it could be weeks before I saw her. Maybe I'd never see her again. I strode toward the elevator and stepped inside. As the doors closed, I drew in a breath, easing the tightness. Glancing up, I watched as the buttons ticked toward the 5th floor. I had no idea what I was going to say to Margot or why I was here. She was a cop, but she had Della's demeanor. The doors opened, and I walked down the hallway to 512. I knocked, took a step back, and slid a nervous hand into my jeans pocket. Booted heels echoed in what sounded like a hollow space. The door snapped open. Margot wore dark pants, a fitted top, and low-heeled boots. Her badge was hooked to her belt, and her hair was brushed back. Scarlett! Right on time. I looked into her eyes, and suddenly felt as if I was looking at Della. Hey, come in! I stepped past her.
The unit was stripped bare and was all hard angles, metal and glass. It bordered on cold, but the soft glow of the evening sun streaming through the windows warmed up all the darkened corners. "So this is my new home," Margot said. "What do you think?" I cleared my throat. "Nice. I'm lucky to have found it. I hear units in this area get snapped up quickly. Apparently the last tenant just took off without warning and broke her lease." "It happens." I crossed to the window and stared out over the warehouses across the street to the river beyond. People walked past my building, going about their lives, never really paying attention to their surroundings. From this vantage, I could see directly into my warehouse. If Margot wanted to watch me, she could do it easily from here. Good. Let her watch. "How did you find the place?" I asked. "Nothing like staying in a second-rate hotel to motivate a house search. Found it online. My timing was perfect. The unit had only been listed for an hour." I faced her, staring into her eyes. "You're a police officer?" "That's right." She walked toward a granite countertop to an open bottle of wine and 2 paper cups. "For 8 years now. I started in Northern Virginia, got a little tired of the traffic, and decided to move closer to the water." "You originally from the D.C. area?" "Newport News." The city was located across the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel on the mainland, and in light traffic took 20 minutes to reach. "So like coming home?" "If that's possible." She held up the wine. "Can I pour?" "That would be great." Margot grabbed the wine bottle and filled the 2 cups. Joining me at the window, she handed me one. "Cheers to me and my new home." "Welcome," I said. The wine was decent, if not a tad bitter. "What kind of police work did you do in Northern Virginia?" "Human trafficking." She sipped. "That must have been tough." "It was. But I'm very good with those cases. I have a knack. Nothing jazzes me more than really busting up a trafficker." "Arresting?" "Sure. They also end up incarcerated." Margot took a liberal sip. "I have a confession. I know your story." The comment was alive with too many unspoken meanings. "Do you?" "I'm working with Dawson on the Sandra Taylor case. He told me about you." I tried to picture her with Dawson and couldn't marry the two together. "Okay." "Tough break for you." A powerful understatement. "Nothing you haven't seen on the job?" "Still never easy." "No." "Your backstory with Tiffany Patterson makes your interest in her odd." "Why is that?" "Seems you two would keep your distance. You feel like you owe her, don't you?" "Why do you say that? I saved her." "But you weren't planning on it, were you? Something broke inside of you in the last moment?" The assessment hit too close to home. That about sums it up. "And now you're trying to balance the old wheel of karma, am I right?" Her curiosity was palpable, layered with agendas I couldn't define. "Just trying to do the right thing." The words traveled on a breathy whisper. "Did you know Sandra Taylor?" I marshaled a fake smile. "Is this a meet and greet or an interrogation?"
Margot grinned like Della. It was the way the left side of her mouth lifted in a half-sheepish and half-humorous way. Both, I suppose. I set my cup on the counter. I came to meet my neighbor, not to be interrogated. Margot was nonplussed. We're drinking wine, we're getting to know each other, and you're right. I focus on work too much. Hidden agendas bounced between us. Tell me about yourself. Nothing extraordinary. Divorced. I live to work. She sipped her wine. Why do you do it? I asked. The police work, I mean. Margot shrugged. That karmic wheel? Like you, I keep it tilted toward the positive. You get what you want? Always. Her unswerving gaze propelled tension through me. And what do you want now? To solve this case. She raised her glass. To get a big promotion. Rule the world, basically. Keeping it simple. She laughed. Exactly. I sensed I was a small, expendable obstacle on Della's and Margot's paths. I set my cup down. Thanks for the wine, Margot. I better get going. That smile faded. No need to rush off. This is just a friendly chat, Scarlett. No such thing with a cop during an investigation. That might be true. But I'd like to have your help. I'd really like to know what happened to Sandra Taylor. So would I. I hope you find her killer. I started toward the door. Do you think Tanner killed her? I stopped. I don't know. Seems possible. You never saw her when you were in his house. The air grew thick, dense, and I could almost imagine the drip-drip of the pipes in Tanner's basement. No. Why did you call in the location of the body to the cops? Margot asked. The comment rattled warnings. I faced her immediately. I didn't. You were at Jeremy's on July 2nd, right? I was looking for Tiffany in early July. I don't remember the exact date. The call came into dispatch July 2nd, and Jeremy remembers you that night because it was his birthday. And you were fighting with Tiffany. There were a lot of people there that night. She sipped, and then set her cup down beside mine. You and Sandra went to the same high school, at the same time. If you check my school records, you'll realize I wasn't the best student. I missed a lot and didn't mix much with the other kids. You had to know Sandra. How many kids do you remember from high school? Again, the lopsided grin. Point taken. I can't help you. See it from my perspective. Sandra was seen with Tanner. She vanishes. Tanner took you for 88 days. Someone on July 2nd called in the tip from a location where witnesses can place you. I found Sandra's body. See how you and Sandra keep showing up in this story? I didn't place that call. I never met Sandra in high school or in Tanner's house. Della had told me about the other girl, but no one thinks Della is real. You believe she's real, and that's all that matters. I'm not delusional. No one is saying you are. Time compressed, superimposing Della over Margot.
I have a piece of art that I think you might like. It would look great on the south wall. I couldn't. Curious amusement sparked. Of course you can. Consider it a housewarming gift. And when you've found Sandra's killer, reach out to me. We'll do this again. I opened the door, and she followed me into the hallway. Thanks for the wine. Will we find your DNA on Sandra's body? Margot asked. If Sandra was the other girl, we'd never spoken or touched, so it didn't make sense that my DNA would be on her body. However, the tone rumbling under her words triggered an alarm bell. Have a good evening, Margot. Were you wearing any jewelry when Tanner took you? Why ask now about my bracelet and necklace? I'm sure if I was, it's in my police file. Margot left her front door gaping as she followed me toward the elevator. Lynn Yates. When's the last time you saw her? Lynn Yates. Tanner's girlfriend. You're full of questions. I've only just begun. As I punched the elevator button, I felt her gaze on me. When the doors opened, I stepped in and faced her. She smiled and waved. Dawson might be the louder of the two, but she was the more dangerous. Lynn Yates. She was my closest living link to Tanner. According to Della, she'd been in his house many times, and if anyone might have known about the girls in the basement, it would be her. Back in my warehouse, I glanced up toward Margot's unit, still lit up. There was no sign of her when I reached for my phone and opened social media. I kept an account for my business and used it to post pictures of my art and interface with clients. However, I never posted anything personal about myself. On my page, I noticed a couple of direct messages and responded to potential client queries. I searched Lynn Yates. There were a half dozen of them, but only one in this area. Oddly, her page wasn't private, because maybe she no longer worried about anyone associating her with Tanner. And why would she? It had been a decade, and life had moved on for everyone but me. The world didn't really remember Tanner, Sandra, Della, Tiffany, or me. I could almost imagine people when one of our names came up. Oh yeah, I remember that case. The girl survived, but she must be messed up. How could she not be? Lynn Yates, according to her page, liked wine tastings in New Kent County, lingering on the narrow beach rimming the Chesapeake Bay, and riding bikes along the Capitol Trail. She worked at the local hospital as an oncology nurse. I guessed she'd always been a nurse, but that factoid had never reached me. Mrs. Rose had said Lynn brought lunches to Tanner at the renovation job site where Sandra's body had been found. Della said she'd met Lynn once when Tanner had introduced her as his cousin. Maybe Lynn had finally decided that she no longer had to keep Tanner's secrets. The sun dipped closer to the horizon as I drove to the hospital located 15 minutes away. I didn't know Lynn's work schedule, but I was curious about her. I wanted to know what she knew about Della. As I parked in the lot, I stared at the gray building, remembering this was where the rescue squad had taken me. I recalled the rumble of the gurney wheels, the quick conversations of the paramedic who gave the attending doctor my stats, and the curious stares of the nurses. Officer Rogers, a 6'6" man with graying short hair, had escorted me to an examination room. He'd said nothing to me, jogging alongside the gurney as if he were a football defensive end, ready to block trouble. Officer Rogers was the kind of guy who kicked down doors, not a caretaker of a sketchy, broken girl suffering with injuries from a car accident.
and months of sexual assault. I didn't look fixable, and that had made him feel helpless. When he looked down at me, I saw pain etched in his hard features. I suspected he had a daughter or a sister, and saw his worst nightmare in me. His voice had been gruff, as if annoyance trumped tears.
Hang tough.
Oddly, I'd appreciated his words. I finished my coffee. Cool air gusted from vents, and soon my skin chilled and goose flesh puckered the surface. Out of the truck, I moved with a steady pace to the main entrance. I walked up to the front desk to an older woman sporting a gray bun and a blue hospital volunteer jacket. I remember someone just like her coming in my room when I'd been here and offering me a copy of 17 magazine. "Hey, I'm looking for my next-door neighbor," I said, smiling. "I don't have her phone number or a key to her house, but I'm hoping you can get a message to her." "I can't give out the names of hospital personnel." "I know, I get that. But can you tell Lynn Yates that I think a pipe burst in her place? I could hear water gushing. I don't know how to reach her. We've chatted a few times, and I know she works here. Maybe you can let her know?" The older woman frowned. "Has anyone else tried to shut the water off? Most homes have a shut-off at the street." "A few guys were trying to figure that out. I think the meter at the street is fused or something. My job was to tell Lynn."
"I'll get word to her."
"Thank you." I returned to my truck, turned on the engine, and sipped the cold dregs of my coffee. I figured I had a 25 to 40% chance Lynn would come running out of this door or one of the ones to the right or left. If this didn't work, I'd find her some other way. I needed to discover what she knew. How could she not have known Della and I were in the basement? 5 minutes later, a tall brunette wearing scrubs came running out the exit on the right. I watched as she hoisted her backpack on her shoulder under the parking lot's rising lights and pressed a remote. The lights of a Jeep blinked. The Jeep barreled out of the lot, pausing only briefly at a stop sign before heading east. I followed, keeping a reasonable distance. She didn't appear to be worried about speed limits. No doubt the woman was imagining soggy rugs, ruined wallboard, and soaked wood floors. I shouldn't have been enjoying her distress, but I was. A bit of payback for living her clueless life while metal rubbed my skin raw. She took several rights and lefts, and we wound away from concrete toward tree-lined streets. Her brakes came to a screeching halt in front of a townhouse. The house wasn't particularly interesting or memorable. The brick was new, the shutters green, and the wrought iron rails thin. The number 6240 was painted on the front door. Scrambling with her keys, she shoved one in the lock, turned the handle, and vanished inside. The keys dangled in the lock. I parked across the street, shut off the engine, and lowered in my seat. I pictured her running from room to room, searching for water, wetness, or damage. She'd find none. And soon relief would give way to anger and frustration. It's a hell of a joke to play on a person. How could someone be so cruel? If she thought that was unkind or unfair, she didn't understand the true meaning of either. When Lynn came outside, she was scowling and muttering to herself. She went to her neighbor's door, banged on it, and waited until a young man appeared. Her animated hands pointing to her place said more than her words could. The guy shook his head, looking confused. When she finally got back in her Jeep and drove toward the hospital, I sat in the silence, staring at the house. I knew where Lynn Yates worked. I knew where she lived.
Chapter 27. Dawson. Tuesday, July 16, 2024, 9:45 p.m. As Dawson lay beside Margot, he savored the warmth of her body and smell of her perfume. "Tell me what's bothering you," she said. "And don't tell me you're worried about HR. You couldn't give a shit. What's on your mind?" She held up her wrist, ringed with the red marks of his cuffs. "I know when something is bothering a man." He traced the red circling her wrist. Instead of smoothing his fingers over it, his hold tightened around the bone. "How did your visit with Scarlett go?" "She's very closed. She doesn't remember Sandra, and she helps Tiffany because she says she owes her. She's had no contact with Lynn Yates." He relaxed his hold. "Do you believe her?" "I don't know. Survivors of captivity are very good at hiding their true selves. I've seen it dozens of times before. It's a survival mechanism."
"She's completely closed off to me, but I have that effect."
"She stares at me as if she's searching for something. The first time we met, she called me Della."
"Della? Really?"
"I've read enough of the files to know Della isn't real, but it's odd she'd confuse her with me."
"You're not the first. She's called in reports on 3 different women over the years."
"Interesting."
"What does that mean?"
"If I could play into her fantasy, she might be more open to talking." Dawson had no doubt that Margot could handle herself. Still, he couldn't resist the warning. Tana might have turned her into a monster. Frown lines etched deep in her forehead. "How's she a monster?"
What if she knew Sandra? What if she killed her or helped Tana hide the body? The timelines work. There's the SC bracelet found on Sandra's body. Sandra vanished 9.5 weeks before Scarlett, but the medical examiner can't lock down a time of death. Maybe she struck Sandra in the head, or saw Tana do it. Maybe she helped him wrap the body.
Would you hold her responsible for the things Tanner forced her to do?
That's for the jury, judge, and lawyers to sort. My job is to find out who killed Sandra.
She was a kid. You already believe it was Tanner. Why go after Scarlett?
He shoved out a breath. She was willing to help Tana kidnap Tiffany, and we can place her at the side of the call to dispatch July 2.
She was silent for a moment. Maybe she slipped the bracelet in Sandra's purse as a call for help.
You believe that?
How else was she supposed to let the world know she was alive?
If the bracelet is hers.
Ask her, Margot said. You interviewed Tanner a decade ago, correct?
Yes.
And you dropped the ball. Her bluntness cracked across his skin like a whip. Yes. Scarlett wasn't the first kid to make an impossible choice. And you're not the first cop who didn't see the entire picture immediately. It's called being human. Her hand slid down his leg.
Do you believe in coincidence? He asked.
No. Why do you ask?
What are the chances that the past and present collide right now? She rolled on her side and climbed on top of him.
Someone called in the location of Sandra's body for a reason.
From a burner near Jeremy's drug house where Scarlett happened to be. Scarlett knows more than she's saying.
Maybe. But I'd wait for the medical examiner's final report. There will be more details there. Dawson stared into her eyes, trying to see what Scarlett saw.
Why did she call you Dilla?
She shook her head. You said yourself she's called in reports before. I bet there are dozens of others you don't know about.
You a psychologist or something?
Teardrop earrings swayed as she shook her head. Or something.
Maybe you should push her. She might say or do something that'll break this case.
I can do that. Her hand slid to his groin, and she angled his growing erection toward her entrance. His hands gripped her hips as he savored her warmth. The case clung to him, even as her body pulled him away.
Chapter 28. Scarlett.
Wednesday, July 17th, 2024, 5:45 a.m. I'd barely slept last night, and after staring at the ceiling for a few hours, I rose and turned on the lights and moved into my studio. I glanced up toward Margot's apartment. No lights on. No sign of movement. I crossed to the Della painting and uncovered it. Rubbing sleep from my eyes, I reached for the tubes of paint. I gripped the stylus and mixed the blues with hints of white. The color I mixed was not from an old, rusted memory, but from the vivid blue of Margot's eyes. I dabbed a clean, fine-tipped sable brush into the paint and regarded the canvas. I carefully began to reshape the eyes and shift the color. Slowly, Della's eyes faded, and Margot's took their place. Margot had said she was from Newport News. She'd been a cop for 8 years in Northern Virginia, and now she was back. Not to Newport News, but to Norfolk, right across the street from me. Was it an accident that she'd been the cop who'd found Sandra's body? Randomness was a big part of the universe, but I'd grown suspicious of it since Tanner. Was it a twist of fate that put him in the house across the street from my mother's house? Or had he chosen it because he'd already selected me? He was familiar with the neighborhood and my school. I wiped my hands, shifted focus to my laptop, and searched Margot Larson. She was listed as a new hire with the Norfolk Police Department, and according to her bio, was highly decorated. She would be working violent crime and homicides in her new position. She had a 2-year degree from community college and her BS from Virginia Commonwealth University, both in the Richmond, Virginia area. Her degree was in criminology. No record of her high school. She had no social media presence. One article I found said she was a wrecking ball in human trafficking. I sat back and regarded the painting, reconnecting with an awareness that had slowly waned over the last decade. When my phone rang, I didn't recognize the number, but for the first time in a long time, I answered it. Yes? Scarlett. The woman's scratchy voice was barely recognizable. Tiffany? Yeah. Can you come get me? I hesitated, wondering why the shift in attitude. Where are you? Jail. I was arrested for being intoxicated in public. I rose. I'm surprised you called me. I don't have anyone else. My roommate isn't answering. Can you bail me out? I can pay you back. She couldn't, but that didn't matter. I can be there in a half hour. Thanks. Sure. The drive across town to the regional jail took a half hour, and then it was a series of administrative procedures. I showed my driver's license and was directed to the magistrate, who then put me in touch with a bail bondsman. 2 hours passed from the moment Tiffany called to the instant I saw her move through the double doors, hugging a plastic bag stuffed with her belongings. When she saw me, she nodded, but didn't smile or look grateful. Maybe she saw this as one more stone in the rebalancing of my debt to her. Maybe she was so tired and hungover she couldn't summon any emotion. She followed me out the front door into my truck. Where do you want to go? You can crash at my place if you need to get it together. I have an apartment. I can take you there. I guess. Why don't I buy you a meal first? You've got to be hungry. Sure. Okay. Inside my truck, the sense of jail and the streets hung heavily in the air.
Why did you do it? The simple question came too loaded for me to respond. Do what? Bail me out. I said, relaxing. Because I meant it when I said I wanted to help you. She scratched her pale, freckled arms. That asshole Dawson arrested me. Dawson? He got around? What did he want? To know more about you. But I was high. She shook her head. I don't remember what he said. Where did he arrest you? At Jeremy's house. You just happened on him? Nervous laughter bubbled, but it held no joy. I'm there a lot. Do you remember the night I saw you there? It was early July. Kind of. It was really crowded. Whoever called the cops that night and reported the location of Sandra's body did it from Jeremy's block. It wasn't me. You sure? Yes. How would I know something like that? Okay. I drew in a breath. I didn't know what to believe now. You believe me, right? Sure. I drove back toward my place and parked behind the warehouse. Out of the truck, I started walking, and she followed. I could feel the tension radiating from her body. Down the block from my place was a Chinese restaurant. Anything you want? Whatever is fine. She leaned against the brick wall, tipping her face. 10 minutes later, I came out with a bag filled with 3 different entrees. Come on. Again, Tiffany followed me to my warehouse, and after punching in the security lock code, we were inside. She sat on a bar stool at the small kitchen counter while I unloaded the food. I set out plates, opened the container, and handed her a fork and a cold soda from the refrigerator. We both ate in silence for 10 or 15 minutes, and when she finished off her soda, I grabbed her a fresh one. Your coloring is better, I said. My head is pounding, but not as bad as before. Good. But it wouldn't be long before fresh cravings started. I need to get to my car. Where is it? Parked at my place. I caught a ride to Jeremy's. I can drive you. Thanks. Can I ask you a question? I don't like bringing it up, but I need to ask. Sure. Why not? We've never talked about Tanner, I said. I try to forget him, she said. He came into Mike's diner a lot, right? A few times a week. Sometimes he lingered. Did he talk to you? I asked. Mostly to Mike. But I could see him eyeing me when he didn't think I was looking. They liked to shoot the shit. Did Mike tell that to the cops? I asked. I guess. Was Mike surprised when the truth came out about Tanner? She pushed back a thick shock of red hair. We were all shaken. Any idea what Mike and Tanner talked about? Sports, construction, women. Did you hear any names? Tiffany shook her head. I make a point not to get into anyone else's business. I don't know any more than I told you. I wasn't sure I believed that. I fished an egg roll out of a wax paper envelope and took a bite. You like Mike? He's cool. Cut me a lot of slack after what happened. I was late a lot after that. Tanya wasn't crazy about me visiting the diner a few days ago. Tiffany shook her head. Tanya's a mama bear. She took care of us all, including Mike. That might explain why she was so tense and why she identified me so quickly. Want a shower? Do I need one? You do. Tiffany shrugged. Do you have anything to drink here? Beyond soda and water? No. She frowned. I'm going to need something soon. I really can't stay. You can leave any time. Or you can shower and get some sleep. Can you just take me to my car? What are you going to do? A small shrug lifted her shoulders. Get my act together and get back to work. If I'm not fired already. I know a shelter where you can stay if you want to get your feet under you. It's more support than being alone in an apartment. Shelters have rules. And assholes. Everything in life has rules. And there are always assholes, I said. I don't like being locked in at night at the shelters. At least take a shower here. Get a little sleep. Opening my home to her would create levels of complications I wasn't sure I could handle. I have fresh clothes you can wear. I like my clothes. I'll wash them and give them back, but that takes at least an hour. Okay. I'll put my clothes outside the bathroom door. I walked her to the small bathroom, handed her a towel, and let her close and lock the door. The water started running almost immediately, and I imagined her looking around the space for any kind of pill. I'd been on antidepressants for a while, but they'd made me feel foggy, and I'd lost interest in my art, so I'd tossed those years ago. I didn't even keep aspirin here now. I laid a pair of jeans, a long-sleeve shirt, and underwear by the door. When she emerged 10 minutes later, the coloring in her skin was better, and her damp hair looked a shade lighter. She looked so young. How old are you? 28. Why? Just curious. Only a few years older than me. The washing machine and the dryer are small and old, so it'll take at least another hour. You can crash on the couch in the meantime. She looked around the space, her gaze drawn to the tall windows and the afternoon sun casting a glow on the drying prints. Why are you in such a big place? I like the space and the light. I also make prints. She walked up to a nearly finished image. It looks weird. It's not finished. I can only screen print one color at a time. 2 colors to go. People buy this? They do. She turned toward the easel where the Della picture lurked under the canvas. Is that the painting of that girl? Yes. Why is it covered? I don't like looking at it. Why? No one had ever asked me about these paintings. It drives me nuts because I can't finish it. Her brow nodded. What's wrong with it? I'm not sure. How could you not know? I just don't. When it's right, I'll know. Can I see it? She asked. A knot coiled in my gut. Sure. I drew back the cloth, careful not to disturb the newly retouched eyes. With Tiffany standing beside me, Della's image didn't seem to hold as much sway over me. She stared at the painting for a long moment. Do you recognize her? I asked. Kind of. Maybe. I swallowed, refusing to be excited. Did she come into the diner? Yeah, maybe. Once, with Tanner. My heart pounded. You're sure? I'm not sure about anything, but I feel like I know her, Tiffany said. Her name was Della. She's the one that lured me into Tanner's van. Tiffany leaned in until she and Della were inches apart. She was never found. I folded my arms over my chest, refusing to allow Tiffany's half-hearted sighting of Della to matter. No. Everyone tells me she's not real. I think she was, Tiffany said. My fingers curled into loose fists. Do you remember the last time you saw Della? Tiffany shook her head. A few months before you came into the diner. Spring, but I'm not exactly sure. How could you remember her? It's such a busy place. I don't know. But you always noticed Tanner and who he was with. That's probably why I kind of remember her. Here I was holding on to the maybes of a woman coming off a drug high. Did the cops ask you about Della? I think so. I don't remember. 10 years ago, the cops' #1 suspect was dead, his house destroyed, taking with it all the forensic evidence. And I'd been rescued. Case closed. Time to move on. Okay. Maybe you should ask his old girlfriend. She might have seen her. Lynn? Yeah. Tanner and Lynn came in the diner a lot. She seemed tight with Tanner. Why do you remember Lynn? I was jealous of her. I kept wondering how a guy like him wanted to be with a plain woman like her. Swallowing anticipation, I asked. You said they were tight. How so? She was really into him. They were always talking. I caught her staring at me once or twice. Why? I have no idea. How did Tanner treat Lynn? He was Tanner. Smiles. Eyes always roaming when he didn't think anyone was watching. Tiffany pressed her finger to the edge of Della's jawline and carefully traced. They were fighting a lot that summer. About what? She was tired of doing shit for him. She ever say what the shit was? No. Her gaze settled on the portrait. What are you going to do with the picture? Normally I'd burn it, but I might give this one to a friend. Burn? That's very weird. It is. I covered the painting with the drop cloth. Not having Della's eyes on me was always a relief. Do you want to stay or leave? When my clothes are done, you'll take me to my car? I will. She looked toward the door and the locks. And I can leave at any time. Yes. Why all the locks? My oddest habits were so ingrained, they'd slipped into the background. Tiffany's assessment reminded me I was far from normal. Better safe than sorry, right? I guess. I'll get you a pillow and blanket. Okay. The drugs draining from her system, food in her belly, and locked doors surrounding her. She yawned. Exhaustion would take her now, but I wondered how long it would be before she couldn't resist the lure of another hit. When I came back, she was sitting on the couch. Her head was tipped back, and her eyes closed. Tiffany? The woman didn't move, and from here it was hard to tell whether she was breathing. I leaned in, saw the subtle rise and fall of her chest, and set the pillow at the end of the couch. I lowered her toward it, lifted her feet, and covered her with a blanket. Moving to the front, I stared at the building across the street. A light flickered on in Margot's unit. My breath caught in my throat as I waited for her to appear. When Margot passed in front of the window, she paused, as if she felt my gaze. She looked toward my building, but I couldn't tell whether she saw me or not. She waved, then turned and left. Who the hell are you?
Chapter 29. Dawson. Wednesday, July 17, 2024, 11:45 a.m. Dawson parked in front of the hospital and walked toward the main entrance doors. Inside, he found the receptionist's desk, showed his badge, and located Ms. Yates's floor. "Can you ask her to come to the lobby?" he said to the receptionist. "Sure." She lifted the phone and quickly relayed his message. A tall woman with mousy brown hair, pulled into a ponytail, pushed through the swinging doors. She was wearing scrubs, white sneakers, and a name badge that read, Lynn Yates. It struck him that she wasn't what he'd considered Tanner's type. Sandra and Scarlett had blonde hair. Tiffany was a redhead, but young, long, lean, and attractive. Maybe Lynn was the kind of woman Tanner thought he needed to cover for his secret life. Lynn's gaze was cautious as she looked at Dawson. When he raised his badge and introduced himself, her flat lips deepened into a frown. "Are you here about that woman?" Dawson asked. "What woman is that?" "I don't know, and no one got her name. She came by the hospital and said my house flooded. I left a patient and raced home. There was nothing wrong with my house. It was all bull." "Not cool," Dawson said. "Why would someone do that?" If he were Scarlett, he'd pull a similar stunt to find out where Lynn lived. "I've no idea why people do what they do." "Having trouble with anyone? Boyfriend? Neighbor?" "No, at least not that I'm aware." Dawson shook his head. "Well, I'm not here about that. I came to ask you if you remember a Tiffany Patterson or a Sandra Taylor." Lynn groaned, shaking her head. "This is about Tanner, isn't it?" "Yes." "I've had nothing to do with anyone associated with him for a decade. I've worked hard so people forget I was the girlfriend and alleged accomplice who helped him brutalize those women. I had no idea what he was doing." "You've not spoken to Tiffany at all?" Dawson asked. "The cops asked me about Scarlett, Della, Tiffany, and this Sandra chick, but like I told them years ago, I never met any of them except for Tiffany briefly." "Did the officer show you any pictures of these women? Did he say anything about them?" "He showed me pictures, but I didn't know any of them." She shoved her hands in the pockets of her pale blue smock. "The media linked me to Tanner, and that story rolled around the internet for years. Tanner did a fantastic job of screwing up my life. You know how many men want a woman who dated a guy like that?" "I don't know," Dawson said. "A lot, and they're all weird as hell. One boyfriend wanted to simulate strangulation with me. Another asked if I liked being tied up."
He shifted. "Must have been rough."
"You've no idea. What kind of guy likes tying up a woman?"
He stilled. "Did you ever meet Scarlett Crosby?"
"No."
"You sure?"
"Why would she and I meet?"
"I looked over your old interviews. Did Tanner call you Scarlett once?" Her face reddened.
"Once. He realized what he'd done immediately and apologized. Said it was a volatile ex. Said what he loved about me was that I was so normal. I was mad, but I never could stay angry at him long. The bastard was charming."
"Scarlett Crosby never reached out to you?" Her brows furrowed.
"Why would she?"
"Might help her make sense of what happened to her." Lynn shook her head.
"I don't know anything about her. I had no idea she was in the basement."
She shifted her stance. "Nothing ever hit your radar about Tanner?" Dawson asked. "Nothing?"
"No, he was normal with me."
Many men like Tanner could cleave their dark and light worlds in two. Some could live a double life for years, and no one noticed enough inconsistencies to sound an alarm bell. But in most cases, Dawson found if he pressed, family members or loved ones could look back and identify warning signs. "Never heard muffles, odd sounds, or even banging on the pipes?" he asked. Lynn slowly shook her head, but stopped.
"The pipes," she said more to herself. "The pipes clanged from time to time. Tanner told me he had bad pipes, but after I mentioned it, I never heard the sound again."
"What did you hear exactly?" Dawson asked.
"Random clanging. It only happened a few times."
"You were at the house often?"
"A couple of times a week in the spring of 2014. We usually made dinner and watched television. Tanner wasn't always the most amorous guy, if you know what I mean."
"He didn't want to have sex with you?" Dawson asked.
"Sometimes he did, but it was never really super sexy."
Lynn glanced toward Dawson.
"I offered to spice it up many times."
"How, if you don't mind me asking?" Her gaze flickered down.
"I don't know. The usual ways."
"What are the usual ways?"
"Role play, costumes, devices."
But that was tame for him, wouldn't it? He had girls locked in the basement to satisfy his spicier needs, Dawson said. Her fingers curled into fists.
"I thought he had a problem with me or was a prude."
"When exactly did you hear the pipes?"
"April or May. I don't remember the actual day."
Sandra was last seen April 1, 2014, so if Tanner had her, that fit into the time frame. How did he seem after you heard the pipes?
"Annoyed. Said he'd have to fix them."
The fatal blow to Sandra's head could have been unintentional. She'd tried to alert Lynn for help and he'd lashed out and killed her in the process. "You're sure it was April or May?"
"I remember it was spring. Still chilly outside."
June 2014 had seen record-high temperatures, so chances were if someone had reached out for help, it wasn't Scarlett. "What can you tell me about Tanner?" She threaded trembling fingers together.
"I told all this to the cops 10 years ago. Can't you read the files?"
"Humor me," Dawson said. "Sometimes the passing of time jostles memories. Whatever might have stressed you out then might have faded. It's understandable you'd have been under a great deal of pressure after Tanner's death." Frustration tightened her face before it melted into resignation.
"That was the worst time of my life. I could barely think."
"It had to have been horrible." The comment was rote, but he managed to make it sound sincere. "And I appreciate your help. This can't be easy." She flexed her fingers.
"What do you want to know?"
"How did you meet?"
"We met at Mike's diner. I ate there every morning before my shift at the hospital. We were always the first two in the diner most mornings, and it got to be a regular thing. Then one day he invited me to join him. I was charmed."
That's the same diner where Sandra Taylor and Tiffany Patterson worked.
I don't remember Sandra at all, but I remember the waitress with red hair.
Tiffany Patterson?
Yes, she was my waitress. She served me and went about her job. We didn't chat beyond, "Is there anything else I can get you?" to "No thank you." I do remember Tanner joked with her. She smiled at him like so many women did.
What did he talk to her about?
The regular flirty guy stuff, said he appreciated her, asked her what she would order even though he always ordered the eggs over easy, asked if all redheads had a temper. He left her a good tip. When I asked why he was flirty with her, he told me once she reminded him of his sister.
Tanner had distant cousins, but no siblings.
I didn't know that at the time.
Did he talk about his past?
Beyond the ex, not much. Said his parents were dead. I never pushed.
You ever go into the basement? Dawson asked.
I never, ever went to the basement,
Lynn insisted. You weren't curious about the basement?
Maybe a little. But the door to it was locked. He said the stairway was steep and he was afraid someone would open the door, not realize the steps were there, and fall.
Sounds reasonable, Dawson said.
That's what I thought,
Lynn said. Mind if I double back for a second?
When a witness relaxed a fraction, he often returned to touchier topics. Sure.
I apologize, but I must be direct again, Dawson said. Lynn stiffened.
Okay, sure.
You said you tried to spice things up. Was there any kind of aggressive play when you two were romantic? Lynn shook her head.
Nothing weird happened. He wasn't interested in that kind of thing. I kind of wanted him to be more aggressive.
It's been 10 years, Dawson coaxed. Tanner's dead, and honestly, the Sandra Taylor homicide isn't high profile. I got a day or two more to work it, and then I'm going to have to move on to a new case. My point is, you're not getting dragged into anything. Lynn drew in a breath.
Why does our sex life matter?
Because guys like Tanner do their best to keep their worlds separate, but the darkness often leaks into the light. She shook her head.
I just made suggestions I'd read about in novels. Nothing super violent.
Everyone wanted to believe they were in the normal range, including himself. But normal was relative, until it wasn't. But a little violent.
He put his hands on my neck. His hold was loose at first, then his fingers tightened. It was scary. I kind of panicked. He squeezed until I couldn't breathe, and I was forced to relax. My acceptance seemed to turn him on.
He liked to be in charge, Dawson said.
I guess so.
That was the only time?
Yeah. He said later he didn't know what had gotten into him. He apologized.
Dawson cleared his throat. When was this?
August 29? A dating milestone, 5 months.
Her fingers absently rose to her collar as if covering red marks that no longer existed. Scarlett had been in the basement August 29, 2014, and Tanner's attempt to snatch Tiffany would happen days later. Is that the day he called you Scarlett? Her breath was ragged.
How did you know that?
Just a guess.
Yes, but he brought me flowers after. She spoke quickly, as if she needed to defend him and even herself. I forgave him. I loved him. He died days later.
Have you ever been back to the diner? Dawson asked.
No, Lynn said. I don't go to that part of town at all. I would have moved away, but my mother is still in Norfolk and she's getting old.
Okay, Ms. Yates. Thank you for your time.
Are you going to investigate my false alarm?
I'll ask around, he lied with a smile. As Dawson left, his smile faded into a deep frown. He knew enough about people to know that Lynn Yates was lying, or at least holding back. He wasn't sure whether the information was small or large, but she was hiding something. In his car, he started the engine.
Rattling pipes, aggressive sex play, heightened interest after she submitted. Calling her Scarlet, a locked basement. People saw what they wanted to see. Confirmation bias. She wanted a steady guy who made a decent income, so she ignored all the signs that he might have other issues. He called Margot. First ring, second, third. Was she blowing him off? She answered on the fourth ring. "Detective." "What are you doing?" He pictured her in her hotel room wearing black silk. "Talking to movers? Logistics irritate me. What about you?" "Thinking about you." Gravel in his throat roughened his voice. "Are you?" She sounded disinterested. She was making him work for it. "You free?" "You can come to my hotel room in an hour," she said. "I thought you moved." "Working on it." He checked his watch. He'd have to leave now and hope there wasn't much traffic. "I'm on the way." "Don't be late." Tension coiled in his gut as he drove across town to her hotel room. When he arrived, he took a second to tuck in his shirt and smooth his fingers over his short hair. Not wanting to appear so stiff, he shrugged off his jacket, removed his tie, and rolled up his sleeves. He knocked. When she snapped open the door, she was standing on the threshold wearing a raincoat and heels. "You're late." He wasn't. "Sorry." She nodded for him to enter her room. When she closed the door, anticipation buzzed in his body. Why the nooner? Tension was building inside him. Separating the light from the dark was getting trickier. "Take off the coat." She moved toward the bed, carefully unknotting the cloth belt. "No sweet words or a warm-up?" "Want me to braid your hair?" She chuckled as she shrugged off the coat, letting it drop and pool around her black high heels. She wasn't wearing anything underneath. For all the power she gave him, he'd never felt more out of control. The more she gave, the more he wanted. In this moment, he understood Tanner, and that scared the shit out of him. "Get on the bed."
Chapter 30. Scarlet. Wednesday, July 17th, 2024. 3:30 p.m. I drove Tiffany to her car, a small red Honda parked on a side street. Her clothes were clean, and her skin a healthier pink. I feared, however, whatever good path I'd just put her on wouldn't last. "Thank you," she said. "Sure. I'm going to make it to court. I'm going to do good." I hugged her. "I'm glad." I watched her slide behind the wheel and fire up the engine. I didn't move as I watched her drive off and her little red car vanish behind a corner. All this damage went back to Tanner. The remaining two tangible connections to Tanner were Lynn Yates and Mike Hart. I'd start with Lynn Yates. Next, I'd figure out what to do about Mike. 20 minutes later, I was parked in front of Lynn's townhouse. I'd only been on the street for a few minutes. In that time, several people had driven or walked by my truck. And though no one said anything, I'd been noticed. When Lynn's front door opened, I slid down in my seat. I watched as the woman, now dressed in jeans and a loose-fitting top, quickly got in her car and started her engine. Lynn pulled out and headed west. I wasn't sure what I hoped to learn from her, but she had to know more than she'd told the police. I'd been hesitant to be totally honest with them when they'd interviewed me. The detective's soft-spoken words had never felt totally genuine, and I found myself policing all my statements. Lynn couldn't be that different. I didn't know where she was going, but whatever it was, I would find a way to cross her path, whether it was to a grocery store or a cafe or on a sidewalk stroll. What's the opening someone like me can pitch to a woman like her?
I'm the girl in the basement. Did you know about me? No? How did you know nothing about me? I followed Lynn down Shore Drive, running a couple of yellow lights so I could keep pace, until she pulled into the parking lot of a cafe. She parked by the front entrance, whereas I chose a spot in the back of the lot. As Lynn moved inside the shop, I followed, keeping a reasonable distance. Entering the store, I watched as Lynn ordered a large cappuccino with double whip and a donut. As Lynn took a seat by the window, I ordered a coffee, paid with cash, and sat behind her so she couldn't see my face. Lynn kept her gaze on her phone, only looking up as far as the donut or her coffee. Several times she licked cream from her lips or wiped sugar from her fingers. A 40-something woman with a flushed, expectant look on her round face hurried toward Lynn. Salt and pepper hair was pulled back into a rushed ponytail, and her oversized t-shirt hung over jean shorts. The woman leaned in toward Lynn for a casual hug that mimicked intimacy. "Hey, girl, what's going on?" Lynn looked up and grinned in a sad kind of way as she stood. "Debbie, thanks for responding to the SOS. I just needed a friend and an ear to bend." "Of course. Let me grab a coffee and I'll be right back." Debbie's voice sounded ripe with excitement, and I sensed she found Lynn's connection to Tanner, the beautiful monster, titillating. "Sure." Debbie didn't glance in my direction as she hustled toward the register to place her order. Lynn finished her donut and wiped her hands clean. She was tapping her finger on the table and staring out the window as Debbie returned. "So, what's up?" "Been a week," Lynn said. "I saw the article in the paper about Scarlett Crosby. I know you saw it." Her tone bordered on glee. "I did." I didn't dare look up, sensing old angers bubbling to the surface. "God, it must be so hard on you to go back to all that. And then the water thing. It's not been easy." "Do you think it was Scarlett? Is she trying to drag you back into the spotlight?" "Why would she do that?" "Who knows? I'm not sure she's all that balanced after what happened to her." "I suppose not. And I'm sorry for her suffering." "Why are you sorry? You didn't know what was happening. It wasn't your fault." Lynn rolled her head from side to side. "I looked like a fool after Tanner was killed. People whispered about me for years. If they knew that detail, and that I stayed with him after what he did, what would they say?" "Why did you stay?" Debbie asked. "I loved him. I would have done anything for him." Anything? Would she have killed Sandra? Or helped Tanner dispose of the body? It's easy to get caught up in a guy's world. My grip on my cup tightened. Something inside me told me Lynn still knew more about Tanner. Was the point of this conversation to prove to herself she'd been innocent? Or was this a reverse alibi? "This is the last thing I wanted to remember," Lynn said. "I've worked hard to forget him and all that." "Did you ever see another girl with Tanner?" Debbie asked. "Once. I pulled up to his house, and when he answered the door, she was standing behind him. She was a teen, really. A sad little creature." "Oh my God, who was she?" "He said she was his cousin. He called her Cindy, but I knew he was lying." I'd seen enough psychologists to know the truth had a way of bleeding out, even if the revelations could be destructive. "How did you know he was lying?" Debbie asked. "It's the way his eye contact broke just a little. I saw that look a lot that last month." Had she seen Sandy or Della? Either way, she'd known he had a young girl in that house. I blinked hard. An old anger awakened inside me, lifted its head, and looked around for a target to strike. I rose suddenly, bumping my small round table and upending my coffee. Hot brown liquid dripped off the table. I ducked my head and quickly reached for a wad of napkins to mop up the mess. When I dared to look up, Lynn and her friend were saying their goodbyes, hugging, best of friends. Lynn sat back down. So I lingered, taking time to wipe up the last of the spilled coffee. I gathered up the sloppy napkins and cup and tossed them all in the trash can located directly in Lynn's line of sight. As Lynn looked up, her gaze held mine. Surprise gave way to suspicion. Her lips pressed into a frown. "Lynn?" I asked. Lynn set her cup down and sat back in her chair. "Scarlett Crosby." I gave her credit. She wasn't running. "I'm the girl that was locked in your boyfriend's basement." Lynn reached for her purse. "I don't want to talk to you." I took Debbie's old seat and laid my hand on her arm. "It won't take long. I've got nothing to say to you. I don't want trouble." I raised my voice a fraction, catching the attention of a woman passing by us. "I just have a couple of questions." She yanked her arm back and whispered, "I'm not answering any questions." People have pretty much forgotten what Tanner did to me, and I bet they've forgotten you dated him. Neither one of us wants that information to land in the headlines again. Her frown deepened. "What's that mean?" I was enjoying her discomfort. "The past will stay the past, if we're both careful." She shoved out a sigh. "What do you want?" "Tell me about Tanner." "What the hell? Why would you want to know more about him? Is this a sick game?" "I want to understand him." She hugged her purse close as she leaned forward. "He was a sick fuck. That's all you need to know." "I heard you talking to Debbie. Sounded like you were crazy about him." "You were listening?" she hissed. "Why do you think I'm here? You're one of my last connections to Tanner." "I'm not connected to him." A smirk yanked my lips. "Yes, you are. Forever. Just like me." Lynn shook her head. "I'm not playing this game." My fingers curled into a fist. "Did you know about me?" "I never knew about you or anyone else," she insisted. "I don't believe you," I said. She dropped her voice to just above a whisper. "I didn't know anything about the basement." "What about Cindy? Who the hell was she?" She sat back. "Tanner's cousin." "He had no close family. You just said he was lying." "It was a feeling. I had no proof." She shook her head. "You give me too much credit. I was stupid to stay with him." "You had to be curious about Cindy." "I trusted him." "What did she look like?" I pressed. "I didn't get a great look at her." She glanced around the shop, afraid someone might be watching us. "Don't freak out. We're just two women having a conversation. Nothing unusual." "It's weird, you and I talking Slowly, I shook my head. I stopped worrying about Weird a long time ago. Tell me about the cousin. She had brown curly hair and a full face. She didn't say anything to me beyond hi. Tanner said she was passing through town and he was taking her to dinner before she left that evening. The description matched Della's. When was this? Sometime in May. 2014? Yes. Did you tell Dawson about her? He showed me a picture of a blonde girl. She didn't look like the cousin. I wasn't in the basement then. Sandra and Della were in the house, but only Della came close to fitting this description. Did she look like she was in distress? She smiled a lot. I thought that was weird, but whatever. Did Tanner ever mention Della's name? No. She shook her head. I read about you. You insisted there was another girl named Della. I never saw her. You read about me. Of course she had. I couldn't believe what had happened. I was trying to wrap my head around his secret life. Or she was worried about her own public exposure. What did the papers miss about Tanner? She held up a hand. Are you trying to prove something now? Lynn, I want to know who killed Sandra Taylor. She shook her head. I can't help you. You were in Tanner's house so many times. Was there any sign of other women there? No! And like I told that cop today, I didn't hear or see anything weird beyond rattling pipes. I'm so sick of telling this story. You heard pipes rattling. She dropped her voice to a low hiss. Rattling pipes isn't hard evidence. The pipes in the basement room were newly wrapped when I was there. Maybe to mute the sound if anyone beat on them again. Lynn paled. You didn't know that. I had plenty of time to stare at them. She leaned toward me. You're stalking me. Just grabbing a cup of coffee. Brown eyes narrowed. Were you the asshole who came into the hospital and said my house was flooding? I didn't blink. Why would I report a fake burst pipe? Her gaze hardened. You followed me from the hospital to my house. Did I? You're stalking me! Like I said, I'm here for the coffee. Is this payback? I ignored her question, letting her wallow in the frustration that oozed from evasive answers. When did you learn the truth about Tanner? Or were you and Tanner in it together? Did the box under the bed excite you? What box under his bed? The question sounded as if it had been practiced 1,000 times before. The box where he locked Della while he made love to you. And for the record, she had curly brown hair. She swallowed. Jesus. I'm not a monster. Had she heard or sensed something when Della was under the bed? I could have pressed, but I was on the verge of driving her out of here. Tanner could be very charming, until he wasn't. I know that better than anyone. She sighed. What do you want? What did he talk about? What did he care about? You dated him. I know you two talked. Her back straightened, but she didn't rise. I don't know. I've tried to forget all that. Tiffany hasn't forgotten you. She remembers you and Tanner talking all the time. I smiled, going for friendly, not feral. She would have heard a bunch of stupid dating talk between us. He was sweet. He took me out to dinner and gave me flowers. He wasn't like most guys and didn't rush intimacy. She looked down as if she realized what she'd said. I don't have to tell you anything. No, you don't. I held her gaze, knowing most people were unnerved by lingering eye contact. Fingers dug into her purse. When he was killed by the police, I saw his picture on the news and I called the police and told them I knew him. They'd have come to you eventually. Tanner was the biggest mistake of my life. I'll never live all that down. How many victim cards could she toss on the table? You knew something was wrong. You knew. I did not! Lynn stood abruptly, knocking her coffee over. Stay the hell away from me! The people sitting near us looked up. Without context, they saw a pale, tall woman, fists clenched, face burnished red, glaring at me. Lynn stalked out of the shop. I sat for several beats, and then slowly rose. I glanced at a woman staring at me and smiled. Show's over. Outside, I watched as Lynn slid into her car and fired up the engine. The back tires squealed. Fresh air swirled around me. The summer sun burned bright, cutting through the trees planted in the small patches of dirt dotting the sidewalk. I slid behind the wheel of my truck, my hands trembling with rage. I could blame Della for my imprisonment, but in the darkest moments in that cell, she'd been more like me than anyone. She'd held me, reminded me to be brave, told me what it took to survive. Tears welled in my eyes. If Lynn was forever Tanner's girlfriend, I was ever the brutalized basement girl. I didn't want to be that person anymore. I needed to find normal. My hands were trembling when I texted Luke. Dinner tonight. Believe it or not, I can cook. His answer wasn't immediate, and I gave up on waiting. As I drove back to my studio, I reasoned it was probably good he hadn't responded. I wasn't sure what a date with Luke would prove. Besides, my studio was filled with drying prints that required preparation for tomorrow's printing. I needed to focus now. I'd craved normal and thought I'd found it with endless self-imposed deadlines, paintings of Della, and trying to repair the unfixable Tiffany. I thought back to the couple I'd seen walking hand in hand outside the restaurant the other night. They'd been so relaxed and comfortable with each other. Envy mingled with fear. An hour later, I was mixing paints when Luke texted, "Come over to my place tonight." I stared at the message, half tempted to ignore it. But this invitation was my chance at normal. My hesitation surprised me. I thought I'd leap at the idea of being with a solid guy. I spent the next hour going back and forth with myself. If I showed up at his place, how would I react? Would I be calm, or would I freak out? Finally, tired of the worry and questions, I texted him back. Sounds great. After a moment, he responded, "Excellent. I'll cook." Chapter 31. Scarlet. Wednesday, July 17th, 2024. 8:30 p.m. I stood outside Luke's condo door, a bottle of red wine in one hand and white in the other. I'd spent a half hour deliberating what he might like, if these bottles were fancy enough, or if stylish graphic labels equated to good flavor. Inside, the faint sounds of music drifted. Jazz. Which made sense. Luke struck me as a kind of classy individual whose tastes rose above pop. I rang the bell. Footsteps moved toward the door. I drew in a breath. I'd not been alone in an apartment with a man, well, ever. Doors closing behind me still messed with my head. When the door snapped open, I flinched. I tried to recover and smile, but he didn't miss my display of nerves.
"You made it,"
he said easily. I did. A smile sputtered on my lips. He wore jeans, a faded t-shirt, and some generic brown shoes. He smelled of fresh soap, and his hair was damp. I held up the wine bottles as if they were proof that I was excited about the evening. Still, I remained on my side of the threshold.
"Do you want to come in, or are you going to toss those bottles at me and run?"
He asked. "I'm coming in." The words sounded as if they'd been wrenched from my throat. He stepped aside and held out his hand, giving me a wide berth. I walked past him, feeling the buzz of energy in his body. His place was neat, furnished in a mid-century modern style. Lots of teak, slim, low furniture, and light fixtures that were geometric space-age. The kitchen was attached, and there were 2 other closed doors. One had to be the bedroom, and I guessed the other was a closet or a spare. The door closed softly behind me.
"You can set the bottles on the kitchen counter."
I moved toward the slate of white quartz and a tray of cheese and crackers. 2 pots simmered on the stove, one for sauce and the other steaming water.
"Nothing fancy,"
he said. My bottles clinked faintly against the counter. I live on sandwiches, so this is a major step up for me. He moved past me into the kitchen and opened a cabinet to a collection of matching wine glasses. That was another step up for me. I was all about mason jars.
"Red or white?"
Red. It was the first of the 2 offerings, so I defaulted to it. Truth was, I could drink either. He uncorked the red, poured it through a diffuser, and handed me a glass.
"How was your day?"
Stalking Lynn might not be a good dinner conversation starter. Working on the prints. All colors have been applied.
"If they're anything like the pieces you auctioned off for the judge, I'll buy one."
Proceeds go to the recreation center.
"I know."
Where are you going to hang it?
"My bedroom."
Nice.
"Do you see your art displayed often?"
Almost never. I moved closer to the counter, and he remained on his side. Fear boiled. This felt like that moment I'd stood at Tanner's open van door. My life would change after this.
"Eyes forward."
Yes. I sipped. Tell me about your week. Win any cases?
"No. Lots of prep. Going to trial on a corporate case in a couple of weeks. The hope is that I'll be so sharp and prepared that the other side will settle before trial."
You don't want to fight it out in front of a judge?
"Not if I can help it. Always better if these things can be settled privately."
That I do understand. No one likes their life on display.
"Has it been like that since Tanner Reed?"
Not much of a tiptoeer, are you? His gaze didn't budge off my face.
"Hard when you have big feet. That a problem?"
It's kind of a relief.
"Good. Because these feet will never be subtle."
I'd wanted ordinary, and he was dishing it up with a glass of red wine. It was a big deal in the first 2 or 3 years after. It's not fun. You survive a trauma, and then everyone else wants to relive it over and over. You want to get beyond it, but feel anchored by it. I sipped more wine, realizing I was headed to oversharing. But in the last few years, I think everyone has basically forgotten, which is good.
But
he stared at me over the rim of his glass. But? What do you mean?
You can tell me to back off anytime. But I have a special radar for the unsaid. Believe it or not, some clients lie to their lawyers.
I chuckled. His radar must be buzzing loud now. How familiar are you with the case?
Versed well enough.
Remember the girl in the diner?
Rescued right before Tanner was caught.
That's a kind way of putting it. The girl I tried to lure into a van. His gaze sharpened.
You called for help, according to the reports.
Her name is Tiffany Patterson. She connected with me about 6 months ago. She's a drug addict, and I'm trying to help her, so far with limited success. He frowned.
Drug addiction is difficult.
I've learned that. I swirled my wine. Detective Kevin Dawson paid me a couple of visits.
About Tiffany?
No. A body was found in the wall of a house around the corner from where my mother and I once lived. It was the body of a girl who vanished shortly before I did. Her name was Sandra, and she dated Tanner once.
Does Dawson have more information on the cold case?
If he does, he's not sharing. But he seems to think I know more about the girl and what was happening in Tanner's house. I drew in a breath. Now, if you're thinking I'm a little too complicated, no harm, no foul. He set his glass down on the counter.
I'm not scared off. In full disclosure, I have a history with Dawson. I can't get into case details, but we didn't see eye to eye on some of his choices regarding his ex-wife's crimes.
Crimes?
Tiffany isn't the only one with a substance abuse issue.
And he tried to cover it up?
Yes. I wanted to press the issue and file charges, but my boss didn't want me to tarnish Dawson's reputation. He has a solid arrest record. It's part of the reason I left for private practice.
Now I'm curious. He shook his head slowly.
He loved his ex-wife. His devotion to her was a blind spot.
I guess we all have them.
Maybe.
Dawson isn't going to let this case go until he closes it. I met his gaze. Too problematic yet?
Not yet.
I shook my head. The night is young, and you never know with me. A brow arched.
Is tossing a salad too much to ask?
Tension melted. I can handle lettuce.
Good.
He reached in the refrigerator and pulled out a bottle of dressing and a wooden bowl filled with iceberg lettuce.
You toss. I'll set the food on the table.
Most men would be running for the hills. He grinned.
As you said, the night is still young.
Dinner proved to be relaxed and fun. Luke told stories from his days in the district attorney's office, and I shared stories about turning my art into a business. I helped him clear the table, but I was still careful not to touch him, and he didn't press.
Can I make you a coffee?
He asked. Thanks, but I won't sleep tonight if you do. He leaned against the counter, the expanse of his chest pressing against his shirt.
I can drink it 24/7 and be fine.
And you can sleep?
Like the dead.
That's nice. I'd never been a great sleeper, and I often woke at 2 a.m. and found myself staring at the ceiling. He came around the counter and stood inches from me. He didn't touch me, but he could grab me in a second.
Tonight has to be a dating record for you.
We've set a very high bar.
I like breaking records.
His fingers flexed and relaxed. He wanted to kiss me. I wasn't so lost in my own head as not to recognize male attraction. His natural reaction normally was enough to turn off my brain. But I didn't want to shut down, so I struggled to stay present.
Do you want to kiss me again?
He asked. The stretch of silence was short. I do.
I'll let you take the lead on this one. If you want to kiss me, then do it.
I'd broken many of the bindings Tanner had wrapped around my emotions over the years. I'd created a business that was doing well. I volunteered. I displayed my art at the festivals in the Neon District. But I was completely bound when it came to intimacy. Generally, a step forward meant a step back. I moved toward him. I was so close I could feel the energy emitting from the rise and fall of his chest. The scent of his aftershave wrapped around me. Heat radiated from him. He stared down, as still as stone. My fight-or-flight response was sledgehammering against my chest. I rose on my toes and carefully pressed my lips to his. They were warm, soft, but not soft. He was clean-shaven, which meant he must have shaved for a second time today. Tanner often didn't shave. The hair on his face was rough, and he liked rubbing his stubble over the tenderest parts of my body. Luke was not Tanner. Not Tanner. Fear slowly seeped into my bones, but I ignored it. I placed my hands on Luke's sides. Lean muscle remained steady, and his breath didn't hitch or speed up. I leaned into his body. I teased his lips with my tongue, and a growl rumbled in his chest as he leaned into me. When I pulled back, I realized his hands were on my hips. That was a G-rated kiss, I said, understanding full well what the dirtiest X-rated versions entailed.
It's nice.
His voice had deepened and developed an edge. At 25, I had more experience than a sex worker and less than most teenagers. How long would a man like him put up with me? This was going to end. He would realize I wasn't normal, and that would be that. G-rated kisses only sustained a relationship so long. In the past, I hadn't been disappointed by men who ran from me, but I suspected this time I might be sad. I should probably get going, I said softly. He didn't move his hands.
Okay.
It was a great evening.
It was.
His voice was rough with desire as he dropped his hands to his sides. He followed me toward the door.
Do you want to do it again sometime?
Do you want to see me again? He chuckled.
Is that so hard to believe?
Yeah, actually. I'm a lot of work. Eccentricity is coming out of my ears. The hard lines of his face softened with a smile.
I don't mind if you. I'll text you.
Okay. I leaned in and kissed him again on the lips and left.
Chapter 32. Dawson. Wednesday, July 17, 2024, 9:30 p.m. The call came in as Dawson was stepping out of the shower. He'd spent the evening rereading all the reports on Tanner, including the job reviews the cops had gotten from the garage where he'd worked as a teen. Great attitude, hard-working, friendly, no real family, and on and on. As he reached for the towel, no real family kept coming back to him. Lynn said she'd met his cousin, but the investigators had found no girl with dark hair. Given the timing, he was more and more certain now that Lynn had met one of Tanner's girls. Sandra had had blonde hair, but the mysterious Della's hair was dark. The phone rang, and he dried off his hands and accepted the call. "Dawson, this is Officer Davis. We're in the East End. I'm standing beside a red Honda that's registered to Tiffany Patterson." "Is Miss Patterson there?" In the background, a horn honked. "No sign of her, but we're trying to open the trunk." "Where's the car?" "It's parked on 19th Bay Street." "All right, I'll be there in a half hour. Call Officer Lawson." "Will do." Dawson arrived 20 minutes later to a starry sky over the Little Creek. The forensic team had turned on floodlights, and Margot was already on scene, tugging latex gloves on her hands. She appeared cool and composed, ready to take charge. One day, she'd be running the entire department. Summer heat kicked as Dawson rose out of his car. Margot was chatting with Officer Davis, a tall, fit black man who appeared to be in his late 20s. Her direct gaze was focused on Davis in a way it'd been fixed on Dawson 2 nights ago. Dawson reached for gloves in his pocket and worked his hands into the latex as he crossed toward the marked cars and the yellow crime scene tape encircling the red Honda. The forensic crew was on scene, waiting to pry open the trunk. He glanced in the car and saw fast food wrappers, soda cans, and snack packages littering the floor along with receipts and several vivid green pills that he considered might be laced with fentanyl. "The trunk release doesn't work?" Dawson asked with a nod to Margot. "No. Key jammed into the lock and it looks like someone took a hammer to it," the forensic tech said. "We were waiting for you." Dawson drew in a breath, allowing a quick glance at Margot's stoic face. "Do it." The technician wedged a crowbar under the lip of the trunk. He shoved hard, and metal crumpled and groaned. For a moment the lid stuck, and then one final jerk popped open the trunk. A stale scent rose out of the car. He looked inside to find the remains of a young woman. Her legs were tucked up by her chest and her arms folded at her sides. A splay of red hair covered pale features. The forensic tech began snapping pictures while also sketching out the scene. All homicides were as unique as they were similar. Manner of death could vary, but the process of untangling the crime came with a checklist. Once this scene had been documented, the medical examiner's technician would arrive and the body would be removed. The trunk and car would be searched for evidence and the investigation would grind forward. Margot stood back, her hand masking her mouth as she studied the remains. "We just arrested her." Wind caught the vivid, thick red hair. The medical examiner would have to make a formal identification, but Dawson knew who it was. And someone bailed her out and now she's dead.
Chapter 33. Scarlet. Wednesday, July 17th, 2024, 11:15 p.m. I changed into sweats and a t-shirt and uncovered Della's portrait. As I reached for a tube of red paint, someone rang my doorbell. My first thought was Luke. I wasn't sure whether I was happy or worried. I hurriedly covered the portrait again and crossed the central space. A fist pounded against my door. Luke did not strike me as the fist-pounding type. I glanced in the peephole. It was Detective Dawson, and my new best friend, Margot. Damn, I hesitated. They were the last people I wanted to deal with now. I opened the doors. Detectives? He'd removed his jacket and rolled up his sleeves past his elbows. Dark hair sprinkled over his forearms down to an old black wristwatch. Margot's cheeks were slightly flushed, but otherwise she looked cool and calm.
"Scarlett, did we catch you at a bad time?"
He asked. He used my first name intentionally to mimic a non-existent connection between us, I knew. I was working. What do you need?
"Can we come in? It's hot as hell out here."
I stepped aside. Tension rippled as they walked past. It felt like a deliberate invasion. They were sending a message that they were in charge. They wanted me off guard.
"You bailed Tiffany Patterson out of jail today,"
Dawson said. I glanced at Margot, who studied my place with keen interest. I did. I gave her a meal here, let her nap while I washed her clothes, and then dropped her off at her car.
"Where was the car?"
Dawson asked. It was parked off of Shore Drive on 19th Bay Street, near a small brick house. What's this about? When did you become her emergency contact? Margot asked. I didn't realize I was until she called.
"When did she reappear in your life?"
Dawson asked. 6 months ago. She was sleeping in the doorway across the street. Like my number, my address is on my website. Why did she come looking for you? Margot asked. I don't think she had anyone else.
"If I didn't have anyone, I'm not sure I'd seek help from someone who almost sold me out,"
Dawson said. It was a surprise to me. I said.
"How many times has she shown up here?"
He asked. 3 or 4 times. I've tried to get her into a rehab program, but she doesn't trust them. Where did you find her car?
"Close to where you left her,"
Dawson said.
"Did she tell you where she was going?"
I stilled. What did he want? I'm not in the mood for guessing games. You're going to have to play along a little longer, Margot said.
"How did Tanner spot Tiffany? What was it about her that attracted him?"
Dawson asked. The past rolled closer to me, like storm-ripe waves. He wanted the waitress who had hair as red as fire.
"And when did he tell you he'd taken Sandra Taylor?"
He asked. I never heard Sandra's name until you brought it up several days ago.
"But you knew there was another girl in the house."
He flipped through notes.
"You called her the other girl when you were interviewed 10 years ago, and when we spoke."
I glanced quickly at Margot, but her face remained stoic. I'd heard Della mention there'd been another girl.
"But Della was never found."
He pressed. No.
"We're playing games now, aren't we, Scarlett? Looks like you're going to make me work for it. Okay, I like games."
He was square-jawed and determined. Is there a point to this conversation?
"You know we still have your DNA on file, right?"
He said. I'm sure you do.
"The medical examiner pulled hair fibers from a Jane Doe, and when it's tested, are we going to get a match to yours?"
DNA pulled from Sandra's body must be old and degraded. Testing it will take time. Is this a fishing expedition, Detective? I asked. He studied me a long moment, tired eyes sharpening the longer they held my gaze.
"Tiffany Patterson's body was found in the trunk of her car."
The news smacked into me. I glanced at the tall glass window, up toward the half moon. an unsettled feeling rooted in my belly. This moment held echoes of the day Tanner's van doors slammed behind me. I knew I was screwed, but didn't know how deep I would fall into hell. How? I didn't recognize my rusty voice.
We're still waiting on that. But I can promise you that DNA pulled from her body is fresh and easy to test.
I just told you she was here today. I hugged her before I left her. You're saying your DNA is on her body? Margot asked. I glanced at her. Am I under arrest?
No,
Dawson said.
not yet.
Until I am, leave the premises.
We're going to be talking again soon, Scarlett,
Dawson said. He opened the doors, and Margot followed, leaving me standing in the center of the warehouse. A warm breeze blew through the open front doors. I moved toward them, slammed them closed, and flipped all the locks. Chapter 34. Scarlett. Wednesday, July 17th, 2024, 11:45 p.m. I looked up at Margot's apartment. It was dark. Dawson's reactions had been expected, but I'd not been able to get a read on Margot. I couldn't tell whether she was on Dawson's side or mine. As soon as they left, I retreated to the bathroom and turned on the shower. Hot spray splashed the small stall. I quickly stepped in, hoping to wash away thoughts of Tiffany standing lost and alone by her car. I'd waited until she'd started her engine and watched her drive off. I thought I'd see her again. I had thought maybe this time I'd helped. But maybe I'd delivered her to her killer. I dried off, dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, and walked toward the painting of Della. Tiffany had said she'd not listened to conversations in the diner, but I didn't believe her. I'd bet money she'd heard or seen something that years of drug use had buried. A girlfriend accomplice or a reincarnated Della could have a lot to lose. I stared at the delicate brushstrokes of the face that had stalked me for a decade. I covered it again, lifted it, and after slipping on flip-flops, carried it outside. With it propped against my leg, I locked the warehouse and glanced up at Margot's darkened apartment window. I carried the painting across the 4-lane road, pausing midway as I waited for the light. When I reached her building, I pressed the buzzer.
Yeah?
The attendant said. This is Scarlett Crosby. I was here yesterday with Margot Larson. I promised her a painting and I wanted to drop it off.
It's the middle of the night.
I know.
She's not here.
I don't suppose you could let me put it in her apartment. It's heavy as hell.
Can't let you in.
It's worth $50 to me not to carry this back across the street. And she's expecting it. The door buzzed open. The attendant stood behind his desk, studying me.
I've seen you around.
I live across the street. To add flavor, I smiled and fished out the $50.
You're going to put it in the apartment and that's it, right?
You can watch me the entire time. He reached for keys.
Let's do this quick.
I followed him to the elevator and set the painting down as we waited on the door. When he opened it, I lifted the painting. The paint around the eyes was still tacky, so I was careful not to brush it against my body. When we reached the 5th floor, he led the way to 512 and unlocked the door with a master key. I flipped on the light and moved past him, carrying the painting past an air mattress to the kitchen counter. Carefully, I set down the painting and leaned it so that it faced the front door. As soon as Margot entered and turned on the light, she'd see it.
It's pretty,
the attendant said. Thanks. I walked to the window and stared across the street to my apartment. It was a perfect view for anyone spying on me.
Now we gotta get out of here.
Sure. We rode the elevator down in silence. Back in my studio, I reached for my sketchbook and began to redraw Della's face. This time I drew narrower cheeks and shorter, light-colored hair. This would be Della number 56. As I stared at the roughed-in face, I glanced toward the building across the street. The lights in Margot's place remained dark. How could she be Della? It was insane to think that she was. She's not Della. She's not Della. And yet the feeling that she was my former cellmate would not leave me alone. Chapter 35. Scarlet. Then, 90 or so days in the basement. He'd pulled Della out the door, then shut off a breaker controlling the lights. Upstairs, the radio blared continuously, and I estimated I'd been in the dark 3 days. The dark room wrapped around me, squeezing the air from my lungs. He knew I hated the dark. He knew it made me feel entombed. I'd been trying to relax, smile, and not resist. But for some reason, he had decided to punish me. When I finally heard footsteps in the hallway, I was happy and relieved. I'd not been left or abandoned. He'd come back. However, reassurance faded as the realization of what was going to happen sank in. I pressed my back to the wall. Keys rattled and the lock turned. Light from the hallway streamed into the room, assaulting my sensitive eyes. I winced, turned away, and raised my hand against the one thing I craved more than anything. Della stood in the doorway, a Mike's takeout bag in her hand. He pushed her inside and closed the door. The lights in the room clicked on. "You look rough." Her tone was light. I blinked against the light that reflected on her pale skin, peppered with dark blue bruises. "Where is he?" She grinned just like she had outside the theater that first day we met. "Gone on a date." "A date?" "With the girlfriend. She's kind of a dud." The smell of burgers drifted around me. "You saw her?" The smile faded. "I saw her. From the holes in the box." I'd never been in the box, but the imagined cramped darkness wrapped me in a suffocating shroud. She reached in the bag and jangled keys. "Look what I found." "How did you get those?" "He keeps spares. I saw where he put them." I scrambled to my feet. "Do the keys work on all the locks?" "No, just the front door. We're still locked in here." "Are you sure?" "Pretty sure. You need to eat." She tossed the bag at me. I caught it, savoring the scent of French fries and burgers. Prying open the bag, I found a wrapped burger and a half-empty container of fries. "I ate a few," she said. "Hard to resist when they're fresh." The cold fries were tough and greasy, and I couldn't eat them fast enough. "He never leaves you alone upstairs. How will you get a chance to use the key?" "I have an idea." "What idea?" She leaned against the door jamb, watching me as I ate. "Tanner is going to take you to Mike's diner, and you'll help him get another girl. There's a redhead he has an eye on. He can't stop thinking about her.
He wants to bring her into the fold. I don't want to help him. If you do, then he'll leave me alone in the house. He'll lock you down here, I said. He might not. Convinced she'd lost her mind, I ate the last half of the burger even as my stomach coiled. I had no idea when I would eat again, and I didn't have the luxury of righteous anger. Imagine being outside, she said. I tried to envision sunshine, people, and the smell of food, freedom. He's never going to let me loose. Then you can steal all the keys in the world, but Tanner's not going to leave you upstairs alone. Her gaze grew distant. But if he did, and he took you to the diner, would you get the redhead to save me? I'll never help him grab another girl. My hands trembled as I raised the fry to my lips. Was I as strong as I pretended to be? Yes, you will. Everyone reaches a point and breaks. Just like I did. I crumpled the wrapper. It's going to be soon. Della folded her bruised arms over her chest. He's going to take you, I said. Not me. It'll be another chance for you to escape. Remember, Tanner has wired this entire house with bombs. He'll blow it sky high if he doesn't get what he wants or is caught. If I ran, you'd die. My gaze looked up toward the ceiling, imagining it falling on my head. The house isn't wired. Yes, it is. I've seen the bombs made from gas cans. Della smoothed her hand over my arm. Would you miss me if I died? Why do you care? I just do. I stared into liquid brown eyes that reflected my own. Would you miss me? She whispered. An impossible truth bubbled to the surface. Yes. Really? Yeah. I couldn't leave you here. She smiled. I knew you liked me. Chapter 36. Scarlet. Thursday, July 18th, 2024. 2 p.m. There was no word from Dawson or Margot all day regarding Tiffany, any DNA results, or the gift I'd left Margot. And waiting was akin to being under the hovering sword of Damocles. Several times I'd almost called Luke to tell him what was going on, but his legal mind wasn't why I was with him. If it came to it, I'd tell him, but I was still hoping the case would settle itself. Luke texted me and suggested a late dinner at his place, and I was relieved by the distraction. This would be date number 5, or 6 if you counted the reception. In the world of dating, this invitation came with a weight of expectation. He'd been more patient than most men, and for that I was grateful. How long would he linger before the burden of my past became too taxing? Knowing it would all one day crash and burn didn't mean it had collapsed yet. For now, he was still willing to try. And I needed a friend. I texted back, told him dinner sounded good. I would bring wine again. 4 hours later, when I stood on his front doorstep, the neck of a bottle of red wine clenched in my fist, I felt a sliver of anticipation. He always smelled good. His hands weren't calloused. There was no scruff on his chin. And though he was physically bigger than Tanner, he moved with care, rather than like a bull in a china shop, as Tanner had. When he opened the door,
He was still wearing his suit pants, but he'd removed his tie and rolled up his sleeves. My gaze was drawn to the gold watch on his wrist, dark hair trailing muscled arms up under his shirt cuff.
"Hey,"
he said. "Hey." He leaned in for a kiss. I tensed, but I tipped my body toward his. Our lips touched. He tasted of scotch.
"I'm glad you came."
Me too. He stepped aside, and I walked into his place. Food smells good.
"Takeout, again. Can't take any credit."
He stood so close, his energy radiated over my skin. He was hungry for me. I knew when a man wanted a woman. I set my wine bottle on the kitchen counter and faced him.
"Would you like a drink?"
He asked. A drink would buy me time and maybe provide a little liquid courage. But a delay was another chance to lose my nerve. And I didn't want to run this time. I wanted this. I wanted normal. No. I stepped close to him and took his hand in mine and threaded my fingers through his.
"What do you want?"
he asked carefully. To see my painting in your bedroom. A brow arched. His breathing slowed.
"What's that mean?"
I'm hoping you can show me. His fingers tightened slightly around mine.
"I can show you as much as you want to see."
Good. He kissed me on the lips and guided me down the hallway to a bedroom dominated by a neatly made king-size bed. I was vaguely aware of a large dresser, an intricate rug with blues and reds, a chair, and an open closet full of suits. My painting hung on the wall across from his bed.
"We can take it slow,"
he said. I don't want to back out. My desires were too hazy to define. He traced the line of my jaw.
"You can if you want to. It's not a race."
I reached for the hem of my shirt and pulled it over my head. His gaze flickered to the full breasts brimming in the cups of my white bra. I reached for the front hook and unfastened it. His hand smoothed up my waist to the underside of my left breast. He cupped it while leaning in and kissing me. My heart thrashed in my chest. My cheeks burned with blush pink, and my desire teased to life. I slid my hand to his chest and along his jawline. That feels good.
"Tell me if it doesn't,"
he said. I touched the buttons on his shirt. When all were unfastened, he shrugged off the brushed cotton with a leashed impatience that was exciting and frightening. I kicked off my shoes and reached for my waistband. I wasn't as anxious for the sex as I was to know how this was all going to end. I wanted to skip to the ending of this story. His hand returned to my side as if it belonged there, and he pulled me into an embrace. I tensed, but I held steady, and then I slowly relaxed into him. Progress. This time I deepened the kiss and pressed my body against his. If I left now, I feared I'd be locked in my solitude forever. Carefully, I cupped his ass.
"Still sure?"
His voice sounded strained. Yes. I moved to the bed and pulled back the comforter and sheets and climbed in the center. Seconds behind me, he climbed on the bed
and planted hands on either side of my face. As his erection pressed against my belly, he kissed my lips, throat, and each breast. He rose, his eyes dark, wanting. He opened a bedside table and reached for a condom. Tanner had never used condoms. He hated the way they made him feel. Better to be natural. That had skimmed on another layer of fear. What if I got pregnant? Would a baby tie me to him forever? I'd had 3 menstrual cycles while I'd been in Tanner's room. Each time I'd wept with relief. Luke slid on the condom. Nothing to bind me to Luke, other than a few scattered memories. I closed my eyes.
Open your eyes,
he whispered. When I looked at him, his face was inches from mine. The intensity of his stare was exciting and daunting.
I want you to see me,
he said. Not Tanner. Luke. I nodded. Carefully, he pressed his erection between my legs. I could say no, and he would back off. But I didn't want to say no. So I drew in a breath and arched toward him, pressing closer. He eased into me, stretching and filling. A spark of panic flickered. I gripped his shoulders, my gaze not wavering. When he slid all the way in, I released a breath, the unseeable coil in my chest unfurling a fraction. Luke remained still, as if sensing the knot loosening. I wasn't so ruined that desire couldn't fill the enduring emptiness for a little while.
You okay?
Luke's voice was gruff. Yes. Slowly he began to move. On the edges, ghosts drifted past me. Desire flickered brighter. Frustration for satisfaction nibbled. I wanted the release. My hands slid lower. As he moved in and out of me, a heat built inside my belly. I began to rub. He pressed faster, harder. What came next was a swirl of sensations. I kept my gaze on him, imprinting this moment and praying it would override all the bad programming. I lifted my hips, encouraged him to pump harder, faster. I used to do this with Tanner so that he would end it quicker. Luke resisted, as if he wanted this to last. But I knew how to moan and cup my breasts. He shoved inside me harder, and I rubbed until the rush of sensations washed over and through me. I arched. He plunged deeper, stiffened. He collapsed against me, resting his face in the crook of my neck. Like Tanner. Tanner. When was I ever going to let Tanner go? Luke remained inside me, as if not ready to break contact.
You okay?
My smile was as close to genuine as I could get. Yes. You? He chuckled, rolled on his side, and smoothed his hand over my flat belly. He teased the curls between my legs.
I'm very fine.
We lay arms entwined, boneless. He sighed, rose, and looked at me.
This wasn't the plan. You know that, right?
What was the plan? He kissed me.
Dinner? More conversation?
I smoothed my fingers along the deep lines bracketing his mouth. You're indeed a patient man.
Not really. It didn't take much to crack my resolve.
I laughed. You aren't complaining, are you?
No, not at all.
Chapter 37. Dawson. Friday, July 19, 2024, 2 a.m. Dawson sat with his back to the headboard staring at the flowered wallpaper. Beside him, Margot lay naked, swirling a manicured finger up and down his belly. His gaze skimmed over her body up to her eyes. She was watching him closely. He'd been up late working when she'd texted to tell him she was outside his door. "What's that look?" he said. "I told you I got an apartment." They'd met each time here in his hotel room because she was waiting on furniture. "You told me." "I installed a camera in my apartment." "Why would you do that?" "Basically, I'm paranoid." That sparked a smile. "Welcome to the club." "Someone paid a visit to my apartment after we left Scarlett's warehouse." She rolled toward the nightstand and grabbed her phone. When she sat up, pressing her back to the headboard, her breasts jiggled. She pushed a button on her phone and turned it toward him. Black and white footage of her bare apartment appeared. He leaned closer, discovering he was curious about where she lived. There'd been no talk about what happened beyond this room. She was out of his league, and he should be grateful for what she'd given him. But he was curious about her. "That an air mattress?" "Furniture arrives soon." "I can fuck on an air mattress." She smiled. "Well, keep that in mind, but that's not the point. Watch." The tape advanced and the front door opened. The first to appear on the screen was an older man wearing what looked like a uniform. A maintenance visit wasn't out of the ordinary. The front desk clerk moved to the side and Scarlett Crosby stepped into the apartment. She was holding one of her paintings. She slowly walked into the unit, allowing her gaze to roam the room before she rested the painting against the counter. Next, she moved to the picture window and stared out over the street. "What's she looking at?" he asked. "Her warehouse." He shifted his gaze to the painting. He'd seen versions of it in police files. It was Scarlett's latest interpretation of Della. "She left you a painting of Della." "Seems we struck a nerve today," Margot said. "She called you Della before." "She did. I must remind Scarlett of her," Margot said. Dawson sat up and reached for his phone. He scrolled until he found the picture he wanted. "This is the police artist sketch of Della." She leaned in again, studying the image. "Looks like a kid, not like me." Margot's nose was slimmer, her cheeks had a sharper cut. But any good plastic surgeon could have done that for her. Still, he rejected the thought. Oddly, he needed to believe her. "Did Scarlett take anything?" "No. I talked to the clerk. She was in and out in under a minute. But she's clearly fixated on me." Spicy perfume swirled around him. That scent would cling to him hours after she'd left his hotel room. She was also obsessed with helping Tiffany Patterson. "When are they doing Tiffany Patterson's autopsy?" "In the morning." She leaned up and met his gaze even as her hand slid up and down his shaft. "Good. We'll know more after that." As the sun bobbed above the horizon, Dawson arrived at Scarlett's warehouse and glanced up at Margot's apartment, hoping, maybe fearing, she was watching. However, the windows were dark. When Margot had left his hotel room about 4 a.m., she said she was going home to shower and dress for work. His gaze lingered on Margot's windows, and he guessed she'd already come and gone. He imagined Scarlett entering Margot's place and leaning the portrait against the counter. It pissed him off that Scarlett had invaded Margot's space. Her Della fixation had a new target. With Tiffany Patterson's autopsy scheduled for this morning, he was loaded for bear when he pounded on Scarlett's door and waited impatiently until the steady clip of footsteps approached. They slid open, and Scarlett stood, staring at him as she wiped yellow ink from her hands.
"I'm in the middle of something."
"This early? Good for you. I'll talk to you while you work."
"I don't like talking."
"We can chat here or at the station, Scarlett. I don't care where we do it."
"Come inside."
She stood back as he crossed the threshold, and then she closed the doors behind him. The strong sense of paint and alcohol permeated the space. She didn't bother a second glance in his direction as she moved toward a table where a large engraved plate rested. She picked up a bundle of what looked like cheesecloth and dabbed it in a dollop of yellow paint. Carefully, she blotted the fabric on a clean piece of paper until she'd removed most of the color.
"What do you want?"
She very gently dabbed the yellow paint on the block etched with boats on curling waves. "What's the deal with you and Margot Lawson?"
"I ran into her on the street, and we had drinks."
"Why did you leave that painting in her apartment?" Her gaze lifted, tinted with suspicion.
"You two are cozy."
Dawson's chest squeezed like it had when his ex-wife's life had started to spiral. "We work together."
"She doesn't look like the type to go running for help."
"She's concerned about your mental state." Her gaze, filling with questions, lingered on him.
"I'm just fine, Detective."
He cleared his throat. "What did you say to Lynn Yates? She filed a stalking complaint yesterday against you." Scarlett didn't hesitate as she patted away more paint.
"I asked her about Tanner. I wanted to know more about him."
"Why?"
"Finding Sandra Taylor stirred up a lot. I have too many unanswered questions, so I'm trying to make sense of the past."
"Are you a junior detective now?" Overhead lights buzzed.
"I'm looking out for my best interests. The more I know about Tanner, the better."
"Why better? He's been dead a decade."
"You found the body of a missing girl. She vanished, died, and no one missed a beat."
"Do you believe Tanner killed her?"
"Della kept reminding me to be nice to Tanner so I didn't end up like the other girl."
"Della."
Scarlett held up her hand. "I'm not debating Della."
Okay. Lynn Yates's description of Tanner's cousin sounded a little like Della. Did Della have any theories about the other girl?
Tanner took Della upstairs often, but the woman who had more access to the first floor was Lynn Yates. Have you asked Lynn?
He drew in a breath. She never saw anyone fitting Sandra's description.
But she did see a girl, didn't she?
He didn't answer.
I think Lynn saw what she wanted to see.
Why wrap the body and hide it around the corner from your mother's house?
Tanner was renovating the property. We all gravitate toward the familiar, don't we? She asked. He knew the neighborhood, and he knew I lived close.
Maybe you helped him put the body in the wall.
I didn't, but maybe Lynn did. They were dating then, and she said she'd do anything for him.
When did she say that?
Something I overheard while we happened to be in the same coffee shop.
He shook his head, knowing none of this would be admissible. Tanner didn't kill Tiffany, though, did he? Silent tension rippled through her body. You were the last person to spend any time with Tiffany.
But not the last to see her, she said. Tiffany was a drug addict. Addicts always need money. Maybe she threatened to stir up the past and make life miserable for Lynn. Lynn said it took her years to live down her relationship with Tanner.
Maybe Tiffany knew more about your history with Tanner. Maybe she was blackmailing you and you got tired of paying.
It's all guesswork, Detective.
I have you on video trespassing into Margot's apartment, leaving her a Della portrait.
Scarlett was silent long enough for him to think she'd shut down, and then, "Did Margot tell you I called her Della?"
She did.
Margot reminds me of Della. It's unsettling.
You've made this mistake before.
Not like this.
A note in her tone struck a deep chord. His ex-wife had kept secrets, and his denials and ultimate cover-up had enabled her addiction and nearly ruined him. Was he on the same path and again ignoring warnings? How does she remind you of Della?
Under the blonde hair, I see the dark roots. She's had her nose done. But the eyes, she said softly. It's always the eyes that give us away.
The comparison soured his gut. Not for the first time he wondered why Margot had picked him. Della was never found. She doesn't exist.
She did and does.
There's no proof. There's no missing persons report on anyone matching Della's description.
She said she was initially with him out of choice, and then he kept her locked in the house, and then he locked her in the basement.
Why didn't she try to escape the night Tanner snatched you?
She believed the other girl was still alive. She thought if she ran, the other girl would die.
Why would she care about Sandra?
Hell has a way of bonding scared, desperate people.
Is that why you didn't run away? Were you worried about Della?
She glanced at her trembling hands. He beat her up bad the day before. I was scared for her.
Why did he beat her up?
I don't know. She could handle him so well, but she said or did something that set him off.
Maybe he just lost it.
Maybe.
You and Tanner leave, and what happens next? Della sets fire to the house and just takes off?
She'd found a set of keys and knew if Tanner left her alone in the house, she could get out. After the beating, I guess he thought she'd been too injured to run, so he left her upstairs. And the arson investigators stated the house had been rigged to explode. I think she knew where the bombs were and set them off. I think she'd been planning her escape since Sandra vanished from the house.
Arson report. You read that?
I wanted to understand what happened.
Given her friendship with the judge, he didn't have to ask how she'd gotten the report. She provoked Tanner so he'd beat her?
It explains a lot.
And then Della reinvented herself into a decorated cop? He needed her to vanquish his growing doubts of Margot, because the actions Della had allegedly taken sounded like something Margot might do.
She was smart, a survivor, like Margot.
They looked nothing alike.
The eyes are the same.
Margot had approached him. She'd suggested her hotel room, which happened to be a few floors below his. Had he looked as lost as he'd felt? Nothing like wearing your fuck-ups on your sleeve. And then Margot had turned the tables for him and put him in complete control in that bedroom.
Scarlett looked up at Dawson. Why are you so worried about protecting Margot?
This kind of baseless rumor could damage her career. Margot isn't your Della, he said.
Are you trying to convince me or yourself?
She laid a clean sheet of linen paper on the block and another piece of cardboard, and then pushed the entire setup under the press.
The woman I knew got under Tanner's and my skin.
He rubbed his hand over the back of his neck. Margot isn't Della.
She pressed a button and the roller dropped and crushed the paper against the block.
When it released, she carefully removed the cardboard and paper and then carried the print to a large table where 3 others like it were drying. Slowly she faced him.
Sounds like she's gotten under your skin.
Don't play head games with me. Her gaze hardened with amusement.
Are you sleeping with her?
She's a co-worker. Scarlett's eyes narrowed as if she could see inside him.
2 things can be true at once.
Chapter 38. Scarlett. Friday, July 19th, 2024. 2 p.m. When Dawson left, I was immediately drawn to the new Della portrait. I stared at sketched eyes that were already glaring at me. She was daring me to sharpen the glint in the irises and darken the brows and lashes. This Della wasn't kind, or lost, or trapped. She understood what she wanted, and she wasn't afraid to cut corners to get it. The gaming master. Those eyes were so real I expected them to blink. Minutes and then hours passed before I stepped back. I looked over my shoulder toward Margot's apartment. It was 2 p.m, and the light was now on. You're real. I know it. I know it. Drawing in a breath, I left the painting and hurried out my front door, slamming it behind me. I crossed the street and buzzed the front door of her building. The doorman looked up as I pressed the intercom button. I'm here for Margot Larson, Scarlett Crosby. She's expecting me. He picked up his phone, spoke for several seconds, and then buzzed the front door open. I pushed inside. She's on the 5th floor, he said. I know where she lives. The elevator ride was quick, but the small space twisted and tightened my nerves. When the doors opened, the tension didn't release as I moved heavy feet quickly toward Margot's apartment. I knocked. At first, only silence responded. I shifted my stance, checked the apartment door number to make sure I had the right one, and then steady footsteps moved toward the door. It opened in an easy, languid way. Margot was dressed in black pajamas that skimmed her body, and her blonde hair was styled off her face. She wasn't wearing makeup and looked younger. Full lips broadened into a wide and seductive Della smile. Scarlett, what a lovely surprise. Margot, sorry for the unexpected call. Not at all. Nice to have the company. Come in. I stepped inside and saw the painting I'd left. It no longer leaned against the counter, but hung on the wall. Quite the painting, Margot said. Very striking. Della didn't run. She was bold, daring. I thought you might like it. I do. Can't take my eyes off it. It'll go great with the other pieces I have. The apartment was empty, except for the air mattress, now neatly made with several blankets and white sheets. I thought about the mattress and blanket in the small basement room. What brings you home in the middle of the day? I just attended Tiffany Patterson's autopsy. I needed a minute. The image of a surgeon's blade cutting into Tiffany was jarring. I can't imagine. Probably far worse than anything you can dream up. She moved toward her kitchen. Can I make you a coffee? A little early for wine, and I need to get back to work. How did Tiffany die? I can't discuss that until the investigation is concluded. She set up the coffee machine and hit brew. Where were you in the last 48 hours? I'm a suspect. Margot shrugged. Everyone is at this point. The medical examiner has pulled hair fibers, so fingers crossed there's DNA to be had. That'll narrow the search. Her words rang with the confidence of someone who already had answers. I'd encountered that brand of self-assurance before. Dawson came by my place this morning. More questions about Sandra. I smelled your perfume on him. You did? I moved toward her as she set out 2 styrofoam cups on the counter. Are you doing your magic on him now? She chuckled. Magic? I laid my hands on the counter. Your first meeting with Dawson was random. You just happened by, right? Did you pull strings to get on the Taylor case? Her eyes narrowed. Dawson and I are co-workers. It's more, isn't it? Are you worried about the good detective? He's a big boy and capable of taking care of himself. Della had tied me up into dozens of emotional knots. Hate twisted into fear, into need, into friendship.
I called you Della when I first saw you. The girl that lured you into Tanner's lair." She looked toward the portrait. "Is she Della?" "Yes." "Counseling is nothing to be ashamed of, Scarlett. You might want to check in with your mental health care provider." "I'm right about you." "Or Della is your way of justifying your own bad decisions. Della made you get in Tanner's van when in fact you got in willingly. Della couldn't lure Tiffany, so you did. And when it all went sideways, Della vanished. Della explains away all your poor choices. I didn't make her up. Memories and truth can blend in ways we can't ever imagine. I think your Della started off as a cover to justify your guilt. But as time went on, Della became real. And now, you don't know the difference between fact and fiction. I'm not blaming you, Scarlett." Her gaze softened. "Given the trauma you suffered, it's a wonder you function so well." In a few words, she'd painted me as permanently damaged and confused. "How did you get away? He beat you up so badly." "Honey, I'm not Della," she said softly. "I'm Officer Margot Larson. I'm a cop. And I'm not sure why you fixated on me. Tanner and his sins have been dead and buried for 10 years. And then you arrive in Norfolk, Sandra's body is found, and Tiffany dies." She cocked an eyebrow, but the hints of amusement were gone. "What's your point? Why did you come back? You were free and clear. Were you bored?" "I'm not Della, honey." "You are. And I'm going to prove it." She folded her arms. "You know what I think? Your mother died recently, and as often happens with a parent's passing, old issues rise to the surface. Guilt over Sandra's death prompted you to call in the body's location. And then you run into Tiffany. A part of you wants to help her, but the other part sees her as another bad memory. Maybe she was pressing you for money to fuel her drug problem. And what about Lynn? She's accused you of stalking. I just happened to arrive in Norfolk as your shit show danced onto center stage." Della had been so persuasive. She'd coaxed me into the van and convinced me that Tanner was trying to save us, and finally to lure Tiffany. She'd made me believe she was a friend. And now the very convincing Margot was trying to put all the blame on my shoulders. "I'm going to prove you're Della." I turned and walked toward the door. My hand on the knob, I said, "I'm not a lonely 15-year-old any longer. You're just as vulnerable as that kid." She shrugged. "At least, I assume." "What's that mean?" Margot grinned. "I guess we'll see." Chapter 39. Scarlett. Then, 90+ days in the basement. My eyes were still adjusting to the bright sunshine when Tanner backed into a parking spot across from Mike Steiner. Della's bruised and battered body and swollen eyes still fresh in my mind. I watched the people passing by the van. They were in the real world, and I was trapped inside this toxic bubble. The air was warm, and the sunshine on my face should have been intoxicating. But it was terrifying. I didn't know how to act or behave on the outside. Freshly showered, I wore an old checkered dress that was 2 sizes too big. I ran my fingers over damp hair. Tanner had forced me into the shower, turned on the hot spray, and handed me soap as he'd watched me wash away the dirt. When I was dry, he tossed the dress at me. Its rough poly blend felt as foreign to me as everything else in my life. It was 7 o'clock in the morning, and the diner was filling up with customers. Most looked like tradesmen grabbing a quick, hearty breakfast before the day's work.
Scarlett, go inside and order a plate of pancakes, extra bacon, and scrambled eggs.
He fished a 20 out of his pocket.
Also 3 coffees and biscuits to go. Della's in rough shape and will need to eat.
Why did you hurt her? He tightened his hand on the wheel, and for the first time I saw a flash of regret.
She made me do it. She knows better. Don't make me hurt her more.
Is she going to be all right?
She's tough. The bruises will fade.
He shifted in his seat as his gaze arrowed in on me.
Give any change to that little red-headed waitress, and then tell her you saw puppies out back. She loves dogs.
Accepting the rumpled bill, I crushed it in my fist. I looked toward the diner. I don't see her.
You will. Hair as red as fire. Her name is Tiffany. Remember, tell her there are puppies behind the diner. She can't resist. I'll be out back.
His beautiful profile had twisted into a grotesque mask. How had I ever seen any beauty in those features? Okay.
Remember, Della. Don't make me hurt her.
His voice softened.
I don't enjoy hurting anyone.
As I reached for the door handle, my heart pounded. I'd dreamed of freedom for months, but the cost was terrifying. Strong fingers banded around my wrist, anchoring me in place.
I'll make Della suffer so badly that they'll hear her screams in the next state.
Is that what you told Della about the other girl? Surprise mixed with amusement.
I'm not shy about killing.
I believed him. He'd kill Della like the other girl. I didn't know Tiffany, but I knew Della. She was so battered and could barely move. Could she get her key and get out of that house? I wanted to believe she could, but God, she'd been in such bad shape. My last image of Della was her lying on his bed, curled in a ball, eyes closed.
Meet me behind the diner,
Tanner said. Okay.
Swear.
I swear. I took a moment to straighten my dress and smooth the flyaway hairs escaping from my ponytail.
Pay close attention,
Tanner said.
And don't forget to smile. You look like a zombie.
I didn't glance at him as I opened the door and lowered my foot to the asphalt parking lot. My leg felt shaky, and when my second foot landed, it took a moment to secure my balance. I walked slowly toward the diner. A few people crossed my path as they rushed toward the front door, and the breakfast they were clearly craving. My stomach grumbled, but my belly was tight with nerves and fear. I doubted I could keep anything down. I reached the front entrance and walked inside, pausing at the door as I adjusted to the noise of conversations and the sheer number of people. I'd been in near isolation for months, and now I was surrounded by noise, light, and sound. This was my chance to scream and yell and tell everyone here that I needed help. I had the power right now. Until I thought about Della's swollen face. If she wasn't walking out of that house now, an escape attempt would mean death for us both. As I approached, the smell of coffee drifted around me. I'd not had coffee in months, and the closest I'd come to a hot meal had been cold French fries. What would it be like to sit at a table and have someone bring me hot food? My mother had never been a great cook, but when we had money, she could order out better than anyone. I shifted my attention to the waitress. Her hair was a dark red, and she'd pulled it into a ponytail secured with a pink bow. Her tightly tied white apron drew attention to her small waist. She was filling a cup of coffee for a big, burly man and laughing as he spoke to her. How long would it take Tanner to snuff out that spark? A uniformed cop walked up to the register, and as he paid his bill, he glanced at me. My throat tightened. If he offered his help now, Tanner would flee and drive back to his house and kill Della if she hadn't escaped. The cop paid his tab, grabbed his bag, and left. The girl behind the counter came up to me. "What can I get you, sweetie?" I tucked a strand of freshly washed hair behind my ear. 4 biscuits. My voice sounded rusty as I struggled to remember what Tanner had told me to order. Pancakes and 3 coffees and 2 biscuits. Was that right? I couldn't remember. You said 4 biscuits. Okay, I said quickly. Sorry. No worries, hon. Coming right up. I looked behind the counter to the kitchen and the back door. When I looked over my shoulder, I saw Tanner's van slowly pulling away.
You okay?
I looked at the man standing behind the bar. He wore a white t-shirt, an apron, and a name tag that read Mike.
You look worried.
I'm fine, I said. Just hungry.
You here with anyone?
I must have looked shady. No. He studied me a beat, then returned to the kitchen. Tiffany filled a stoneware mug for me. While you wait. Thanks. I wrapped chilled fingers around the warm mug and slowly raised it to my lips. I blew on the hot brew and then sipped carefully. Hot, bitter, jarring. It tasted like the real world. I wanted to be free. I wanted to escape Tanner's basement prison. But Della... I looked at Tiffany's smiling face. There are puppies out back behind the dumpster. She grinned. Seriously? I cradled the cup. Very sweet, little. Want to see them? I gotta work now. She filled mugs with coffee for a couple of customers at the bar. I tried not to stare at her even as I willed her to return. When she set the pot down and faced me, I said, "It'll only take a second." Smiling, she motioned me around the counter, and we cut through the bustling kitchen. My temple pounded as amazing food smells swirled. My mouth watered as my stomach grumbled. Out the back screen door, I watched Tanner's van roll slowly into place. He got out and opened the sliding door. Scream, scream, call for help. I clamped my lips shut as we moved closer. Della had done this to me. Come with me to my van. And I'd followed as willingly as Tiffany did now. Was she really trying to save the other girl, or had that also been a lie? Where are the puppies? Tiffany asked. Hiding behind the dumpster, I said. Aw, poor babies. They looked hungry. Tiffany tucked a curl behind her ear. I can get them hamburger. Mike won't mind. He's a dog lover, too. Terrible when a puppy suffers. I glanced toward the van and a smiling Tanner. It was that electric grin he'd tossed my way in the beginning. Now I wasn't charmed, but chilled. I saw the puppies just a second ago. There are at least 3. Tiffany glanced up and for the first time saw the van. Tanner, what are you doing here?
He waved. Hey, Tiffany.
I moved toward the van and the dumpster on the other side. Tiffany's confident footsteps thudded against the pavement behind me. I pictured what was going to happen. Tanner would shove a needle in her arm, she'd black out, and when she woke up, she'd be lying on the stained mattress in the dark basement room. She'd be like a new toy to him, and he would be excited to play. While Della and I watched, she'd cry, scream, and beg. He would laugh. I stopped walking. Della, were you strong enough to get out of that house? Clutching my fingers, I froze, whirled around, and my attention shifted to Tiffany. I'm sorry, Della. Run! My voice was weak, raw, and it took another deep breath and an image of Della stumbling out of Tanner's house to force the word over my vocal cords. Run! Tiffany's smile crumpled into confusion. What? Run! Tanner's going to kill you! I'm sorry, Della. Tanner's smile melted, and he lunged for Tiffany. But she was thin and fast and quickly angled out of his grip. Tanner howled his frustration. I'm not going to hurt you! As she vanished inside the diner, he immediately charged me and grabbed my arm. Calloused fingers bit into my flesh, drawing my startled expression to the white-hot rage tightening his face. I tried to pull free, but he was a strong man, and he easily jerked me hard toward the van's open side door. I thought about Della running through the woods toward the main road. I thought about the basement room. I'd likely die there. My chest constricted. Who was I kidding? Della wasn't running anywhere. She was as trapped as I was. She hadn't saved the other girl. But maybe I could save her. Balling up my fingers into fists, I struck Tanner in the face. I quickly drew back my arm again and hit him over and over. Rage darkened his eyes, and he punched me so hard across the face. My teeth felt as if they'd rattled in my head as I fell to the ground. As he hoisted my body, he said,
I'm going to enjoy cutting you and Della into pieces. It might take me days to finish the job before you die.
He threw me in the back of the van, and my shoulder hit the metal floor hard. The door slammed. He was behind the wheel and jerking the car into drive.
Fuck you! Fuck you!
Tanner punched the gas, and the tires spit up rock as the van lurched forward. I held onto the door as I tried to steady myself. My head pounded, and my shoulder throbbed. But I knew Tanner was a man of his word. He would make me suffer. He took a corner hard, throwing me off balance, tossing me against the other door. My head struck the metal floor.
I'll start with your fingers,
he said.
The thumb, or maybe the pinky. Which finger will hurt the most?
I tasted blood, coppery and bitter. I'm sorry, Tanner. I'm sorry. My voice sounded hollow and distant. I'd just trashed what was left of my life for a stranger.
Oh, you're not sorry yet. But when we get home, a few obedience lessons will redefine sorry for you and Della.
He punched the accelerator. Rage, fury, and fear fused into my belly as the van hurtled down the road. Panic scraped my insides as I rose on my knees. If I accepted this now, I feared Della and I would die. My heart hammered in my chest as I wrapped my hands around his face and pressed my index fingers into his eyes.
Chapter 40. Dawson. Friday, July 19, 2024, 4 p.m. Dawson drove to the house where Sandra's body had been found. He ducked under the crime scene tape and paused at the front door. The seal was broken. Someone had been in the house. Drawing his weapon, he walked inside. His footsteps echoing in the empty house, he moved toward the kitchen. The bricks still lay in the haphazard pile fanning around the fireplace. He tried to imagine Tanner standing here a decade ago. He'd taken the time to wrap Sandra's body tight and carried her lifeless form here. How hard had it been to shove the body into the small place? He peered into the narrow space. He pictured Sandra suffering in that basement while he was at this construction site interviewing Tanner. Shit. He'd known Tanner was slick. The smile was too easy. He was so helpful. Tiffany's body hadn't been wrapped in plastic, but her purse and identification had been with her remains. 2 victims had died a decade apart. Notes from the forensic text told him Tiffany had also been struck on the back of the head like Sandra. The cases were connected. Lynn, Scarlett, the mysterious Della. His phone rang, the sound echoing in the house. Dawson. "You're going to owe me," Dr. Malone said. "My favorite medical examiner. I'm so far in debt to you I'll never dig out," he said, smiling. "Thank your partner. She can be very persuasive." He was only just realizing that. "What do you have?" "As you know, I extracted DNA from Sandra Taylor's back molar. I was able to match Taylor's DNA to her biological mother's, which was still in the penal system. I can confirm her identity." "Tell me what I don't know." "I also found dark brown hair strands on Sandra's body. These fibers were clutched in her right hand. Tanner's hair had been military short and black, and Scarlett's ice blonde." "Okay." "The fibers are old, but the tech at the lab has many tricks up her sleeve. But it's going to take more time, assuming there's a DNA match in the system." "Would DNA from the hair prove Della's existence?" Hair clutched in her hand, as if Sandra were fighting. He said more to himself. "Or reaching for help," Dr. Malone said. "It's not uncommon for victims to grab anything, hoping to save themselves." Dawson's mind wandered to Scarlett's painting of Della. Dark curly hair. Had Sandra been reaching to Della for help, or fighting for her life? Lynn Yates had also had long dark hair a decade ago, but hers was straight. The DNA profiles would tell him who'd been near Sandra at her death or handled her body, and if Della was Margot... Shit. "Anything else?" he asked. "June bugs." "What?" "I found a June bug under Miss Taylor's blouse. They tend to hatch in Southern Virginia and North Carolina in May and June. Not a hard date, but something." Sandra had last been seen in April. Dr. Malone's discovery of a June bug indicated that Sandra could have been alive in May or June. If that held true, she would have been in Tanner's house the same time as Scarlett. And there was also the bracelet engraved with an SC found with Sandra's body. Dawson rolled his neck from side to side. "What about Tiffany Patterson? Was her phone ever found on her body?" "Not that I know of." "What about any DNA?" "Light-colored hair strands, also off for testing for a match." "Basically, dead ends." "Thanks, Doc. Keep me posted."
Chapter 41.
Scarlet. Friday, July 19th, 2024. 11:45 p.m. The walls of the box were tight. The air inside stale. My muscles ached, cramped. Clumps of dirt hit the outside of the box. Thump, thump, thump. Tanner was doing what he'd always threatened to do. He was killing me slowly. I woke suddenly, my heart racing. My hands trembled as I ran them through my hair and stared into the darkness of the strange room. A hand came to my back and lightly rubbed my naked skin. I flinched.
Are you all right?
It took a moment to recognize Luke's voice, and for the pieces to fall into place. Yes. He sat up, and in the shadows, I could feel his frown.
Nightmare.
Yeah. I struggled to steady my hands. It happens sometimes.
Do you want to talk about it?
He asked. I'm not sure words change much. It's a past I can't always shake. He laid a gentle hand on my back, running his fingers up my spine.
Words can change everything.
You don't need to carry my baggage.
Try me.
I tipped my head back. Dawson. He's investigating a death that might have been related to Tanner. Luke clicked on his bedside light. I winced as my eyes adjusted.
Dawson?
He was asking about Sandra Taylor. She went missing months before me, and we might have been imprisoned at the same time. He smoothed his hand down my arm.
What do you think?
I tried to draw comfort from his touch, but could find none. Della mentioned another girl, but I never saw her.
Did Della ever mention Sandra Taylor by name?
He spoke about Della as if she were real. That was touching. No. She always called her the other girl. I shook my head. I know. There was no proof of Della. Just my made-up cellmate.
I never said that.
Every cop in the city did. Does. He touched my cheek.
My money is on you.
I smiled. I'm not sure I'd bet on me right now. Remember Tiffany Patterson, the girl I tried to lure all those years ago?
Yes.
She was found dead. Dawson said it was murder. He frowned.
When?
She stayed at my place a couple of days ago. Then I dropped her off at her car. It happened shortly after that.
Dawson has interviewed you?
Yes. A slight smile tugged my lips. Don't bet on me. He drew in a deep breath.
I'm paid to sum people up. If I had to defend you, I could do it with a clear conscience.
Thanks. At the rate it's all going, I might need to get bailed out one day.
Is it that serious?
Dawson has wondered out loud if I'd been willingly working with Tanner. I did try to lure Tiffany to the van, and after my release, I got into a lot of trouble.
But you waved off Tiffany, and the rest amounted to a traumatized girl acting out. Once you got the proper help, that behavior ended.
Boy, you're good. He grinned.
Like to think so.
I drew in a breath. There's a new cop in the department,
Margot Larson. She reminds me so much of Della. She doesn't exactly look like her, but I can't shake the feeling they're the same person. He kissed me on my shoulder. Soft, delicate. Like Della had kissed me when I was upset. He turned my face toward his.
What about Margot reminds you of Della?
Her eyes. Her confidence. And I think she and Dawson are sleeping together.
Really?
I said as much to Dawson. He didn't deny it.
Not a good idea for his career, especially given what happened with his ex-wife.
Can you tell me more? He smiled.
No.
Okay. I cupped his face and kissed him. I'm glad you're where you are.
Me too.
He traced the lines on my forehead.
Now tell me the rest about Della.
If Margot is Della, she's hard to resist. I could see her spinning her magic on Dawson. I stared deep into his eyes, looking for doubts. If they were there, I didn't see them. I pressed my lips to his, closed my eyes, and deepened the kiss. Sexual desire was becoming a favorite distraction.
What's the advantage?
Luke drew back reluctantly.
She's a cop. She's on the case.
She also found Sandra Taylor's body.
Doesn't mean she's Della.
I didn't want to chase him away with my obsession with Della. I liked him, and he was the first normal relationship in my life. But Della would have used adoration from a lonely cop. And inside knowledge of this case would have been hard to resist. Don't pay attention to me, I said. There's something about the night that churns up all kinds of crazy thoughts.
Who called in the location of Taylor's body?
He said, more to himself. It came from a burner phone placed near a drug dealer's house. I was on the premises at the time of the call, trying to pull Tiffany away from the party.
Did you notice anyone at the party who didn't fit?
Me?
Other than you.
I wasn't there long and was focused on Tiffany.
Dawson knows this?
Yes.
Be careful what you say to him. If he presses, insist he call me.
You don't have to do that.
I want to.
I wrapped my arms around Luke's neck and pulled him toward me. He moved on top of me, kissing me softly on my lips and then my breasts. Tension radiated in his body, but he still moved with deliberate care. I arched, opened my legs, remembering how Tanner had liked my surrender. When Luke pushed slowly inside me, I embraced the sensations. And for a little while, there was nothing but this. Chapter 42. Scarlet. Saturday, July 20th, 2024. 6 a.m. Before dawn, I left Luke's and was feeling restless. My phone dinged with a text. It read, "I've filed stalking charges. Stay away from me." I didn't recognize the number, but guessed this must be from Lynn. Instead of driving home, I headed down Shore Drive toward Lynn's townhouse. I parked out front, staring at her darkened windows. I'm not sure how long I sat there, but finally I realized I was acting irrational. The drive to the warehouse took 15 minutes, and as I parked, the sun was edging up toward the horizon. I punched in the front door lock code. But the door locked instead of unlocked. Had I not locked this before I left earlier? I couldn't be that distracted, could I? I flipped on the lights and entered. Immediately, I realized something was off. Beyond the pink hues of sunrise, I peered into the darkness, but I saw nothing. Buildings in this area were targets, and I'd not been home all night. I listened for any sign that someone was there. The shadows were still and quiet, but the energy was off. Just as it had been the night Tanner had snatched me. I'd dismissed the feeling then, but not now. The warehouse felt wrong. I turned on more lights and moved into the kitchen. I checked the back door. It was locked. I inspected the windows. All secure. There was a rustle in the back of the warehouse. I stilled. The sound of my pounding heart filling my ears, I grabbed a knife from the kitchen and moved toward the back, where my room was located. I glanced over my shoulder. I should leave. Call the cops. Screw Dawson. A loud thump echoed from my bedroom. Then another thump and another. Gripping the knife, I called 911. The phone rang and rang. Thump. Shit. I hung up and flipped on lights, edging past the prints hanging like specters from clotheslines. Thump. Thump. How many times had I pounded on the walls while trapped in Tanner's basement? How many thumps or creaks had I heard signaling his arrival? I switched on the overhead industrial lights, which flickered. It would take a good 5 minutes for them to fully brighten. Moving toward the screen that divided off my bedroom, I fought the tension rippling through my body. I quietly angled around the screen, and I drew in a breath as I braced. When I stepped into the bedroom, my gaze slid immediately to my bed, where a woman was tied to the bed frame. A bag covered her head. She was thrashing against her bindings. Adrenaline scraped through my body, and for a split second, I was too stunned to act. Then, shaking off the shock, I hurried across the room and with trembling fingers pulled the bag from her head. Under the cloth, the woman's face was wrapped in plastic. Even through the haze, I recognized Lynn, and she was struggling to breathe. How had she gotten here? I laid the knife by her head and pried my fingers into the tightly wrapped plastic. The binding was tight, and my fingers slipped over the slick surface as Lynn thrashed. Her bound hands were turning blue as her muffled screams tried to permeate the plastic as she rolled her head from side to side. She was suffocating right before me. Hold still! I reached for the knife. I'm going to cut this off. Lynn stilled as I wedged the knife tip under the plastic. Very slowly, I ripped through the casing, carefully peeling it away from her chin and then her mouth. The instant her lips were uncovered, Lynn sucked in a deep breath of air. She screamed. The screen behind me shifted and I whirled around, knife in hand. Margot stepped into the room. She was dressed in jeans, a dark shirt, black athletic shoes. Her hair was slicked back and her sidearm was gripped in her right hand. Her eyes were wide and hard, just as Della's had been when she'd asked if I'd damn Tiffany to hell for her. I almost laughed. No one else might see Della, but I did. All these years of wondering where she was or if I was losing my mind. Della, I said. Scarlett, what have you done? Margot asked. What are you doing to that woman? I found her like this. Lynn gasped for air and railed her head from side to side, trying to uncover her eyes. Help! You can't help yourself, can you? Margot asked. I glanced at Lynn lying in my bed, her face partially wrapped, the knife in my hand and Della's tight grip on her weapon. You set all this up, didn't you, Della? Margot shook her head. You keep calling me Della. You know she's not real, right? Della thought ahead. She was a master at manipulating Tanner and me. All these years, and that had not changed. You are her. I was oddly calm. I felt justified, not as if my memory were faulty. You changed yourself, but you are her. You're paranoid, Margot said. The cops never proved that Della existed. The innocent expression and convincing tone reminded me of Della as she lured me to Tanner's van. Then what the hell are you doing here in my place? Dawson's been trying to get Lynn on the phone for hours. He told me to keep an eye on your house. She made it all sound so logical. You always have a good answer. It's true. And if you're wondering, the world will believe me. Not you, Scarlett. You're the girl that cried wolf too many times. No one will chase your wild theories. The cops are on their way. I already called Dawson. I ticked through all of Margot's features, and now saw more similarities than differences. You knew Tanner had a girlfriend. He locked you in the box under his bed. Margot was silent, but her eyes narrowed slightly. You met Lynn briefly at Tanner's front door. Did you signal her that you were in trouble? You must have been terrified. If you called out for help, would she have believed you or Tanner? Lynn adored Tanner. Did she? It must have felt terrible when Lynn just walked away. Margot's gaze hardened. Is she the reason he started locking you in the basement or the box under his bed? Maybe he was worried she'd come back and figure out you were his prisoner. Or maybe he told her the truth and she kept his secret. This is sad, Margot said. Maybe you'll finally get the help you need. Did you help Tanner dispose of Sandra's body, or did Lynn? I shook my head. Della knew she was gone and likely dead. I remembered Della's somberness whenever I asked about the other girl. I shook my head. You didn't help him with the body, but you must have heard Tanner talking about it. She didn't speak. That's when you decided to escape. It took time, but eventually you goaded Tanner into beating you before we were all to go to the diner. He thought you were too beat up to move. But you weren't. You found a way out of that house. I thought you looked so bloodied and battered. But maybe that was an act, too. After we left, you got free and burned the house down. Margot's face was stoic. Keep spinning tales, Scarlett. It'll entertain us as we wait for the cops. I glanced at Lynn on the bed. She was breathing, weeping, begging to be set free. Why did you decide to kill Tiffany after all this time? Margot asked. Was she blackmailing you? I didn't kill her. I was trying to help her. My eyes narrowed. Did you send that text to me this morning? No. Margot looked past me to Lynn. It's almost over. I'm here to save you. Drop the knife, Scarlett. You've been waiting for me. You set this up. No. I found you standing over this poor woman with a knife. I tightened my grip around the handle. This isn't what you think. It's your house. You stalked Lynn. I realized how terrible this looked. In the distance, police sirens grew louder. Margot was a cop, and she was right. No one would believe me. As the cops approached the warehouse, fury and anger rolled inside me. I was going to be arrested and thrown into a cell, and Margot knew it. That same smile that lured me to the van appeared. Years of resentment flooded through me, stinging my muscles and burning my fingertips. I'd escaped, and now she was back to lock me up again. I'd gone willingly the first time, but not now. I lunged toward Margot, the knife held high. She raised her weapon, but I was seconds faster. I plunged the knife into her shoulder and sliced across her chest. Howling in pain, she shoved me back hard. As I raised the knife a second time, I heard a distant command ordering me to drop the weapon. My hands slick with blood. The knife slipped and cut my palm. And then the zap of electricity seconds before prongs embedded in my chest, and a jolt ripped through my body and paralyzed my muscles. I fell to the floor, unable to move or pull in a deep breath. Strong hands pried the knife from my fingers. Metal clinked around one wrist as it was wrenched behind my back. The second cuff wrapped around my wrist and tightened until metal pinched my skin. My vision blurred as my body convulsed. I collapsed against the floor. I saw Dawson move to Margot. When he spoke to her, his voice was full of concern.
Margot, hang tough.
Help Lynn, Margot said. Her breathing has been compromised.
You're bleeding,
he growled. I'll live. As I lay immobile on the floor, Dawson shrugged off his jacket and pressed it to the wound slashed across Margot's chest. He called for an ambulance. Lynn began to weep. All the chaos and noise swirled in my brain, just as it had when Tanner's van had crashed. I was getting swept up in a current too strong for me to fight, and I could feel that I was slipping inside myself, just as I had in Tanner's basement cell. Chapter 43. Scarlet. Saturday, July 20th, 2024. 11 a.m. I sat in the gray interview room, bathed in shadows, windowless and stifling. Soundproof walls smelled of fear and worry, and the single table and 2 chairs were both stark and uncomfortable. Glancing up at the ceiling, I noted the wads of paper that had caught in the square white panels. How many people had sat in this chair and waited for someone like Dawson to ask difficult questions designed to incriminate? I'd waited in a dark room before, but when the door opened, there was always a monster lurking. I closed my eyes, refusing to picture myself locked in a cell for the next 3 decades. If Della's goal was to reincarcerate me, she was well on her way. Nerves tightened as my panic ticked up several notches. I had done nothing wrong. Della was the villain of this story. I should be cleared. Anger balled in my belly. Who was I kidding? Life didn't play fair. I glanced down at the clean scrubs that swallowed my body and at my bandaged right hand. Margot's blood had made the knife handle slick, and the blade had cut my palm. Her blood and mine dotted my hands and neck, and the prongs of the taser had left 2 angry red marks. I wasn't sure how long I'd been in this room. After Tanner, the cops had been kind to me. They didn't keep me waiting in a room like this. They'd brought me water and coffee often when they spoke in soft tones. No handcuffs. They'd not been trying to intimidate me. When footsteps echoed in the hallway, I sat a little straighter and closed my eyes. The door opened, lights flipped on, and as I slowly lifted my lids, it took a moment for my eyes to adjust. Dawson had a file tucked under his arm and 2 cups in his beefy hands. He took a sip from one, set the second one filled with water in front of me, and tossed the file on the table. He angled the chair on a diagonal near me and sat. Our knees were inches apart. I threaded my fingers and sat back. If he thought he was scary, he'd have to try harder.
How did we get here, Scarlett?
I want my lawyer. I was in over my head and needed his help.
I'll call your lawyer soon.
I'm only talking to Luke Kane, Detective Dawson.
It could be a while. I'd hate for you to sit here any longer than necessary.
Maybe. Or maybe he wouldn't come at all. My life had been messy. Now it was a shit show. And my bench was shallow. I was locked in a basement for 88 days, remember? You'll have to try harder to intimidate me. Margot must have still been in surgery. That knife had sliced through her silk blouse and into her flesh. I had no idea if I'd hit a major vessel and done real damage. I'd just wanted to stop her.
Scarlett, let me help you. I want to get this sorted out so you can go home. Talk to me.
We were best friends now. He was my buddy, my pal. I'd sliced up his partner and girlfriend. I had no doubts about his objectives. Lawyer first, Detective Dawson.
We have footage of you speaking to your latest victim, and we've also confirmed you were one of the last people to see her alive. You also stalked and kidnapped a second woman. You'd have killed her if you'd not been stopped.
My chest was so tight I could barely breathe. Had I been the last to see Tiffany alive?
I can also link you to the human remains found entombed in a wall.
He tipped forward until his knees almost brushed mine. He knew I didn't like to be touched.
What set you off? Why call in the location of the first body that's been hidden for a decade? Why kill again after all these years?
I didn't respond. He sat back, as if he had all the time in the world.
Tell me about Della. Tell me how she hurt you.
I leaned back in my chair. Not talking.
You and me have history, Scarlett. You don't want another cop handling your case. I've seen you at your worst. Others won't understand you like I do.
You understand me? His words buzzed around my head in swirls of bullshit. My anger boiled through the ice and surfaced in my expression. Not talking.
We must talk, Scarlett. You helped kill a woman, murdered another, and tried to suffocate a third. You put a cop in the hospital with a vicious stab wound. You called that officer Della multiple times. And this isn't the first time you've confused a woman with this Della.
My fingernails dug into the soft white styrofoam. Inhaling slowly, I replayed those last moments. I'd shoved my fingers into Tanner's eyes, and the van had veered off course, hitting a ditch and falling on its side. I'd been thrown backward, my body pinging around in the metal van like a bouncing ball. When the van came to a stop, my bones hurt. Blood dripped from my temple, and Tanner had been screaming, "I'm going to kill you!" And then he had stumbled out of the van, gun drawn, and shots had been fired. I was aware of Dawson talking now, but I wasn't paying attention until his tone sharpened.
19 stitches. Your knife left a nasty gash on your victim's neck and chest. The doctor said a few more centimeters to the left, and you'd have severed her carotid artery. If she'd bled to death, you would be facing another murder charge.
My fingers tightened around the cup. I'd passed out on the van floor, crumpling into a heap. I'd never asked who had killed Tanner. I'd simply been grateful he was dead.
I was there when the van crashed a decade ago. I shot and killed Tanner Reed when he drew on me. I helped pull you from the wreckage,
he said.
I'm on your side.
I inhaled and exhaled slowly. Dawson had killed Tanner. He'd set me free. And now he was trying to lock me away.
Breaks my heart when I think about pulling you out of that torn metal. What happened to you in that basement should never have happened to any person.
His jaw pulsed as he leaned forward, his knees brushing mine. The contact sent a softening wave through my body, and though I knew it was a ploy, the tenderness was comforting.
Were you always like this?
He asked.
Withdrawn, I mean. As a girl, were you outgoing?
You want to talk about my middle school years? The question was almost amusing. He tensed.
I want to start a dialogue with you. I want to help you.
Then call my lawyer.
At some point, you and I are going to have to talk, Scarlett. You need to tell me what you know.
I'd been alone for a long time. I didn't love or embrace it, but solitude kept me safe. Now I realized how removed I was from the world.
When did you first meet Officer Margot Larson?
I moistened my lips. Is this information for the case, or your own personal reference, Detective? He tensed, and then slid back behind a blank stare.
What does that mean?
You know. I smiled, closed my eyes as I released the cup. As I drew in a deep breath, the muscles in my arms and hands eased. He was on the defensive now.
When did you decide to stalk Margot Larson?
He pressed.
I've seen the portrait you left for her in her apartment. Odd.
Her name isn't Margot. It's Della.
She's Officer Margot Larson.
When did you start screwing Della? Did you find her or did she find you? What itch do you have that she scratched? His jaw tensed.
What's that mean?
Della found me. Her smile was so bright. It banished all my fears and worries. That smile lured me into Tanner Reed's van. That smile ruined my life. He shifted, and those knees retreated.
Margot Larson isn't Della.
Frustration scraped under my skin. He didn't believe me and likely thought, like everyone else, that I was confused. You're wrong. She's Della, and she's come back for me.
You.
Dawson didn't see what Margot was doing. His shocked gaze told me he didn't believe me. I sounded crazy, but I knew how clever Margot was and how well she calculated her moves. She'd flawlessly planned her own escape from Tanner's house, even willing to endure one of his beatings for her chance to run. And her vanishing act after the house fire had been flawless. It made perfect sense that she'd plan her return with such careful detail. How long had she been tracking Lynn, Tiffany, me, or even Dawson? Months? Years?
Does Margot know you killed Tanner? He sniffed, shifted his stance.
That information is in the files.
All easily accessible to another cop. I bet she's read it cover to cover. That's exactly why she chose you. He sat back, his expression blank.
What set you off? You had gotten on with your life and no one suspected you of anything. And then the call about the body.
Slowly, I shook my head. You should be asking Della that question. A sad smile tipped the edges of his lips as he reached in his pocket for a plastic evidence bag. He tossed the bag on the table between us.
Does that look familiar?
I didn't look immediately, but his smug expression lured my gaze down. It was a silver chain hooked into either side of an engraved oval. The letters were SC. Seeing the piece of jewelry took me back to the house I'd shared with my mother. She'd given me the bracelet on my 14th birthday. It had been a rare moment of happiness for us both. Tanner took all my clothes and jewelry.
So this is yours?
Yes, danced on the tip of my tongue, but I didn't dare utter it. I dropped my gaze and drew in a calming breath.
Is that a yes or no?
I didn't respond. Dawson laid his hand on the bag, slowly dragged it toward him and pocketed it. My heart sank as the one positive connection to my mother vanished.
Getting Tiffany alone would have been easy, given your history,
he said softly.
But what did you say to Lynn to lure her to your house? We have footage of you parked in front of her house early this morning.
I thought she sent me a text. I couldn't say now I'd been with Luke all night. I had been sitting in front of Lynn's house. Luke and I might not survive this, but he was decent enough not to abandon me. I hoped. Dawson's chair creaked as he leaned back.
There's no record of a text on her phone.
Someone sent me a text. Have you checked Della's phone? He sighed.
Margot said you kept calling her Della.
There was no point trying to convince Dawson. When Luke arrives, then we'll speak.
You confronted Lynn in a coffee shop. She said you were openly hostile.
He stared into his coffee cup.
Hair fibers were pulled from Tiffany's body. DNA test results came back. Guess who's a match?
I wasn't talking anymore. More words led to more distortions and traps.
Your DNA was found on Tiffany's body,
Dawson said. That wasn't a surprise. I'd driven her to her car, hugged her. However, Dawson fired questions for nearly 30 minutes as I repeatedly asked for and then demanded my attorney. He chuckled as he shook his head.
How many times have you seen Della over the last decade?
I don't care if you believe me. Test Margot's DNA against the samples on Sandra's body. You'll find a match. He shook his head.
Why would I go to the trouble?
Because under all the bluster, you care about the truth. Not many cops would put as much effort into Sandra's and Tiffany's murders. It was his turn to stew in silence. Della was smart. Tanner had control of her initially, but she learned manipulation from him and turned the tables. She had a way of getting in his ear. Maybe she's doing the same to you. She intentionally goaded him so he'd beat her up. She convinced him she was broken and then waited for him to leave with me. It was her chance to escape. She knew he'd set bombs around the house. She sent them off because she knew the fire would erase all traces of her. Again, silence. Does she make you feel special? I asked. Dawson closed his file folder and stood.
I'll let you know when your attorney calls. If he does.
When the door closed behind him, I stared at the four walls. My breath caught in my chest and constricted into a hard ball. I had survived Tanner. I would survive this. Another 2 hours passed before I was moved to a larger room. This one was split in two by a glass wall, and the halves were linked by phone receivers. The door on the other side opened, and Luke stepped inside. He was dressed in a dark suit, white shirt and red tie. His face was stern, with no hint of the familiarity that I'd seen last night. He took the seat across from me and raised the phone to his ear. I did the same. Luke, thank you for coming. I know this is a lot to ask. He shook his head, as if trying to wrap his head around all this.
Tell me what happened.
This meeting was all business. And as much as that stung, I had to suck it up. I needed him. He pulled out a yellow legal pad, and I explained everything I knew about Della/Margot, Sandra, Tiffany, and Lynn. Dawson is saying my DNA is on Tiffany's body. I drove her to her car and hugged her before I left. But I haven't seen her since that moment. His stoic expression was impossible to read.
I doubt he has results yet. What about Lynn Yates?
I looked her up online. I found out where she lived. Followed her to a coffee shop. His jaw pulsed.
Why did you follow her?
I wanted to know what she knew about Tanner. I wanted to know if she knew I was in that basement.
Do you believe she knew?
I shoved out a sigh. She knows more than she's admitted to the police. I don't think Tanner's secrets were that secret from her. I flexed my fingers. Tiffany thought she heard the two of them arguing at the diner. Lynn said she was tired of helping Tanner with his shit.
Tiffany is dead, and anything she told you about something she overheard 10 years ago will be torn apart in court. She was an addict, and right now you have every reason to lie.
I shook my head. I didn't hurt Lynn or Tiffany. Luke's gaze narrowed into a hawkish glare.
This won't work if you lie to me. The first sniff I have of a lie, I'm leaving.
I raised my chin. I'm not lying. He stared through the glass for a long moment. The silence interrupted only by the closing of a hallway door and the tapping of my foot. As physically close as Luke was, the glass, coupled with his cool demeanor, wedged miles between us. Margot is Della, I said. Della was smart, cunning, and not above shattering the rules to get what she wanted.
Margot is a decorated police officer
who specialized in human trafficking and assaults. Going after criminals like Tanner must have helped her get some sense of revenge against the man who hurt her. Go back and look at her cases. She told me how much she enjoyed watching a human trafficker suffer. There could be complaints against her buried under the arrest records.
I'll dig into her file. But you understand how this all sounds, right?
Her mannerisms, her sense of humor, and her lack of boundaries, it's all Della. I know I'm right.
Why is she back?
Unfinished business. What business? I don't know exactly. His gaze held mine for a long moment,
I'll arrange bail. It might take time.
Okay. Thank you. His gaze lingered, and I could see the scrutiny. He was wondering if he'd been played. He was wise to worry. I'd learned so many tricks from Della. Luke shook his head slowly before he rose and left. I was released an hour later. When I stepped into the crowded lobby, Luke was waiting for me. He didn't say anything as he guided me out of the building and across the lot to his car. Silent, we got into the car, and he didn't speak until we parked in front of my building.
Why are we here? Your apartment is a crime scene.
I want to show you something. I got out of the car, walked to the front door, and tore the seal on my door. He followed quickly.
I am not seeing this.
I unlocked the doors. When we were inside, I locked them. His gaze skimmed the locks on the doors, but he said nothing. I guided him to my art studio, flipped on a light, and uncovered the painting I'd been working on for the last couple of days. He stood back and stared at it. I just started this one. I've been painting this face for years. I think this is the 56th version of it. I gave the last painting like this to Margot.
What do you mean, gave?
I left it in her apartment. The desk clerk let me in. He muttered an oath.
You entered her apartment without permission.
I'd told her I'd give her a piece of art. We didn't agree on when. He faced me.
When did you tell her this?
We had drinks a few days ago. It was her idea, not mine. She's moved in across the street from me. Her unit overlooks my place. She came to me.
Or she moved into a new apartment and her new neighbor began to fixate on her.
It could be spun that way.
Is Margot the woman you saw when you fell off the rock wall and also bolted from the restaurant?
Yes. His lips pursed, as if he were holding back comment. I shifted my focus back to the painting, wondering why I hadn't seen the truth earlier. I've never been able to get the eyes right on all my versions of Della. I always painted her as a kind of victim. But she wasn't a victim. She willingly moved in with Tanner. She knew about Sandra Taylor, and I think she tried to save her by luring me into the van. But Sandra vanished, and when Della ended up with a ringside seat to my suffering, she realized Tanner was a monster she couldn't control. Something in her changed, and she started planning her escape. Maybe she hoped I'd escape Tanner at the diner. Maybe she didn't care as long as she had time to get out of the house and set off Tanner's explosives. Either way, when Tanner and I left the house, she set the fires and vanished.
Why didn't you tell me all this before?
Because it sounds outlandish. It sounds like I'm obsessed with a past I desperately can't release. I want to live a normal life, but knowing she was out there made it impossible. He glanced at me, and then back at the painting.
It's a haunting image.
That's how I remember Della. I folded my arms, suddenly feeling raw and vulnerable. She wasn't nearly as polished as she is now. She had long, dark hair. Now she's cut it short, dyed it, lost weight, and had her nose changed. But it's her. Test her DNA against all the samples found on Sandra, Tiffany, and Lynn.
You said this is the 56th version. Where are the other paintings?
I burned them. It's turned into a crazy ritual. I paint, obsess over remembering, and then, when I can't look at the image anymore, I burn it. His fingers flexed.
Tell me it's a controlled burn.
That prompted a slight smile. Metal trash cans are a favorite. I'm odd, but not stupid.
Why did you try to kill Officer Larson?
When she came toward me, I saw Della. I felt trapped, and I struck out in defense.
She's an officer of the law who found you with a potential victim.
How did she know to come to my warehouse? What made her suspect that Lynn was here? I'd been with you the entire night, and then suddenly she appears, gun drawn, and finds Lynn tied to my bed.
You left my place shortly before 6 a.m. The police report said the attack happened at 6:30 a.m.
The devil's advocate in him couldn't let go of the counter-argument.
The timeline will not help your credibility.
I drew in a breath. Margot must have been watching me from her apartment. I've seen her looking this way before. She saw me leave, and I'll bet she followed.
The prosecutor will say that's guesswork.
She appears in town just before the anonymous call that led cops to Sandra's body, and then she lands in the investigating officer's bed.
Again, that's circumstantial. I'd argue that Margot took a new job. You saw her and it triggered you. You made the 911 call, killed Tiffany, and kidnapped Lynn.
No, Margot is orchestrating all this. I shook my head. Margot has gotten under Dawson's skin. He has a protective vibe for her. You said he bent the rules to shield his wife.
If they are sleeping together, it wouldn't bode well for him.
He shoved out a breath.
And it won't help your defense when it's disclosed that we're sleeping together.
For the record, I slept with you because I like you. Not because I needed a lawyer.
I want to believe you and Della aren't playing a version of the same game.
I'm not playing. I shook my head. The Della I knew was clever and smart. She knows how to manipulate. She sent me a text luring me to Lynn's townhouse so she had time to transport Lynn to my warehouse.
What's Margot's endgame?
Clean up loose ends. Lynn, Tiffany, me. The statement sounded outlandish.
Why wait 10 years?
Maybe she needed time. Escape, recover from her stretch with Tanner, and build a new life. Maybe working human trafficking cases was enough, until it wasn't. She returns out of a sense of guilt, or maybe justice for Sandra, I don't know.
Why move in across the street from you?
Obsession? Or maybe she likes elaborate games and living on the edge, I don't know. He didn't respond. Dawson showed me a bracelet. It was found with Sandra Taylor's body, and I didn't admit this to Dawson, but it was mine. Tanner took it from me. Took everything from me.
Not everything,
he said softly. I wanted to take his hand in mine and tether myself to the present. I'm sorry I pulled you into this. I didn't know who else to contact. He was silent for a long moment.
Let me make calls. Find out what's happening.
I'm sorry. His gaze met mine.
We'll talk soon.
Chapter 44. Dawson. Saturday, July 20, 2024, 5 p.m. When Dawson arrived at the hospital, Margot was in recovery, and the doctor reported that she had come through the surgery well. The doctor had repaired muscle and nerve damage and patched her up. She'd recover fully. He thought back to the night they met. She'd come up to him. Her smile had been infectious, and what happened in that bedroom had bonded him to her. Had she read him and summed him up as a lost soul like Della had Scarlet? Della. Shit. Now he was thinking like Scarlet. As he stood outside Margot's hospital room, he glanced at his empty hands. Should he have flowers? But if he had flowers, it was proof he wasn't an objective cop when it came to her. They'd see him as the cock-trapped ass that he was. They'd slept together multiple times, and he'd do it again in a heartbeat. She was a hard woman to quit, but that had to stay in the past until he sorted this all out. In the dimly lit room, she was lying on her back. Her eyes were closed, her expression was always so controlled and stern, and now sleeping she looked years younger. As he sat beside her bed, her eyes fluttered open immediately. "You're supposed to be sleeping," he said. "I never really sleep," Margot said. "The hospital would like an emergency contact." He inched his chair closer to the bed. "I don't have one." "No one?" "Nope." She raised a brow. "Don't look stunned." "I'm not." "I'm a big girl." She moistened her lips. "Who's your person?" He filled a pink plastic cup with water and held it to her lips. She drank, smiled. "Once it was my wife. Now, I'm not so sure." "I kinda thought for a fleeting second that you could be my emergency call." "I'm not. I can't until all this is sorted out." She tried to sit up but winced. "I know." He arranged the pillows behind her until she appeared more comfortable. "You'll be as good as new in a couple of weeks." "Where's Scarlet?" she asked. "Arrested. Bailed out now." Tension creased her brow. "She made bail?" "She has a good attorney." "Have you talked to Lynn Yates yet?" "She's next on my list." Odd, he didn't want to tell Margot that Lynn was 2 floors down in the same hospital. Had the seeds of Scarlet's doubts rubbed off on him? Good. "Why were you at Scarlet's house?" he asked. "She told me to meet her at the warehouse. She had something to tell me." "How did she reach out?" "We passed on the street. I had to run up to my place. When I came back, it all went sideways." "Why bring Lynn to her warehouse and tie her up? Why not just kill her?" "She wanted Lynn to confess," Margot said. "All these years of not knowing if Lynn had helped Tanner ate away at her." "She painted pictures of Della, not Lynn." A soft smile tipped her lips. "I can't explain all of Scarlet's drama right now. Give me a day or two." Not drawn in by her humor, he mentally imposed the sketches of Della over Margot's face. The images were close, but close didn't count in court. He'd need DNA proof. "Confess to what?" "Lynn helped Tanner. She knew what was happening in the basement." "Why do you say that?" "I read the original interviews. Gut feeling, but she was lying. But instinct isn't proof." Margot didn't have evidence. Would she have drugged and bound Lynn for a confession? "Do you want to make your statement now?" "Are you here for my statement or as a friend?" Margot asked. "The statement can wait." "I can give it now," she said. "I don't want to forget a detail." "I know, but wait. You know it takes a good night's sleep to process a trauma like this." "I'm fine. I'm not your average victim. I'm a cop." "Still a human, last I checked. So we'll wait." The nurse came into the room. She was carrying a tray of bland, simple shrink-wrapped food. Margot grimaced. "Yum." "Let me refill your water jug," Dawson said as the nurse set the tray in front of Margot. He took the cup and pitcher to the sink. Water, ripe with DNA, glistened on the edges of the glass. If the DNA on Sandra's body was viable, it would answer a lot of questions. He'd pull Margot's DNA in her personnel file so he could put an end to the doubts. When he turned, Margot was watching as the caregiver opened a cup of broth. She scowled. Don't suppose you have wine? The caregiver shook her head. No, ma'am. When the woman left, he handed Margot a fresh cup of water. Don't look so grim. I'm all smiles, Margot said, finding that electric grin. I've got to get going. He was tempted to lean in for a kiss, but it felt too civilized for them. Talk to Lynn Yates. I know she must be in this building somewhere. She'll have an idea of who took her, and she knows more than she said about Tanner. Gut feeling? She shifted, winced. It's only steered me wrong once in my life. When was that? She laughed. For another day. I'll return tomorrow. Be ready to bust me out of here. If you don't spring me, I'll break myself out. I'm an excellent escape artist, brilliant with locks. Like Della. Your release depends on the doctor. I'm out of here come hell or high water, Dawson. To be negotiated. He needed the damn DNA test results to nip his growing doubts. For years he'd had misgivings about his wife, but he'd ignored them. He wouldn't now. And once Margot was in the clear or not, he'd deal with Scarlett. Dawson left her staring after him. She reminded him of a trapped animal doing its best to cling to bravado. He rode the elevator to the 3rd floor and found Lynn Yates's room and knocked. Inside, a television clicked off. Come in. He moved into the dimly lit room and found Lynn lying in her bed, IVs hooked up to her arm. The doctors had told him she'd been heavily sedated, and the plastic on her face had come close to killing her. She'd been at the critical stage of hypoxia. Detective Dawson. Her voice was rough, jagged. Ms. Yates. He moved to the side of the bed. How are you doing? A romantic comedy played out on the muted television screen. Okay. Better. I hate to bother you now, but I'd like to ask you a few questions. He'd called the hospital and spoken to Lynn's boss. She had a solid reputation as a floor nurse. However, she'd changed hospitals 5 times in the last decade. Digging deeper, he'd found reprimands on her record. Not enough to trip a criminal investigation, but enough to force her out of the job. Sure. She sat up and turned off the television. Mind if I sit? No, go ahead. He pulled up a chair, sat, and flipped through a notebook that didn't have many clean pages remaining. For my own understanding, can I confirm a few facts? Sure. You and Tanner Reed met at Mike's Diner in January of 2014. January 15. It was cold and windy. I ducked in for breakfast before my morning shift. You were regular at Mike's, correct? Yes. A little off the beaten path for you, wasn't it? Opposite direction of your work from your house. Not at the time. I worked closer to the diner, but it wasn't super convenient. But I also never ran into doctors or nurses from the hospital. I closed my mind to work completely when I was off duty. Was it love at first sight? She plucked at the hospital identification band. I was attracted to him. He was a beautiful man. But I never thought he'd notice me. But he did. Yeah. Magical, right? When I met my wife, it was at a fundraiser for a circus. She was working the dunking pool. I knew the second I met her I had to talk to her. But she's the one that made the opening line. Who made the first move with you and Tanner? He did. I thought he was talking to someone else at first. That's how I felt about my wife. I never thought I had a shot, but I went for broke. How long before your first date? We met in the diner for breakfast several days a week for a couple of months. He asked me out for the first time in late March, about the time Sandra had vanished. You two hit it off right away? We did. It all started to feel very natural. He flipped back pages. You said you met his cousin at his house. Yes, the young girl. Dark hair, quiet. Did you speak to the girl? Just smiled at her.
How did Tanner react when you met his cousin?
A little tense, but he covered it with a smile.
Her name was Cindy?
I think so. But I didn't realize he had no family then. So much I didn't know.
Did Cindy seem stressed?
No. She was just quiet. I didn't stay long and we really didn't speak. She cleared her throat. Who was she?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
She wasn't Scarlett Crosby.
I know. He shifted. Tell me about this recent attack. What's the last thing you remember? She blinked as if shifting mentally.
I was headed to my car. I'd been out with a friend having drinks.
What time was this?
About 2 a.m. We'd stayed until last call.
Who was the friend?
Debbie Watson.
Did she walk you to your car?
No. I said goodbye at the bar.
What bar?
Riptide.
I know the place. It was a middle-range wine bar featuring acoustic guitars, painting nights, and book clubs. His ex-wife had loved it. The doctors found Rohypnol in your bloodstream. Did you feel woozy?
The date rape drug,
she said quietly.
I felt buzzed, but I was fine when I got in my car. I keep a water bottle in the side console.
You drank from it?
I guzzled it. I'm obsessed with hydration.
When did you get woozy?
Almost as soon as I pulled up in front of my house. I could barely see straight.
That was about 2:30 a.m.?
Yes.
If her water bottle had been spiked, it could have been done at any time after Lynn entered the bar. What's your last memory?
Her hand rose to her throat. Sitting behind the wheel of my car and then nothing. The next memory, I was struggling to breathe. I couldn't open my eyes, and then I heard a slicing sound.
When the plastic was pulled free, what did you see?
Scarlett, standing over me.
Tears welled in her eyes.
And another woman. They were fighting. Then you showed up.
Her story jibed with the evidence and what he'd witnessed. Mind if I backtrack a little?
Sure.
Pages in his notebook spun backward. I checked into Tanner's finances. You co-signed for a few loans for him.
He had big dreams for his business. I wanted to help him.
The loans added up to a hefty amount, $50,000.
I believed in him.
You loved him.
I did. I look back and wonder how, but I did love him.
Sandra Taylor's body was found in the house he was flipping for a client.
It was charming, had potential.
So you were in the house?
A couple of times, when I had a day off.
Did he demolish any walls? Dawson asked.
A few.
You were head over heels in love with the guy. She nodded slowly.
Yes. I thought I'd hit the jackpot.
He understood. You'd have done anything.
I loved him,
she repeated. He leaned back and did his best to look genuinely curious. Were you aware of the box under Tanner's bed? She paled.
What box?
According to Scarlett, Tanner locked another girl in that box while he was with you. Anger surged, but he tamped it down. Lynn Yates was now on the testing list for the DNA found on Sandra Taylor's body, and he'd know soon if she was lying. Her eyes widened. She blinked.
I never knew that.
He smelled fear. Never heard a sound.
Nothing.
Okay. I'm not making an accusation, just trying to understand. You met Tiffany at Mike's Diner, right?
As I told you, I was aware of her.
Did Tanner talk about Tiffany?
No.
Her voice sounded low, childlike.
Not at all.
But he flirted with her.
Tanner flirted with everyone.
Bitterness edged the words. You're right about that. I might have to reach out to you again.
Sure. Of course. What's going to happen to Scarlett?
She's been charged and released.
Panic widened her eyes. She's out of jail?
For now. Don't worry. We're keeping an eye on her. Do you have a friend you can stay with?
Yeah.
Bunk with your friend for a few days. Maybe Debbie. I'm close to sorting this out.
What if Scarlett comes for me again?
We're watching her.
Okay.
Don't worry, he said, standing. You're going to be fine. As Dawson left the room, he dialed the familiar number of former prosecutor Luke Kane. There was no love lost between them, and he wasn't sure the man would take his call. Kane answered on the first ring. What do you want? I have no favors to call in, and I need several. I'm listening. I need the DNA found on Sandra Taylor's and Tiffany Patterson's bodies done yesterday. You still have contacts at the lab? A few. One way or the other, we need to know if Scarlett or Lynn Yates was involved in either murder. Or Della, a.k.a. Margot, right? Tension radiated up his spine. Yes. I'll make a few calls.
Chapter 45. Dawson. Wednesday, July 24, 2024, 10 a.m.
Luke, good to his word, had pulled a few major strings, and the techs in Richmond had moved his samples to the top of the pile. Answers would arrive any day. Dawson realized he needed the DNA to exonerate Margot, likely just as much as Kane wanted to clear Scarlett. Dawson arrived at the hospital to check Margot out. She'd been ordering the doctor to release her for days, but they'd insisted she remain in the hospital. He found her dressed in sweats and a loose button-down shirt. She'd washed her hair and applied red lipstick and was sitting in a wheelchair, but didn't look happy about it. It's a quick ride to the front door, he said. She arched a brow.
I considered arguing with the nurse, but she looked tired and she's young. However, I'm perfectly capable of walking out of here. By the way, you look stressed, Margot said.
I'm always stressed.
More than usual.
Maybe. A nurse arrived and pushed her wheelchair out of the room. They checked out at the nurse's station, and then he angled the chair into the elevator. Outside, she tipped her face to the sun, soaking in the light. You have a thing for sunshine, he said.
Most people do as long as they aren't vampires.
True. His car was parked by the entrance, and he opened the passenger side door. The nurse edged the wheelchair close to the car. Margot lifted herself out of the chair and lowered into his car. Good? The nurse asked.
Never better.
Call if you start bleeding or have pain, the nurse said.
Will do.
As the nurse pushed the wheelchair back into the hospital, Dawson closed the door and came around to the driver's side. Behind the wheel, he started the engine. She shifted in her seat and rested a hand on his thigh.
How about you stay over? You said you could do wonders on an air mattress.
He shook his head. You just got out of the hospital.
I'm fitter than I look.
That prompted a smile. No doubt.
Then stay.
Give it a day or two. She pouted in a charming way.
You're too good. I need to corrupt you more.
He refused to think about her naked and willing under him. In a day or two. When they arrived at her place, he parked out front. She'd not asked once about Scarlett, and as he helped her out of her car, she didn't glance toward the warehouse. Victims of attack generally showed some change in behavior. False bravado, reserved to the point of shutting down, or skittish and weepy. She was none of these. She was who she always was. As he came around to her side of the car, she'd already opened her door and started to rise. He reached for her elbow, but she brushed him away.
I told you I'm fine. Stop fussing.
He stood back, and as she moved around the car, he shut the door. Some might have felt like Judas in his position, but he didn't. Still, he needed to prove to himself more than anyone that he'd not made a mistake with her.
As they rode up the elevator, the soft scent of hand lotion floated around him. She'd left 3 buttons of her top undone, drawing his attention to the slight side curve of her breast. The doors opened and he followed her to her apartment. When they stepped inside, the naked floor plan was still stripped of furniture and had a stark, unwelcoming feel. Immediately, his gaze was drawn to the portrait hanging on the wall. Della. He was getting to know that face well. "Interesting choice of art," he said.
From my new best friend, Scarlett.
She dropped her purse on the kitchen counter. "Want me to take it down?" He couldn't pull his eyes from the portrait.
No, I kind of like it.
"Why?" She shook her head.
It offers me insight into Scarlett. Maybe even myself.
"How so?"
Della is Scarlett's obsession. If you can identify a person's fixation, you'll understand them better.
"What are you fixated on?" She laughed.
We don't have enough hours in the day.
Damn, but he liked her. "Are you sure you want to stay here?"
Of course.
A smile flickered on her lips.
Good to be home.
As she moved toward the window that faced the street, she stopped. She sucked in a quick breath and stared down at Scarlett's warehouse. "Assault charges have been filed against Scarlett," he said. As if he'd not spoken, Margot pressed her hand to her side as if it hurt.
Why did she choose Lynn Yates as a victim?
Scarlett wanted to know if Lynn was aware of Tanner's activities.
Lynn's head was wrapped in plastic. She was on the verge of suffocating. Hard to ask questions of a dead person. Whoever took her wanted her dead.
"Well, maybe it was a tactic to scare the shit out of her," Dawson said. "Remind her of how Sandra Taylor might have died."
So she could reveal her secrets?
"Maybe," he said.
Fair enough, but why would Scarlett kill Tiffany? Scarlett's gone out of her way to help that woman.
Manner of death was a blow to the back of the head. Maybe it was a moment of anger and frustration. Tiffany was stalking off and Scarlett lashed out.
Has the DNA taken from Sandra's body come in yet?
She asked. Not yet. She faced him, looking mildly curious.
When it does, are you afraid it'll prove on Della?
The worry had stalked him for days. Scarlett was so convinced. Are you? Her smile was small, half-hearted.
If I were Della, then I'd have a long and sad story. My guess is that she was a girl with a broken family and was so bruised she was easy prey for a charming man who promised a family and stability.
She drew in a breath. Was she relating to the combined experiences of the victims she'd helped over the years? Or was she talking about herself?
And then he stopped being so nice. That's how it goes, right? He became very abusive, making her do terrible things. He locked her in a box under his bed while he ate his breakfast or screwed his girlfriend. Amazing what can be heard from a box under the bed.
Despite all the legal ramifications of what she could be saying, he heard pain burning under the words, and his heart broke for her. He'd have pulled her into his arms if he thought she'd accept tenderness. "Who are we talking about?" he asked. She shook her head.
Any one of 1,000 different Dellas I've helped in my career, they're all very much alike. Hard to judge a lost soul.
"You've got a reputation. I asked around. You've had a few questionable arrests with human traffickers."
You mean a few tripped? That's not my fault.
She leaned forward.
Do you know one guy who slipped in front of me had just fled from a house where he kept a girl nailed to the floor? Her eyes glistened. A few bruises don't compare. And thankfully for men like that, I'm a cop, and I can only bend the law so far.
"You're a ball buster." An amused brow arched.
Literally, not just figuratively.
"No judgment here." He shifted his stance, shoving aside a wave of pity for the girl in the portrait. What would Tanner have said to a girl like Della to convince her to lure another girl into his world? Acceptance, security, threats. That's the standard menu for men like Tanner. Scarlett's no different than Della. She was craving the same things. I understand why love is important, he said. You can and you can't. You're an adult male with experience, but a 15-year-old girl? The world eats them up like candy. Would a guy like Tanner tell Della about Sandra? If he wanted to manipulate her. Threats are more effective sometimes if they are against someone else. But as Scarlett said, Della, if she was real, was smart. Della realized there could be others. Why did Scarlett target Lynn? Margot's expression grew pensive. Have you dug into Lynn's past, as I asked? Yeah. Lynn dated another guy after Tanner 5 years ago, Gus Green. He was arrested for attempted kidnapping. He's serving time now. Think Lynn has a type? Or really shitty taste in men? Lynn strikes me as selfish, narrow-minded, small. She thought she had a good thing and wasn't giving it up, even if her boyfriend had a nasty habit of locking girls in the basement. There's no proof of that, unless we can get her to talk. Sadness rolled through Dawson. He wanted to believe happenstance had brought them together, but the roots of doubt were burrowing deeper. Are you, Della? She shook her head, her gaze lingering on his. Would it matter? Vulnerability flashed so quickly in her gaze that he wasn't sure whether it was real. It would take a lot to turn him away from Margot. Hell, a lot might not even be enough. Let me take the portrait so you don't have to look at it. Would it matter? She asked again. No. She nodded, her frown softening a fraction. Leave it. I like it. The painting really is very good. Are you sure? She smiled at him. Very.
Chapter 46. Scarlett. Wednesday, July 31st, 2024. 9 p.m. It had been a week and a half since I'd stabbed Margot. I kept watch on her apartment, and the light was always on. A couple of times I'd looked up and I'd find her staring down. Once she waved. I'd not seen Luke since he bailed me out, but we'd spoken on the phone several times. When we talked the last time, he told me that, because of our relationship, he had a new attorney lined up for me to meet the next day. Attorney. Charges. Prison. Now, as I unlocked my front door, a bag of groceries in hand, I looked up. Margot was there, sipping a glass of wine. Watching. I closed the door behind me, but like I had all week, I didn't lock it. I put my groceries away and moved to my art studio and stood in front of the canvas, staring at Della version number 56. At this stage of the painting project, nervous anticipation electrified my body. I was filled with hope that this time, this version of Della would be just right. And when I looked at her, I could finally let her go. I mixed paints and began to flesh out Della's face. This version wasn't as full and round as it had been. The angles of the jaw and the cheeks were slimmer, sleeker. Like the reinvented Della turned Margot. I shadowed the chin and the cheekbones, and then roughed in thin, plucked brows. It was another 15 minutes before I heard the front door open. My heart rammed against the inside of my chest. I'd spent a decade locked away in this warehouse, and in many ways I was still trapped in Tanner's basement room. Gripping the paintbrush, I refused to look away from the sketch. But my strokes slowed. When I heard clipped footsteps, I stilled.
You're kind of obsessed with her, aren't you? Lynn's ragged voice was coated with smugness, but she wasn't amused. She held up her phone. You texted me? I always struggle with the eyes, I said, ignoring her question. I could never understand them. Was she a jailer or a victim? Until I understood her, I couldn't finish the portrait. Why do you care? Tanner is dead and gone. His legacy is dust. I doubt he'll ever leave my life for good. Same with Della. Same with you. The four of us are fused forever. Why did you text me? Lynn asked. I studied her quizzical gaze. I had no idea what she was talking about. Was this another lie? Another attempt to cover up her past? Instead of a denial, I played along. The odd thing about it all is that I hated her, and I also loved her. I missed her. Lynn didn't speak, but her gaze sharpened as she stared at the portrait. For months, it was the two of us. My voice was soft and rough. Locked in that room. We shared a life no one else in the world would understand. Lynn stilled. You wanted to save her? I did. I thought if I rescued her, I'd save myself. We're not so different. You didn't turn Tiffany over to Tanner, so you're different. I was seconds away from shoving Tiffany into the van. A second or two is all that divides me from Della. But you didn't. And you and Tiffany escaped. And Tanner was killed. You loved him, didn't you? Very much. She stared at me in silence. Her stillness suggested I'd cut into a nerve, and she was afraid to react for fear she'd reveal something important. Why are you here? Aren't you afraid of me? I asked. No. And for the record, I'm not paying you a dime. Tiffany tried to blackmail me, and it didn't end well for her. So Tiffany had tried to get money out of Lynn. That was motive for murder. You think I'm trying to blackmail you like Tiffany did? Irritation darkened Lynn's gaze. Yes. You think blackmail. The cops think I kidnapped you. Her gaze hardened. You did. Or had someone you know do it. Why would I do that? I thought about Luke and how he could shift a conversation with questions. Like Della, he understood strategy. To scare me. To make me feel like you did when Tanner took you. You and your make-believe Della blame me for not knowing you were in the basement. Everyone keeps telling me Della's not real, I said. But you know she's real, right? You knew Tanner had a young girl in his house. My anger was rising, and I struggled to keep my voice even. Could Lynn have saved Della, or even Sandra, if she'd called the cops? You knew Tanner locked Della in a box under his bed when you two had sex, didn't you? Her reaction was oddly calm. You told that lie to Dawson, and like I told him, I didn't know about the box. There was no horror or shock, no rush to deny. A normal person would have been horrified. I think you did know. I dropped my voice. The box under the bed was an unspoken dirty secret between you and Tanner, wasn't it? Knowing Della was locked up turned you on. You liked having control over another girl's life, didn't you? As Lynn shook her head, her eyes danced with an evil delight. Her hand slid into her pocket. No. That's sick. I'm not like that. The denial sounded like it had been crafted for a jury. You said Tiffany tried to blackmail you. What did she have against you? Nothing. Her confidence flickered a fraction. She was bluffing. Her addiction had gotten bad. She was desperate for money. Did she remember an overheard conversation you had with Tanner at the diner a decade ago? A whisper about Della, Sandra, or me? Were you worried about Tanner's growing collection of girls? Nothing so complicated. Tiffany was a dumb waitress who could barely pour a cup of coffee. She made up shit just to get a reaction. How many times had I been accused of lying? Scarlett, you don't know what you're talking about. Stop making up stories. Tiffany was always listening at Mike's diner, wasn't she? No one notices the girl in the uniform behind the counter, do they? Lynn's face paled. Her jaw pulsed. She did hear you and Tanner talking about his girls, didn't she? Maybe he was worried about having 3 women locked in his house. You're again making up stories that you'll never prove, Lynn said. I'm the one you stalked. I was the one kidnapped, remember? I didn't attack the cop, that was all you. You're the one going to prison for a long time. Legally, I was in bad shape. But the more I studied her, the more I saw the truth of what she'd done. Luke would press me to keep asking questions, get her to talk, earn her trust. You killed Tiffany, didn't you? She wanted money to fund her drug habit. If she texted you, her phone records will prove a connection. She was a greedy little monster. And no one is going to miss a dead drug addict. She didn't deserve to die. A low chuckle rumbled in Lynn's chest. You're guessing now. You're trying to get me to say something. But there's nothing to say. The fingers on her left hand flexed into a fist. You'll never say anything against Tanner. He had as much control over you as me. You were just a puppet to him. He loved me. Her eyes narrowed. No, he didn't. He used you. She tensed and then shook her head as if catching herself. You're gutsy. What nerve it must have taken to challenge Tanner at the end. I'm certain he would have killed you the first chance he got. He wasn't the kind of guy who bluffed. You helped him. No. I moved a step closer to her. Why would Tanner have reached out to a plain woman like Lynn? What could she have done for him? You're a nurse. You've had access to drugs for years. Whatever he shoved in my arm made me woozy. Did you provide Tanner with the drugs he shoved in my system? He said he couldn't sleep. He needed the drugs to shut off his brain for a few hours. So she had provided drugs to Tanner. Or keep the girl in the box quiet. Or help him grab a new girl. Where are you getting these ideas? She demanded. You have no proof. Luke had said circumstantial evidence was enough for a search warrant. It occurred to me when I saw you in the coffee shop that Tanner's innocent girlfriend might actually know everything. This dancing back and forth was becoming grating. She was either going to bolt or come at me. I hoped Margot was still paying attention to my warehouse. If she had set all this up, she wasn't the type to miss the grand finale. Lynn's gaze returned to the portrait. I bet when you first met Tanner, he made you feel like you were the only girl in the world. That first hit of his affection is addictive. Without the glow of his attention, the world feels flatter, smaller. You still miss him, I said. You really loved him. Yes. Sadness dripped from the word. I love him. There was a moment when we first met that I might have done anything for him, I said. Like Dawson and Luke, I kept my tone even, friendly. I wanted her to believe I understood her. I know you felt that magic too. It was so thrilling. Yes, it was magic. And there it was, my opening. You fell in love with him hard. And then one day you realized you were in too deep with him. You'd seen his cousin. You'd sensed something wasn't right about the basement. But his words could be so sweet. And his smile was so intoxicating. You must have been shocked when he asked you to help him hide Sandra's body. God knows I'd have been. I was shocked. I refused at first. The dam had cracked, and now I needed to bust through the rest. But he could be so convincing, I whispered. He fooled me, too. Tears welled in her eyes as she nodded. Tiffany starts blackmailing you, and the house where Sandra's body was hidden was undergoing renovations. The past was coming back in full force, so you decided to get ahead of it, right? Did you call in the location of Sandra's body? Was the guilt just too much? I didn't make that call, she rushed to say. I thought it was you. Her genuine surprise was something I didn't expect. No, it wasn't me. Oddly, I believed her. But if Lynn didn't make the 911 call, who did? Della? Lynn moved toward me, her expression serene, relieved almost, as if this were a conversation she'd been wanting to have for a decade. Finally, she could share bottled secrets. Tanner had told me secrets, but that had scared me. He could be honest with me because he'd known one day he'd kill me. I tensed as Lynn moved closer. As I stepped back, she pulled a syringe out of her pocket. The point glistened wet in the light. If you're looking for absolution, you won't get it. I don't need forgiveness. I need to end this. Lynn's voice was steady. Time to free you from Tanner. When she lunged, my body coiled with tension. I jumped back, pushing Della's portrait toward her. She shoved it aside with an unholy ease and thrust with the needle. It grazed the side of my arm, but I stumbled left, grabbed the canvas, and batted it toward the syringe. I'd lamented the damage Tanner had done for years. Sure, it had crippled me for the rest of my life. But the wounds had healed, and the scars were now fading to a pale white. They would always be there, but they weren't sensitive to the touch any longer. I didn't want to lose the life I had now. Lynn dived toward me, her face tightening with a determination she'd nurtured at Tanner's hands. The tip of the needle scraped against my arm, this time catching the fabric of my shirt. I stumbled back. Outside, I heard shouts, and I screamed for help. Lynn barely looked back as she came for me again. Dawson rushed into the warehouse, his gun drawn, putting himself between me and Lynn. He pointed the gun at her. "Stop!" She halted as shock, confusion, and then acceptance morphed her expression. She looked toward me. "Detective Dawson."
"Put the needle down,"
he said. "She came at me," Lynn said. "I just wanted to talk to her, and then she rushed me. I wrestled the needle away from her."
"Put the syringe down,"
Dawson said. She shook her head, her eyes now wide with panic, before they narrowed on me. "Scarlett just confessed to me that she killed Tiffany. She called in the location of Sandra's body." I stood still and silent, unable to argue with her lies.
"Drop the needle,"
Dawson said. The front door to the warehouse opened, and 2 uniformed cops arrived, guns drawn. Lynn looked at him, tears glistening now in her eyes. Her face hardened, but he didn't waver. And then she smiled as she raised the tip of the needle to her neck and jammed it into her jugular vein. She shoved the plunger down. Droplets of blood gushed over her pale neck and stained the collar of her light blue t-shirt. She staggered. Dawson moved toward her, but she stepped back and then fell to the ground. Her gaze shifted to me. Tears spilled down her cheeks. She dropped the needle. Color draining from her face, she began to shake. Lynn looked at Dawson. "I should have killed you." Dawson reached for his phone and called for an ambulance. He knelt beside her, and I handed him a clean cloth from my workbench. He pressed the fabric to her neck. "Don't try so hard," Lynn whispered. "Let me go."
"No."
She smiled. Her face had paled to the color of porcelain, and her skin had cooled to the touch. She began to convulse, and her eyes rolled back in her head before they closed. The rescue squad arrived and pushed Dawson aside. They checked for vitals, and as one began chest compressions, the other readied a defibrillator. Her shirt open, the paddles were pressed against her chest. They shocked her once, twice, 3 times. They worked on her for about 10 minutes before they declared her barely stable. Minutes later, she was wheeled out on a stretcher.
"Scarlett, are you all right?"
Dawson said.
"Did she stick you?"
I brushed my hand over the scratch on my arm. "No, I'm fine." "Did you hear what she said?"
"Yes. Every word."
He shook his head. Luke had brokered a deal with Dawson. I would act as bait to get a confession from Lynn. All I had known was to expect her to make a move. "You sent her the text?"
"That was Margot's idea."
I shoved out a sigh, not sure whether I was grateful or angry to be set up as bait. I'd bet money Margot had sent me the text that lured me to Lynn's townhouse to buy time to bring Lynn here. Was this all about coaxing a confession out of Lynn? Did Margot admit she's Della?
"No,"
he said. As other uniforms arrived, Margot eased through the crowd and came toward me. "You look no worse for wear." She was so easygoing, as if she already knew the ending to this story. "You knew Lynn was aware of Tanner's secrets, didn't you?" "I had a good idea," Margot said. She was obsessed with Tanner, and I suspect still blames you and Dawson for his death. But she'd have blamed anyone for Tanner's demise other than Tanner. The world is a better place without them. Who called 911 with the location of Sandra's body? I don't know, Margot said. Who kidnapped Lynn and left her here? I knew before she spoke that she wouldn't give me a straight answer. Della never played all her cards. Margot arched a brow. That's another question I can't answer. Maybe Lynn made the call and tried to frame you for Tiffany's murder. Lynn's panic had been real when I pulled the plastic from her face. She'd not set that scene up. But it was a Margot kind of move. I stabbed you. Margot waved her hand. Bygones. You were understandably upset. I won't be testifying against you, and I'll insist my wound was caused by an accident. Why? I stabbed you. I could have killed you. But you didn't, did you? And you did find yourself in a very confusing and stressful situation. Did you set it all up? Before she could answer, Luke pushed through the front door, his face tight with worry. Relief flooded my body. Who called him? May, Margot said. He wanted to know the moment Lynn appeared here. So that's it? I asked. I'm off the hook. Case closed. My hands trembled as the adrenaline raced through my system. All this time, and now it was over? As far as I'm concerned, yes. Time we both moved on, don't you think? 6 hours later, I stood in Luke's shower, hot water pelting my chilled skin and the red scrapes from Lynn's needle trailing up my arm. Old images of Tanner flashed. He'd come as close to killing me a decade ago as Lynn had today. I'd escaped them, but Sandra and Tiffany had not. The DNA on Sandra's body was too degraded to be viable. It was a dead end, and there was no physical proof of Della or Lynn handling the body. Lynn had admitted she'd seen a girl at Tanner's, but that wasn't proof of Della's existence. If not for the 911 call, Sandra might never have been found, and Lynn's truth never discovered. Cops were already theorizing Tiffany had made the call.
Scarlett.
Luke's voice pulled me out of my trance.
You okay?
I shut off the water. He pushed back the curtain and wrapped the towel around me. I'm okay. He'd remained at my side as evidence collectors poked, prodded, and photographed me. The cops hadn't appeared angry as they'd gathered forensic data, though I saw distrust in several gazes. I supposed there'd always be people who doubted me. I'd watched Margot talk to the other cops at the crime scene. She moved with the confidence of a master conductor. If there was physical proof that she was Della, she knew it was long gone. She'd won. And for now, we had a truce. He cupped my face.
You don't have to be.
I looked up at him. I have to be, or I'll fall to pieces. Can't let the ghosts win.
If you do see a few ghosts and fall apart, I'll help put you back together.
Luke wrapped his arms around me, trapping in the shower's heat.
I've got you. It's okay.
I nestled close to him, savoring the strength of his arms. When I finally pulled back, I studied his sharp eyes. The DNA. You used your contacts to expedite the testing, didn't you? He pushed a wet strand from my face.
I twisted an arm or two.
That was a risk. Were you worried I could have been guilty?
I wasn't worried.
No. I arched a brow. Any attorney worth his salt would have been suspicious of me. But I wanted to believe him. I would have worried about me. He shook his head.
I didn't. I have a radar for the unsaid. I know innocent when I see it.
I leaned forward and kissed him. I wasn't sure I totally believed him, but it was nice to hear. What am I not saying now? He chuckled.
I'd rather you show me.
Chapter 47. Dawson. Thursday, August 1, 2024, 12 noon. Dawson had no trouble getting the search warrant for Lynn Yates's townhouse. He and 2 other detectives were quickly given the green light to search every crevice of the space. However, he'd not notified Margot because she was still on leave, and frankly, he wanted to see this place without her clouding his insights. The search team broke into 2 groups and began to methodically comb through what amounted to a very ordinary townhouse. Beige walls and carpet, living room furniture that appeared to have been purchased years ago as a matched set, printed posters of the Chesapeake Bay hanging on the walls, and framed pictures of Lynn and her family, mother, father, sister. There'd even been pictures of a few cats, though there was no sign of any living creature in the house. He'd learned an hour ago that the text from Lynn to Scarlett had been sent from a disposable phone, and it had also been purchased from the same convenience store where the Sandra Taylor 911 caller had bought their burner. After he climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor, he flexed gloved hands as he entered her bedroom. The bed was neatly made. There were 2 books and a pair of reading glasses on the bedside table, a half-drunk glass of water. The bathroom was clean, the mirror sparkling. Nothing stronger than aspirin in the medicine chest. In Lynn's walk-in closet, her clothes had been arranged by color and hung on matching hangers. A dozen pairs of shoes lined up like soldiers. He scanned the brown, blue, and white blouses and skirts. There was a stack of neatly folded scrubs on a back shelf, and he saw several pairs of white running shoes. He glanced up toward clear storage boxes stuffed with purses, scarves, and hats. Behind one container, his fingers skimmed over a 12-by-12 square metal box. Pulling it down, he discovered a small lock, securing the latch. A half-smile quirked his lips as he wrapped his hand around the lock and twisted hard. The lock didn't give, but the latch separated from the box. He opened the lid and realized it was a collection of mementos. The first was a sketch of a young girl whom he recognized immediately as Scarlett. When she'd first encountered Della on that side street, she'd been trying to sell her art. She'd called her self-portrait Girl Ready to Escape. He carefully dropped the paper in an evidence bag, knowing there could be fingerprints. Next, he found a silver necklace that matched the bracelet found on Sandra's body. SC was carved into the single medallion. There were other trinkets that didn't appear to relate to Della, Sandra, or Scarlett, but he feared this could be evidence of more victims. At the bottom of the box was a white envelope, and in it, 3 Polaroid pictures. The first was Sandra. She was clearly distressed and scared. The second picture was of Scarlett. Like Sandra, her eyes were red and her face bruised. Dawson rubbed his chin, doing his best to tamp down rage. The last Polaroid featured a young girl with dark, curly hair. Unlike the other 2, she stared defiantly into the camera, just as she did in the portrait Scarlett had painted. Della, the girl who'd lured Scarlett, who'd thought she could save Sandra, who'd been starved, locked in a wooden box, and beaten. This was physical evidence of Della, and as he studied the eyes and the curve of the lips, all his doubts vanished. Della was Margot. He slipped the pictures of Sandra and Scarlett into evidence bags and then tucked Della's picture into his side coat pocket. As far as he was now concerned, Della had never existed.
We hope you have enjoyed this Brilliance audio production. Performance copyright 2024 by Brilliance Publishing, Inc. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance audio titles, please visit our website at brilliancepublishing.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan 49417.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.